Chapter 2007. Genius 1, Second, remember love, go, /little? Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. His teacher Guyuan was a powerful cosmos god. Furthermore, he had left the cosmos long ago in search of a vaster world within the primal chaos void. Currently, no one knew if he was still alive. But now, these people in front of him actually said that they came from the same sect as his teacher. This, Fong Chen widened his eyes in disbelief. These people were all very strong. Among them, the leading elder's strength was even more tyrannical to the extreme. Fong Chen could feel that this person was at least at the level of the 10 paramount god emperors. Little brat, you don't have to be surprised. Listen to me slowly, the white-bearded old man said with a chuckle. After all, the latter was a disciple of Guyuan and was considered to be from the same sect as them. It was natural for him to feel close to meeting people from the same sect at such a place. Firstly, I want to tell you that our sect is called the Unbounded Sword Sect. It is located within the primal chaos void. It is one of the strongest superpowers. The white-bearded old man's first sentence caused a huge wave to rise in Fong Chen's heart. One of the strongest superpowers in the primal chaos void. In other words, they did not belong to this cosmos. Unless his teacher, Gu Yuan's guess was correct, was there a vaster world outside the cosmos? At this moment, Fong Chen looked at the white-bearded old man with a fiery gaze. He had always thought that the cosmos god realm was the peak of the martial Tao and also the end of martial cultivation. But now he heard such a secret. It completely overturned his previous thoughts. How could he not be shocked? Senior, what is it like outside the cosmos? Fong Chen asked with a deep voice. The white-bearded old man said as he gently stroked his beard. The cosmos we are currently in is merely a cosmos casually constructed by an unrivaled expert within the primal chaos void. What? The cosmos is man-made? At this moment, Fong Chen was dumbfounded. How strong was the person who could construct the cosmos? Most likely, even cosmos gods could not do it? There is no need to be surprised. There are countless of such cosmos in the primal chaos void. The white-bearded old man continued. The primal chaos void is vast and boundless. Many powerful sects are stationed within the primal chaos void. There were countless peerless experts. Cosmos gods are merely the lowest level of martial cultivators. Only those who have surpassed the cosmos god realm are qualified to survive in the primal chaos void. The white-bearded old man spoke calmly, but Fong Chen's heart was in turmoil. Wasn't this too exaggerated? What kind of existence was the primal chaos void? There were actually hundreds of millions of universes inside. This was truly inconceivable. The universe we are in now is called a miniature universe by the almighties of the chaos void. Under normal circumstances, only experts who had surpassed the cosmos god realm could create a miniature cosmos. Every miniature universe had a passageway that connected to the primal chaos void. The reason why I can't break through to the cosmos god realm in the miniature cosmos is because the laws here aren't perfect enough. It can't support the strength of a cosmos god. The white-bearded old man slowly explained. Senior, how did you come to our universe? Fong Chen asked in a low voice, trying his best to calm down. Hearing Fong Chen's words, the eyes of the white-bearded old man flashed with a strand of sadness. Soon after, he shook his head and sighed before continuing. In the past, I was considered an outstanding disciple in the Unbounded Sword Sect. I took just 1,000,000 years to become a cosmos god. That time, it shook the entire Unbounded Sword Sect. Before me, the disciple who took the shortest time to become a cosmos god in the Unbounded Sword Sect took 7,000,000 years. That time, I broke the record of becoming a cosmos god in the Unbounded Sword Sect, gaining the attention of the higher-ups of the sect. I thought that my life would change, and my strength would improve by leaps and bounds. But until one day, I fell into a desperate situation. I nearly died. I dragged my miserable body and tore through the membrane of the miniature universe to come to your cosmos. The white-bearded old man said. Feng Qin frowned. He carefully looked at the white-bearded old man. His current realm was the God Emperor realm. Could it be that his realm fell because he struggled at the brink of death? Indeed, the following words of the white-bearded old man dispelled the doubts in Feng Chen's heart. My enemies tried everything they could think of to kill me. They spared no expense in trying to kill me. Even though I succeeded in escaping, I was heavily injured and fell into a deep slumber for a long time. During my slumber, I was constantly absorbing the origin source energy of the cosmos, using the origin source energy of the miniature universe to heal my injuries. But that battle in the past was too tragic, causing my cultivation to fall directly to the God Emperor realm. The white-bearded old man paused for a moment before continuing. Furthermore, because I suffered from an injury that could not be healed, it made it impossible for me to become a cosmos god again. Feng Qin felt his heart trembling. He did not think that the white-bearded old man had such an experience. But I did not give up. Even though I was trapped in the miniature universe, I have always been gathering the outstanding disciples of the younger generation. What you see now is basically what I found over countless universe epics. I only have one goal, and that is to return to the unbounded sword sect. The moment I return to the unbounded sword sect, my injuries will definitely be healed, the white-bearded old man said. Feng Qin had always been listening quietly. The shock in his heart could not be described with words. For countless epochs, even though I have been selecting outstanding disciples, none of them could break through to the cosmos god realm. Wanting to break through in the miniature universe is as hard as ascending the heavens. But I did not give up until I met your teacher, Gu Yuan. When the white-bearded old man mentioned Gu Yuan, his eyes brightened. With my help, Gu Yuan used his monstrous potential to break through to the cosmos god realm successfully. After that, he left the miniature universe and headed to the unbounded sword sect to ask for reinforcements. But so many years have passed, and there has been no news of him. The primal chaos void was too dangerous. Even cosmos gods would fall if they were careless. Cosmos gods can't bring others out of the cosmos? Feng Qin asked. The white-bearded old man shook his head. Even though one broke through to the cosmos god realm in the miniature universe, he is not a true cosmos god. According to the words of the primal chaos void, that is a pseudo-cosmos god. It is impossible for a pseudo-cosmos god to bring others out of the cosmos. That is why I asked Gu Yuan to head to the unbounded sword sect to ask for reinforcements. The white-bearded old man had a firm attitude, saying, As long as I am not dead, I will continue working hard. If one person fails, I will groom the next one. I believe there will be a day when the unbounded sword sect will bring me back. After hearing the story of the white-bearded old man, Feng Qin sighed slightly. He was relatively curious about the primal chaos void. The path of martial arts was originally to pursue the peak of the martial Tao as the number one goal. There was an even higher realm above the cosmos god realm. Beyond the miniature universe, there was an even vaster space. How could Feng Qin reject such temptation? Feng Qin clenched his fists tightly. He thought, there will be a day when I leave the miniature universe and head to the primal chaos void. After pondering for a moment, he slowly digested the secrets told by the white-bearded old man. Following that, Feng Qin turned to the white-bearded old man, asking, Senior, how big is the primal chaos void? Can you explain it to this junior in detail? The white-bearded old man knew the intention of Feng Qin. He lightly shook his head. Currently, you aren't even a god emperor, so it is useless for you to know these. Since you are a disciple of Gu Yuan and have entered the primal desolate land by relying on your own strength, then I will do my best to help you become a god emperor before becoming a cosmos god. The moment you become a cosmos god, you will know all these. Hearing that, Fong Chen softly nodded. You should join the sect first, the white-bearded old man said. Given the current situation, I can only bring the sect to accept a disciple. After returning to the unbounded sword sect, you can do the ceremony. The unbounded sword sect placed great importance on the ceremony. Fong Chen followed the instructions of the white-bearded old man. He soon completed the ceremony. From today onwards, you are a disciple of my unbounded sword sect. The white-bearded old man excitedly patted the shoulder of Fong Chen. He said with a laugh, Come, I will bring you to meet someone. She has high hopes of breaking through to the cosmos god realm. Perhaps, not long after, the two of you will leave the miniature universe side by side and head to the unbounded sword sect. Read all the novels that cost more than $1 million for free. Smart bookshelf management. Novels you like will never be lost. It is dedicated to creating a better reading experience. Come and follow the official WeChat account. Press and hold for 3 seconds to copy. Download the free reader. Chapter 2008. Genius Remembering Love in 1 Second Divided by Small? Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Hearing the words of the white-bearded old man, Fong Chen was slightly astonished. There was actually someone in the Yuan desolate land who had the chance to become a cosmos god. Who was it? He was rather curious in his heart. The white-bearded old man brought Fong Chen along. As they walked, he said with a smile, Speaking of this genius, she is truly formidable. Her potential might not be as good as yours, but her inheritance is very tyrannical. After a moment, the two arrived in front of a valley. Looking over, the valley was deathly silent. There were towering trees everywhere. They were verdant and lush. Seeing the valley, Fong Chen was slightly astonished. The sky above the valley was completely enveloped by 2 completely opposite auras. One of them was a fiery red aura, and the other was a Yin aura. Why is it so similar to you? Er's mysterious Yin phoenix body. The closer they got to the valley, the more curious Fong Chen became. It's here. The white-bearded old man pointed to the valley ahead and said with a smile. Soon after, he roared towards the valley. Immediately, a cotton-robed figure walked out from within. The appearance of this cotton-robed male gave Fong Chen an extreme pressure. So powerful, Fong Chen felt his entire body tense. His perfect sword body automatically operated. Old Kuei, this brat is Gu Yuan's disciple. The white-bearded old man introduced with a smile. Hearing that, the cotton-robed male revealed a look of astonishment on his face. He did not expect that after so many years, he could still meet Gu Yuan's disciple. The cotton-robed male closed his eyes. After sensing for a moment, he opened his eyes and lightly nodded. That's right. I have indeed sensed the aura belonging to Gu Yuan. The cotton-robed male grinned at Fong Chen. Old Kuei, let me tell you, Fong Chen's potential is very strong. In this cosmos epoch, there is no one with greater potential than him. Even when Gu Yuan was at this realm, he might not be as good as this disciple. The white-bearded old man chuckled. Previously, didn't you boast about your disciple to me? Look at him. Is he not as good as your disciple? When he saw the white-bearded old man's gloating expression, the man called Old Kuei shook his head and said, I admit that fellow's potential is greater than that disciple of mine. But breaking through to the cosmos god realm did not depend on one's potential. One had to depend on one's strength and luck. Only by integrating all aspects can one become a cosmos god. Obviously, Old Kuei believed that his disciple was not much worse than Fong Chen in all aspects. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let Fong Chen meet your disciple. The white-bearded old man waved his hand and said, Who knows, the two of them might become cosmos gods. By then, they could leave the miniature cosmos together. That way, the chances of success in heading to the sword sect would greatly increase. Let's go. The linen-clothed man waved his hand and immediately removed the terrifying restriction around the valley. Soon after, the three of them entered the valley. Do you see that? The person on the stone platform is old Kuei's disciple. He possesses the Xian Phoenix body and has unlimited potential, the white-bearded old man said. After entering the valley, Feng Chen's breathing became hurried, because he saw the person he yearned for day and night. Wasn't this his wife, Star and Moon? Feng Chen cried out involuntarily. His face was filled with ecstasy. Ever since Star and Moon disappeared, he had always been worried in his heart. But after searching the entire deity world, he could not find the whereabouts of Star and Moon. And now, he found her in this Yuan desolate land. At this moment, Feng Chen saw the linen-clothed man from the corner of his eyes. He was certain that the god emperor who brought Star and Moon away in the past should be this linen-clothed man. This is great. Feng Chen clenched his fists tightly. He was incomparably excited. If not for the fact that Star and Moon were cultivating, he would have rushed up to the stone platform to hug Star and Moon. Amen? What happened to you? The white-bearded old man hurriedly asked when he saw that something was wrong with Feng Chen. Elder Bai, to tell you the truth, this woman is my first wife in the deity world. Feng Chen said bluntly, Not long ago, I went out to do something. When I returned, I was told that my wife, Star and Moon, had been taken away by a mysterious person. I was very anxious and searched the entire deity world for her. I didn't expect you, to be here. At this point, Feng Chen turned to look at the linen-clothed man and said, It seems that the person who took my wife away was Senior Kuei, right? Ha ha ha, how interesting. The linen-clothed man heard this and was somewhat astonished. After a long while, he laughed heartily. He could not help but believe in fate. I didn't expect that the two of you were husband and wife. This is even better. The two of you can dual cultivate in the Yuan desolate land. Your strength will increase by leaps and bounds, the white-bearded old man said. Hearing the words dual cultivate, Feng Chen's cheeks flushed a little. Brat, don't tell me that you are still that? The white-bearded old man asked with shifty eyes. Feng Chen chose to ignore him. This old man was actually asking him such a question. All right, old Bai, don't tease him. The linen-clothed man's words avoided Feng Chen's awkwardness. Senior, why did you take my wife away? Feng Chen hurriedly changed the topic. If he continued, there was no guarantee that the white-bearded old man would say something that would shock the world. Your wife has the profound Phoenix body. More importantly, she has the profound Phoenix body. More importantly, her primordial spirit has fused with a strand of God Emperor Mystic Phoenix's remnant consciousness. The linen-clothed man said faintly, In some ways your Star and Moon is equivalent to the rebirth of God Emperor Mystic Phoenix. Feng Chen could understand the linen-clothed man's words. However, his heart was shaken. No wonder his wife had the mystic Phoenix body. It was because her primordial spirit had fused with a strand of God Emperor Mystic Phoenix's remnant consciousness. God Emperor Mystic Phoenix was the powerful God Emperor of the 7th era who had the mystic Phoenix body. I have some connections with God Emperor Mystic Phoenix. Not long ago, I was traveling the God world to see if there were any outstanding geniuses. Coincidentally, I found her. I saved her and brought her to the Yuan desolate impasse. The linen-clothed man continued to explain. Hearing this, Feng Chen frowned. Didn't the white-bearded old man say that he was the second outsider to enter the Yuan desolate impasse in this universe era? The first one was his master Gu Yuan. Then what was his wife, the Star and Moon? As if seeing Feng Chen's confusion, the white-bearded old man explained, Do you know who old Kuei is? Feng Chen shook his head. Wasn't old Kuei from the Limitless Sword sect? Did he have another identity? According to Feng Chen's guess, the linen-clothed man, old Kuei, was at least an expert who had survived the Seventh Era. After experiencing more than a dozen universe epics, it was unimaginable how strong he was. To tell you the truth, Old Kuei isn't from the Limitless Sword sect, but he isn't an outsider either. He is the master of the Cloud Desolate Impasse. What? Fang Qin cried out involuntarily. Fang Qin did not dare believe it. How could the master of the Yuan Desolate Impasse be a god emperor? One had to know that even the current 10 strongest god emperors could not enter the true core region of the Yuan Desolate Impasse. Even if the linen-clothed man was stronger, he was still within the god emperor realm. How could he control the Yuan Desolate Impasse? The Yuan Desolate Impasse was created by my master. After he left, I took over the management and became the master of this place. Old Kuei said with a smile. Hearing Old Kuei's explanation, Fang Qin finally understood. He widened his eyes and stared at Old Kuei. His heart was in turmoil. According to his master, the bone progenitor, the Yuan Desolate Impasse had existed since ancient times. Even he did not know how many cosmos epochs it had existed for. And the person who could create the Yuan Desolate Impasse was at least a cosmos god. But after entering the Yuan Desolate Impasse, Fang Qin understood. An expert who could create such a dangerous place like the Yuan Desolate Impasse was definitely not a cosmos god. Instead, he was an existence beyond the cosmos god realm. He was also an unparalleled expert who could create a miniature cosmos. Old Kuei's master was actually such an expert. Thinking of his master, Old Kuei softly shook his head. My master is extremely powerful, but it is a pity that my talent is too low and I am unable to follow in his footsteps. In the end, I was left behind by my master in the Yuan Desolate Impasse, guarding the Yuan Desolate Impasse for generations. Unless I rely on my own strength to step into the cosmos god realm. Old Kuei sighed. For countless years, he had been searching for a way to become a cosmos god, yet he failed. Looking at the star and moon, cultivating on the distant stone platform, Fang Qin was speechless. His wife had unknowingly become the next master of the Yuan Desolate Impasse. If I don't work hard, I will be surpassed by my wife. Fang Qin thought. The white-bearded old man discussed briefly with Old Kuei before coming up with a cultivation plan that targeted Fang Qin. The phone app was officially online. 1,000,000 deity weapons. There were offline caching, quality recommendations, update notifications, and other functions, allowing the user to read novels anytime and anywhere without wasting data. Client, download Wanbanheiji. Press and hold for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 2009. Genius 1. Second, remember love, divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Yuan Wilderness Impasse, Yin Yang Valley. Love, go, little, say, W. Chu Wen Star and Moon woke up from her cultivation. She was surprised to find her husband, whom she had been missing day and night. Her beautiful eyes were glistening with tears. She hugged Fang Qin tightly, as if they were the only two left in the world. Brother Qin, I don't want to be separated from you anymore, Star and Moon said softly. Star and Moon had always given people the impression that she was cold and not good with words. Her expression and thoughts were hidden deep in her heart. Therefore, people who didn't know her well would feel that she had an unapproachable aura. However, the fact that she could say such words with such a personality was enough to prove how much Star and Moon missed Fang Qin. Fang Qin hugged Star and Moon and gently stroked Star and Moon's hair. He said softly, "Don't worry, we will never be separated." Outside Yin Yang Valley, the white-bearded old man and Old Kuei looked at each other. The white-bearded old man said proudly, "Old Kuei, what do you think? You didn't expect this, right? So what if you took in a disciple? In the end, didn't you get abducted into our Wuji sword sect? Ha ha ha." Seeing the white-bearded old man gloating, Old Kuei rolled his eyes at him. "Old White, do you not want to continue living in this Yuan Wilderness Impasse?" He had bickered with Old Kuei for so many years, but he had rarely seen old Kuei suffer. Seeing old Kuei's current expression, the white-bearded old man laughed. In the end, old Kuei ignored the white-bearded old man. The latter also stopped laughing and changed the topic to Star and Moon and Fangchen. "Old Kuei, what do you think?" the white-bearded old man asked. "Aren't you asking the obvious? How can I compare to your Wuji sword sect when it comes to nurturing disciples?" Old Kuei said angrily. That was indeed the case. Although the white-bearded old man's cultivation level had dropped to the God Emperor realm due to the severe injuries he had suffered countless years ago, the white-bearded old man's cultivation level had dropped to the God Emperor realm. Nevertheless, he was once a genuine cosmos god. In terms of understanding of martial arts, old Kuei couldn't compare to him. During these years, the white-bearded old man had always been exchanging cultivation experiences with old Kuei. He wanted to return to the cosmos god realm. This was also the reason why old Kuei allowed the white-bearded old man and the others to live in the primordial wilderness. He needed the white-bearded old man's valuable experience. The old man's mind contained all sorts of ancient records of the Wuji sword sect. The insights of an expert were very important to old Kuei. "You're still the same. You haven't changed at all." The white-bearded old man sighed. Time had passed, but his good friend, old Kuei, had not changed at all. This made the white-bearded elder feel gratified. At least in this lonely miniature universe, he still had a close friend. "You haven't changed either." Although the two of them often bickered, they were very clear about their friendship. "All right, let's get down to business. What do you think are the chances of them breaking through dual cultivation?" the white-bearded old man asked. Actually, dual cultivation was very beneficial to the mysterious Yin Phoenix body. But to Fangchen he did not know. That was why he asked old Kuei. After all, the latter had a deep understanding of the mysterious Yin Phoenix body. Other than the former god emperor Mysterious Phoenix, no one could compare with her. Old Kuei pondered for a moment after hearing that. The two of them are husband and wife. Their hearts are connected. If they were to dual cultivate, Fangchen could rely on the mysterious Yin Phoenix body to raise his cultivation. And Star and Moon could also absorb the cosmos god aura from Fangchen. This is a win-win situation. I agree. Since old Kuei said so, the white-bearded old man naturally did not have any objections. "All right, then you should go and tell them." The white-bearded old man chuckled. I know you will be like this." Old Kuei helplessly shook his head. If Fangchen, who was in the Yin-Yang Valley, knew that these two undying old men were actually researching if he could raise his cultivation by dual cultivating with his wife, he would definitely be infuriated. On the stone platform in the valley, Fangchen and Star and Moon snuggled together. As long as the two of them were together, it was as if they owned the entire world. Fangchen hoped that such beautiful times could last forever. But it's a pity that good times did not last long. Just as the two of them were being lovey-dovey, old Kuei's appearance interrupted their actions. Star and Moon lowered her head awkwardly. Her face was slightly red, and Fangchen looked at the two of them with slight annoyance. I just discussed with Old White. Dual cultivating with Fangchen will allow you to raise your cultivation at the fastest speed. Who knows? You might even break through to the God Emperor realm." Old Kuei said frankly. "Teacher." Hearing that, Star and Moon felt even more awkward. She wished she could find a hole to hide in. Fangchen was somewhat unhappy. Didn't they say they wanted to come up with a cultivation plan for him? They wanted him to dual cultivate with one of them? Damn, if that's the case, why would they still need you? This daddy doesn't know how to do it? Fangchen, don't be anxious. Listen to old Kuei slowly. The white-bearded old man said. Fangchen nodded. His gaze landed on old Kuei. Firstly, the dual cultivation I'm talking about isn't just a simple dual cultivation. It's a profound dual cultivation. The first sentence of Old Kuei directly made Fong Qin have the impulse to vomit blood. Old Undying, do you dare to be more straightforward? Deep-level dual cultivation? How could you even say such shameless words like that? And your expression doesn't change? Are you pretending to be calm? There are countless resources in the Yuan Desolate Land. To truly break through to the God-Emperor realm, you have to depend on yourselves. Old Kuei continued, I can arrange an extremely unique environment for the two of you, allowing the two of you to cultivate together. This time, Old Kuei finally spoke in a more tactful and reserved manner. Can't we just follow the path of my teacher, Gu Yuan? Fong Qin asked. Your thinking is too simple. Gu Yuan could become a cosmos god in the past, partly due to luck. Furthermore, when the white-bearded old man said this, a fervent look appeared on his face. Fong Qin could feel a strand of admiration in the eyes of the white-bearded old man. What did this mean? Admiration for his teacher Gu Yuan? No matter what, the white-bearded old man was once a cosmos god. Furthermore, he was a member of the unbounded sword sect in the primal chaos void. Why would he admire his teacher? There must be some inside story. Speaking of your teacher Gu Yuan, he is indeed a talent. Furthermore, his courage is something ordinary people can't compare with. Even the cosmos gods in the unbounded sword sect can't compare with him. The white-bearded old man said solemnly, Amen. Actually, Gu Yuan had already become a cosmos god before this cosmos epoch. It's just that he fell during the process of exploring the primal chaos void. The white-bearded old man said, But every time before your teacher fell, he would condense his life's effort into a sword Tao seed. Only after his true body fell would the sword Tao seed transform, eventually possessing the consciousness of your teacher Gu Yuan. What is going on? Fong Qin felt puzzled. Becoming a cosmos god in the miniature cosmos is an amazing matter. Your teacher Gu Yuan did it. He left the miniature cosmos to explore the primal chaos void. He understood the dangers of the primal chaos void and did not wish to fall. Hence, every cosmos epoch, he would condense a sword Tao seed before leaving. This sword Tao seed would start transforming in the next cosmos epoch after he fell. The reason why I admire your teacher is because of this. The white-bearded old man said. Old Kuei could not help but say from the side, most cosmos gods could condense a martial Tao seed to complete the transformation. After many years, they would rely on the martial Tao seed to revive. But they don't have the courage like Gu Yuan. Because the moment they chose to condense a martial Tao seed, they might not be able to reach the peak of their cultivation realm. In the future, it's very likely that you won't be able to reach your peak state when you were alive. If that's the case, everything will be meaningless, the white-bearded old man said. But there are some martial fanatics in the primal chaos void who would use this method to resolve their worries before venturing into dangerous places. The white-bearded old man continued, Your teacher's talent is outstanding enough. Over several cosmos epochs, the sword Tao seed he left behind had transformed successfully, eventually becoming a cosmos god. But it's a pity that he would fall every time he ventured into the primal chaos void. Until this cosmos epoch, when your teacher met with a bottleneck and came to the Yuan Desolate Land, I helped him break through. But after so many years, there has been no news of him. It is most likely that he has fallen. The degree of danger in the primal chaos void was too high. This, Fong Qin felt his heart trembling. Who would have thought that his teacher Gu Yuan was so heaven-defying? According to the theory of reincarnation, he had cultivated to the cosmos god realm in several lifetimes. The novel app that everyone has been waiting for is online. The app supports offline reading. There are no advertisements. More than 1 million novels can be read for free. Font and brightness adjustment, night mode, memory of reading progress, and many other powerful functions. Download method. Gejejengsen, press and hold for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 2010. Genius 1, second, remember love divided by little? Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. In the end, under the earnest persuasion of the white-bearded old man and old Kuei, Fong Chin agreed to the cultivation plan they had planned for him. Love, go, little, say, W. Chu Fong Chin was a little repulsed by outsiders interfering in the bedroom matters between him and his wife. But Star and Moon's words made Fong Chin throw this matter to the back of his mind. Brother Chin, I want a child that belongs to us. Hearing Star and Moon's words, Fong Chin nodded without hesitation. It was only now that he realized that he had been apart from his wife more than he had spent time with her all these years. He owed her too much. Star and Moon lowered her head. Her face was slightly red as she leaned on Fong Chen's shoulder. At this moment, old Kuei came to Fong Chen's side and said, I've rearranged the Yin-Yang Valley. You can go in now. Oh, right. After you enter, the Yin-Yang Valley will be completely integrated into the void. Without your permission, Old White and I will not be able to see it. Before old Kuei left, he specially explained, afraid that Fong Chen would have other thoughts. Hearing that, Fong Chen nodded lightly. Then his gaze landed on the Yin-Yang Valley in the distance. He held his wife's Star and Moon's small, white hand tightly and entered the valley step by step. Voila! Yin-Yang Valley was the core of the Yuan Desolate Land. There was an extremely dense energy here that was very suitable for cultivation. And this time, old Kuei and the white-bearded old man went all out in order to nurture the two of them into cosmos gods. They transferred all the law energy in the entire Yuan Desolate Land to Yin-Yang Valley. It could be said that the current Yin-Yang Valley was like a world of its own. There were laws operating inside. It was just that the law operation here was too different from the law operation in the deity world. At most, it was a very special space. Yin-Yang Valley had a strong flow of time. This was specially prepared for Fong Chen by the two. After Fong Chen and Star and Moon entered Yin-Yang Valley, a huge change occurred in the valley. The entire valley was enveloped by a strange aura and disappeared into the void. Dong! The commotion in the Yin-Yang Valley caused the Yuan Desolate Impasse to tremble. Standing on the wasteland, old Kuei and the white-bearded old man were full of smiles as they watched the Yin-Yang Valley gradually disappear. Cultivating both the mysterious Yin Phoenix body and the perfect sword body is definitely the best way to cultivate, old Kuei said to himself. He was quite excited. That's right. After this round of cultivation, both of them might be able to reach the Emperor God realm, the white-bearded old man said. Yin-Yang Valley, on the stone platform. Fong Chin and Star and Moon sat cross-legged on the stone platform, looking at each other. You are very beautiful, Fong Chin said with a smile. When Star and Moon heard this, she became even more shy. She turned around and stopped staring at Fong Chin. The latter's hands were already on Star and Moon's body, groping it up and down. It's time to have a child of our own. After saying this, Fong Chen directly pressed his body on Star and Moon, pressing the latter onto the stone platform. Whoosh! The sound of clothes tearing could be heard. In the entire Yin-Yang Valley, the rich power of rules poured into the stone platform crazily, wrapping the two of them in the middle. At this moment, the two of them wished they could melt each other and fuse their primordial spirits together. Time passed quickly. Fong Chen and Star and Moon spent a total of 3 years cultivating this time. In these 3 years, the two of them benefited a lot through the dual cultivation, especially Star and Moon. Her cultivation had increased to the half-step Emperor God realm. Her attack power was comparable to a second-stage Emperor God expert. If she fully activated the mysterious Yin Phoenix body, her attack power would be even stronger. On Xingyu's body, there was already a faint shadow of Emperor God Xianfeng. Compared to Star and Moon's improvement, Fong Chen's improvement was more obvious. Firstly, it was the improvement of his primordial spirit. When the two of them opened their hearts and fused their primordial spirits together, The improvement of his soul Tao energy exceeded Feng Chen's expectations. His primordial spirit, which was originally at the half-step fourth origin realm, had reached the peak in just 3 years. He was just 1 step away from entering the fourth origin realm. And once his primordial spirit reached the fourth origin realm, it meant that Feng Chen's combat power was comparable to that of a cosmos god. The improvement of his primordial spirit was naturally accompanied by the improvement of his soul Tao cultivation. His soul cultivation level jumped from the peak middle stage true god realm to the peak late stage true god realm. According to the conversion of the deity world, the peak late stage true god realm was equivalent to the 3rd stage, which was the standard of an emperor god. Of course, it did not mean that Feng Chen's combat power was comparable to that of an emperor god. That was impossible. Firstly, even though his soul cultivation level had increased, there was still a certain gap between him and an emperor god. Secondly, he did not have a matching soul Tao divine technique, so his attack power was still weak. Dong! The golden heart beat rapidly. Suddenly, dense sword-shaped runes appeared all over Feng Chen's body. It was also at this time that Star and Moon opened her eyes. Mysterious Yin energy surged out from her snow-white body and condensed into a mysterious Yin armor. Seeing this, Feng Chen was stunned. He immediately understood that this should be the result of the fusion of the mysterious Yin phoenix body and the perfect sword body. The perfect sword body is becoming stronger. Feng Chen could feel that the perfect sword body had broken through the bottleneck in a short period of time and continued to improve. What a powerful, fleshy body! The energy in Feng Chen's body was dissipating. At the same time, Star and Moon's mysterious Yin Phoenix body was also transforming. Suddenly, a resplendent light shot out from Star and Moon's body. This light then turned into the shadow of a phoenix. The fiery red phoenix let out a resonant cry. Beside it was a gigantic sword that shocked the heavens. The fiery red phoenix opened its mouth and spat out raging flames. It directly surrounded the giant sword and finally held it in its claws. Dong! At this moment the whole world shook. Dual cultivation had also reached the peak. The shaking was very loud. Feng Chen and Star and Moon were also enjoying the pleasure of dual cultivation. For 3 years, they often dual cultivated. But this time, the dual cultivation was particularly comfortable and gave people a special feeling. After a long time, the shaking of the world disappeared. The fiery red phoenix and the giant sword also drilled into their bodies. Feng Chen and Star and Moon opened their eyes and looked at each other tenderly. Then, Feng Chen hugged Star and Moon. "You are Brother Chen." On this day, Star and Moon said that they would stop dual cultivation. At first, Feng Chen didn't understand why, but when he found out, he was extremely excited. Ha, am I going to be a father too? Feng Chen was so excited that he directly jumped up on the stone platform. If people outside saw this, they would definitely be shocked. Even the powerful godly emperor of destruction who could fight against the godly emperor would lose his composure like this. After a while, Feng Chen calmed down and directly hugged Feng Chen. Thank you. Brother Chen, we finally have a child. Star and Moon was pregnant, so the dual cultivation naturally ended. According to old Kuei, Feng Chen controlled Yin-Yang Valley to appear from the void. Dong! Yin-Yang Valley returned to its original position, and the terrifying restriction around it disappeared in an instant. How was it? Old Kuei and the white-bearded old man had been waiting. When they saw Yin-Yang Valley appear, they hurriedly turned into afterimages and entered the valley. At this time, Feng Chen and Star and Moon had already packed up and walked down the stone platform together. "Have you broken through?" the white-bearded old man hurriedly asked. Feng Chen shook his head. Old Kuei also frowned slightly. "If you haven't broken through, why did you stop the plan? What's going on?" "You is pregnant," Feng Chen said. the white-bearded old man and old Kuei, who were about to teach Fangchen a lesson, were also stunned. Immediately the two were ecstatic. Ha ha ha, great news! Yes, the combination of the mysterious Yin Phoenix body and the perfect sword body. How talented will the child be? I'm really looking forward to it. At the level of Fangchen and Star and Moon, the child would most likely inherit their genes. Therefore, if the parent's potential was strong, the child's potential would not be too weak. You should rest well and recuperate, old Kuei said. Fangchen, since we can't continue the dual cultivation, let's continue with the next stage of cultivation. The white-bearded old man said, but before that, I want to see how you've been doing in the past 3 years. The effect is not bad. My primordial spirit almost reached the 4th origin realm. My soul cultivation has also reached the peak of the late stage true God realm. Fangchen said, now, even if I face the 10 strongest divine emperors, I can escape unscathed. The latest app for the official mobile phone reader is on the shelves. It's updated daily with a huge amount of novel content. It's small in size, saves traffic, and has no advertisements. It's more convenient to find novels. Press and hold for 3 seconds to copy. Download the mobile app. Chapter 2011. Genius 1. Second, remember love, go, / little? I'll provide you with wonderful novels to read. The dual cultivation in the Yuan desolate land had a huge harvest, comparable to 100 years of bitter cultivation by himself. Of course, other than Star and Moon's mysterious Yin Phoenix body, old Kuei had given him all the resources in the entire Yuan desolate land. This was also a very important reason. After hearing Fangchen's words, old Kuei and the white-bearded old man were very happy. Even though it did not reach their expectations, at least his strength was comparable to that of a god emperor. Furthermore, he was only a god emperor now. If he broke through to the god emperor realm, he might be able to fight against a cosmos god. Thinking of this, old Kuei and the white-bearded old man were secretly delighted. Let's go. The second phase of training has just begun. The white-bearded old man said softly. The group of 3 then left. Star and Moon was arranged by their teacher, old Kuei, to rest on the stone platform in the Yinyang Valley. Old Kuei and the white-bearded old man brought Fangchen to a public square. What is the second phase of training? Fangchen asked curiously. After the first phase of training, he was even more curious about what kind of surprise old Kuei and the white-bearded old man would bring him. He had been stuck in the God-Emperor realm for a very long time. If he could break through to the God-Emperor realm, he would be able to protect himself the next time he returned to the deity world. During your dual cultivation with your perfect sword body has mutated. I've discussed it with Old Bai. What we need to do now is to completely forge your mutated, perfect sword body into the strongest physique. Old Kuei said, don't underestimate our forging this time. Your perfect sword body has mutated, and your fleshy body's defense has strengthened a lot, but it hasn't reached the level of a god emperor yet. This tempering is very important to you. The white-bearded old man said earnestly, wait till you cultivate your perfect sword body to the level of a supreme emperor god. At that time, you will be qualified to challenge a supreme emperor god. How do I temper it? Fangchen's eyes brightened and he hurriedly asked. He also felt the transformation of his perfect sword body, giving him an indescribable feeling. But old Kuei and the white-bearded old man guessed wrong. His perfect sword body was much stronger than what they had imagined. Voila! The white-bearded old man waved his hand and a puppet appeared on the square. The puppet had a long sword in its hand. You have to fight the puppets continuously until you destroy them. The white-bearded old man said, these puppets are all God Emperor puppets. We will gradually increase the number of puppets according to your actual combat situation. You will pass the second stage of the test when you can destroy 128 puppets in one go. God Emperor Realm Puppet? Fang Chen's eyes widened as he stared at the puppets in the square. As expected of an elder of the Limitless Sword Sect, he could casually take out a God Emperor puppet. If this happened in the outside world, it would definitely cause a storm in the God Realm. Rivers of blood would flow, and the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. All right, let's begin. Fang Chen nodded and walked to the square. Old Kuei and the white-bearded old man laughed as they discussed. Old Kuei, how long do you think Fang Chen will take to deal with this first puppet? Old Kuei pondered for a moment and then said, God Emperor Realm puppets don't need to defend. They can attack with all their might. Moreover, the sword principal divine skill is very strong. If Fang Chen wants to deal with it, he will need at least 15 minutes. This was old Kuei's conservative estimate. After all, Fang Chen was only a God Emperor. I don't think it will take 15 minutes. The white-bearded old man expressed his opinion. Let's begin. Old Kuei suddenly said. The puppet on the square suddenly waved the long sword in its hand. Unimaginable sword light cut through the sky and slashed towards Fang Chen's body. Let's test my physical strength. Fang Chen thought to himself when he saw the ferocious attacks. He stood motionless on the square and waited quietly for the powerful sword light to slash towards him. Love, go, shao, say w, chupuchi. The sword light slashed on Fang Chen's body. The sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin circulated, and the terrifying power crushed the sword light. Too weak. Fang Chen curled his lips and said, Old Kuei and the white-bearded old man nodded with satisfaction. The attack of an ordinary Emperor God Realm puppet could not cause any harm to Fang Chen. After knowing his physical defense, Fang Chen began to counterattack the puppet. However, what surprised the white-bearded old man and old Kuei was that Fang Chen's attack seemed to have deliberately avoided the puppet's vital point and used the puppet as a training target. However, what they did not know was, when Fang Chen saw the Emperor God Realm puppet, he had another idea in his mind. That was to capture all of these Emperor God Realm puppets and give them to Qing Ho. After about an hour, Fang Chen finally figured out the puppet's weakness. It's time, Fang Chen said to himself. Immediately, he leaped and used the illusory Demon Book of Time and merged into the void. When he appeared again, his finger was already pointing at the puppet's armpit. Suddenly, the puppet stood on the ground and stopped attacking. Keep! Fang Chen shouted and kept the puppet into his sumo ring. This, old Kuei and the white-bearded old man were puzzled and asked, What do you want these puppets for? He was already stronger than the puppets. Why would he want them? They were useless. I have a brother who specializes in puppetry. I want to capture these puppets and give them to him. Fang Chen grinned and said, You guys don't have any objections, right? I see. The white-bearded old man nodded and said, These puppets are useless to me. In the Limitless Sword Sect, they are even worse than trash. Take them if you want. Hearing this, Fang Chen curled his lips. The Emperor God Realm puppets that could cause a huge commotion in the divine world were even worse than trash in the Limitless Sword Sect. Voila! The second wave of puppets increased to 2. However, Fang Chen had already mastered the method to subdue the puppets. He easily kept the 2 puppets into his sumo ring. Just like that, he fought the puppets continuously. In just 6 hours, Fang Chen had collected a large number of puppets. And at this moment, the number of puppets had increased to 64. Fang Chen finally felt a strand of pressure, because when 64 puppets attacked together, their combat power had already reached the level of a supreme God Emperor. They were many times stronger than the God Emperor of Death. Fang Chen could still resist against such attacks, but it was slightly troublesome to subdue them. Outside the plaza, the white-bearded old man and old Kuei had been paying close attention. Fang Chen's fleshy body is stronger than what we imagined. Old Kuei indifferently said, "That's right. This brat is really outstanding. A miniature cosmos could actually produce such a heavenly genius. With his potential, if he was in the limitless sword sect, he would have long become a cosmos god." The white-bearded old man sighed. After countless epochs, he finally met a true heavenly genius. Even though the 64 puppets are slightly troublesome for him, he can still handle them. Old Kuei continued, "The crucial point is the final wave, the 128 puppets. Only then can he truly temper his fleshy body. The more I interact with him, the more I feel that this brat has a higher chance of becoming a cosmos god." The white-bearded old man said, "He was once a cosmos god. Even though his realm had fallen, his foresight was still unique." Magic Dragon Sky Destroying Sword. Fong Qin executed the Magic Dragon Sky Destroying Sword. With a shio sound, a terrifying sword light formed an enormous black dragon in the sky. With a crafty angle, it struck the weak point of a puppet. At that moment, Fong Qin kept it into his sumo ring. Continue. In the following period, Fong Qin began his crazy battle. Naturally, the deity world did not know what was happening in the Yuan desolate land. During these 3 years, the deity world had become much more peaceful. But on this day, a terrifying aura engulfed the entire deity world, causing a huge tremor. South Tomb, Sword Palace Master, God Emperor Swordless had exited his closed-door cultivation. The projections of the 9 Supreme God Emperors descended at the same time. They wanted to confirm if God Emperor Swordless had broken through. He hasn't, but the aura on his body has become much stronger. It gives me a profound feeling. God Emperor Swordless isn't simple. The projections of the 9 Supreme God Emperors were conversing with each other in secret. At the same time, they let out a sigh of relief. God Emperor Swordless had not broken through, and the balance of the deity world would not be broken. God Emperor Swordless looked up at the sky. He glanced at the 9 projections before his gaze landed on the battle sword manor. "Death, what is happening?" That thick voice of God Emperor Swordless could be heard. It shook the hearts of people. Important notice of this website. This website's free novel app has no advertisements, no errors, and members can synchronize with their bookshelves. The text size can be adjusted, and the reading brightness can be adjusted for a better reading experience. AppXid, press and hold for 3 seconds to copy. Download the free reader. Chapter 2012. Genius remembers love in 1 second /small. We provide you with interesting novels to read. Emperor God Swordless was the master of South Tomb Sword Palace and one of the 10 strongest emperor gods. He was also the only emperor god in the divine world who practiced the way of the sword. His attainments in the way of the sword had reached an unimaginable level. Of course, the reason why Emperor God Swordless was worshipped was because of his ability to teach his disciples. 3 emperor gods in 1 sect, this was not an exaggeration. Black Emperor and Death Emperor were the 2 disciples that Emperor God Swordless was most proud of. They were also the ones that he valued the most. They had hopes of entering the 3rd level and becoming the strongest emperor gods. At that time, South Tomb Sword Palace would be above the other 6 forces and become the true overlord of the divine world. However, Emperor God Swordless had just come out of seclusion and noticed that something was wrong with Death Emperor. "Master, please uphold justice for junior brother." Black Emperor cupped his fist and said loudly to Emperor God Swordless, "Emperor God of Destruction has the fighting power of an emperor god. Therefore, Emperor God of Destruction took back what he said about not attacking Fong Qin. Junior was eager to take revenge. Who would have thought? The Black Emperor's voice was filled with rage. Death's doppelganger was destroyed by Fong Qin? Emperor God Swordless' voice was filled with a shocking aura. Fong Qin was the mastermind, and he had other helpers, Black Emperor said. Death Emperor knelt on the ground and did not say a word. He was asking his master to take revenge for him. Damn it! Emperor God Swordless' voice was calm, but it was filled with shock. He looked up and looked at the bone progenitor's projection in the void. Bone progenitor, give me an explanation. The bone progenitor's projection spread out his hands and said, Swordless, your disciple is a second-level emperor god, but he wanted to deal with my disciple, a divine emperor. His doppelganger was destroyed, and he deserved it. My disciple's whereabouts are still unknown. Who am I going to take revenge on? Bone progenitor looked at Emperor God Swordless angrily. Good, very good. Emperor God Swordless said twice. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed the void. Rumble. A shocking power surged from Emperor God Swordless' palm. He grabbed the air with his hand and tore the void apart. Crack! Ancestor Bone's face was filled with disdain. However, when he felt Emperor God Swordless attack, his expression changed greatly and he retreated rapidly. Hua! Bone Progenitor used space-time cultivation system power to travel through the void and dodged Emperor God of Swordless' attack. At this moment, the projections of the other 8 ultimate Emperor Gods looked solemn as they stared at Emperor God Swordless. His strength? The God Emperor of Time involuntarily cried out. He forced Ancestor Bone to retreat with a single move. Although the fight had happened in the blink of an eye, the strongest Emperor Gods at the scene had seen it clearly. God Emperor Swordless' strength completely surpassed Ancestor Bone. If not for the fact that Zhang Xian was adept at traversing through space-time, he might have already been struck. God of course. God of Destruction God Emperor looked at Emperor God of Swordless. The other God Emperors were shocked to see 3 flowers formed by sword chi above Emperor God of Swordless' head. 3 flowers at one's crown. This was the sign of Primordial Spirit Level 4. The 9 God Emperors were shocked. They looked at Emperor God of Swordless in disbelief. Swordless, has your Primordial Spirit reached Level 4? God of Creation God Emperor asked after a long while. That's right. Emperor God of Swordless looked at Bone Progenitor again. Give me an explanation. It was the same words, but the meaning was different from before. Bone Progenitor's heart was heavy. If it was before, he wouldn't be afraid of Emperor God of Swordless. But now, Emperor God of Destruction's strength was on par with, or even stronger than God of Destruction. My disciple has also fallen. Bone Progenitor shook his head. If that's the case, Emperor God of Swordless was halfway through his sentence. Then, a huge black sword appeared in his hand. Kill! Emperor God of Swordless roared. The huge sword in his hand was a supreme, true god weapon. He slashed at Bone Progenitor. The latter's face changed, and he retreated quickly. Enough! At this moment, God of Destruction made his move. A terrifying aura of destruction circled around the giant sword and blocked the attack of the giant sword. Destruction, what do you mean by this? The current Emperor God of Swordless was God of Destruction. Back then, his plan was foiled by Fongqin. He chased after Fongqin, but was stopped by God of Destruction. Emperor God of Swordless was resentful of God of Destruction. Swordless, although you're strong, it's not the time for internal strife. However, now is not the time for internal strife. When Holy Light Religion is destroyed, I will not intervene no matter what you do. That's right, Swordless. Your disciple only lost a clone. Bone Progenitor's disciple has fallen. Let's leave it at that for the time being. Holy Light Religion is ready to make a move. Religion Master might appear soon. We should work together to fight against Holy Light Religion. Under the persuasion of the few Emperor Gods, Emperor God of Swordless finally kept his huge black sword. For their sake, I won't argue with you. However, after Holy Light Religion is destroyed, I will go to Skybone Palace to seek justice. Emperor God of Swordless said coldly. Humph! Bone Progenitor snorted and didn't say anything else. Emperor God of Swordless' gaze shifted to God of Destruction. Destruction! You have always been one of the 10 strongest Emperor Gods. However, I, Swordless, am not convinced. Emperor God of Swordless' voice reverberated through the entire South Tomb, Sword Palace. When the disciples heard it, they were excited beyond words. Then let's fight, God of Destruction said simply. Boom in the clouds above, South Tomb, Sword Palace. God of Destruction and Emperor God of Swordless were fighting. The surrounding was covered by violent energy. Even Bone Progenitor and the rest couldn't see the situation clearly. They only knew that Emperor God of Swordless had become stronger. After a long time, a deafening sound was heard. The figures of Emperor God of Swordless and God of Destruction landed in South Tomb, Sword Palace. From today onwards, Emperor God of Swordless will be one of the 10 strongest Emperor Gods. Saying that, the projection of God of Destruction dissipated. Everyone cried out in alarm. They looked at Emperor God of Swordless with fear. Swordless, late-stage regret. The projection of the Emperor God disappeared after a moment. Congratulations, teacher. Your strength has improved greatly. Black Emperor and God of Death Emperor hurriedly cupped their fists and congratulated. The expression of Emperor God of Swordless eased slightly. He glanced at his 2 disciples and said, Rest assured, I won't forget the enmity between the 2 of you. The most important thing now is to eliminate Holy Light religion. After that, my South Tomb Sword Palace will unify the divine world. By then, we will absorb the resources of the entire divine world and help the 3 of us step into the cosmos God realm. Emperor God of Swordless' exit from closed-door cultivation directly affected the structure of the divine world. His domineering performance made the Skybone Palace slightly worried. But since things had already reached this stage, there was no other way. What should come would eventually come. In the Yuan Desolate Land, the second last wave of puppets had already been collected by Feng Chen. Currently, Feng Chen was dealing with the final wave of puppets. There were a total of 128 puppets. Even though they are all ordinary God Emperor puppets, when 128 of them work together, their offensive power is quite formidable. Feng Chen was speechless inwardly. He was constantly traversing through time-space to avoid being surrounded by the puppets. As long as I am not surrounded by a large number of puppets, I am quite confident, Feng Chen said. In the following period, he was dealing with the puppets with his bare hands. Pung pung pung. Every time he smashed out a fist, he would feel comfortable. Outside the plaza, the white-bearded old man and old Kuei were watching with a smile. This brat's potential has yet to be fully excavated. Old Kuei said, That's right. This is the final wave of puppets, yet he can still handle it with ease. If we are at the same realm, I am ashamed of my inferiority, the white-bearded old man said. During this period of time, they had personally witnessed the battle between Feng Chen and the puppets. There were a total of 7 waves of puppets. The first 6 waves were almost effortless as they passed through in one breath. Only in the 7th wave did he finally encounter some pressure. However, with pressure came motivation. Feng Chen's perfect sword body was gradually completing its final transformation. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sword-shaped runes flowed on his body. Feng Chen could feel that he seemed to be able to communicate with the power within each sword-shaped rune. What a wonderful feeling. In the past, when he used the perfect sword body, he would only use brute force. But in the battle with the puppets, Feng Chen finally discovered the mystery of the sword-shaped runes. The seemingly small sword-shaped runes actually contain such a huge amount of power. If I can communicate with all the sword-shaped runes in place, the explosive power will definitely be shocking. Important notice, our free novel app has no ads, no errors, synchronized bookshelves with members, text size adjustment, reading brightness adjustment, better reading experience. App said press and hold for 3 seconds to copy. Download the free reader. Chapter 2013. Genius remembers. Love in 1 second. /small? I'll provide you with interesting novels to read. Was there anything better than having an emperor god puppet as a sparring partner? Fong Qin naturally wouldn't miss out on this opportunity. He was desperately trying to communicate with the sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin. He had a feeling that if he could completely communicate with them, his physical strength would definitely skyrocket. At that time, he might have a chance to peek into the Emperor God realm. Rumble. Even if it was a God Emperor realm puppet, it couldn't withstand Fong Qin's physical strength alone. As time passed, Fong Qin was gradually able to deal with the 128 Emperor God puppets. It was just that he hadn't subdued them yet. I still feel like I'm missing something. Now, he only needed an opportunity to communicate with the sword-shaped runes. If he could enter a state of epiphany, it would be perfect. Unfortunately, this state could only be encountered by chance. Fong Qin persisted in fighting the Emperor God puppets. He had already entered a state of madness. However, at this moment there was good news. Star and Moon, who had been pregnant for 10 months, was finally going to give birth. What? You is going to give birth? Fong Qin was overjoyed when he heard this. He immediately rushed into Yinyang Valley. On the stone platform, Star and Moon's belly was very big. It was bulging. She had a pained expression on her face. Although she was a true god, she could still feel the pain of childbirth. Are you okay? Fong Qin rushed to the stone platform and held Star and Moon's belly. Brother Qin, I feel like our child is coming out, Star and Moon said, panting. Don't worry. In fact, this was the first time Fong Qin had encountered such a situation. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Fortunately, Star and Moon was relatively calm. After all, she was a true god. Ordinary people couldn't compare to her. With Fong Qin's help, the child in her belly gradually came out of the mother's womb. Outside Yinyang Valley, old Kuei and the white-bearded old man stood anxiously. At a glance, the surroundings of Yinyang Valley were pitch black. They couldn't see anything. I wonder what's going on inside. Old Kuei paced back and forth anxiously. Old Kuei, why are you in such a hurry? No matter what, your disciple is still a true god. It's just giving birth to a child. Nothing will happen, the white-bearded old man consoled. Old Kuei glared at the white-bearded old man and said, Old Bai, I'm not worried about you. I'm just curious what kind of monster the child born from the combination of the perfect sword body and the profound Yin Phoenix body is. The white-bearded old man laughed when he heard this. Actually, he was also quite curious in his heart. Wow! The silence of the Yuanhuang impasse was instantly broken by a cry. Yes, old Kuei and the white-bearded old man rushed into the Yinyang Valley almost immediately. At this time, Star and Moon was in good condition. She sat on the stone platform with some sweat on her forehead, but it didn't affect her body at all. At the side, Fong Qin looked at the baby in his hand lovingly. She had a chubby face and thick eyebrows. She looked like the Star and Moon. How is it? Old Kuei rushed to the stone platform and asked about Star and Moon's situation. Then he snatched the baby from Fong Qin's hands. Ha ha ha, this child is not simple, old Kuei laughed. The white-bearded old man also moved his face closer and looked at the baby carefully. After a long time, he and old Kuei looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. Brother Qin, is it a boy or a girl? Star and Moon asked softly. It's a girl, Fong Qin said. At this time, Fong Qin also saw the shock on old Kuei and the white-bearded old man's faces. He hurriedly asked seniors, what's wrong? Fong Qin, your daughter is not simple, old Kuei said. Not only is she not simple, but she's also a godlike existence. The white-bearded old man was amazed. Even as an elder of the Wuji sword sect, he had never seen such a monstrous baby. Your daughter has the cultivation of a godly king when she was just born. Most importantly, her body has combined the perfect sword body and the mysterious Yin Phoenix body, and it has undergone the greatest mutation, old Kuei said. Feng Qin heard this and was shocked. He shrouded his daughter with his consciousness, and only then did he realize. She's a godly king when she was just born? For a moment, Feng Qin was shocked. Actually, godly kings when they're just born are common in the chaos void. However, it's not common in the miniature universe. Of course, the reason I said your daughter is not simple is not because of this, but because of her heaven-defying special body constitution, the white-bearded old man said. He sorted out his thoughts slightly and said, "When I was in the Wuji sword sect, I heard a legend. It is said that in the vast chaos void, there are countless monstrous geniuses. They are born with talents that ordinary people can't reach. Among them, there is a special body constitution that can take other people's talents for their own use. As time passes, their talents become all-encompassing and gradually improve. This special body constitution is called the myriad fusion body. It is truly rare in the chaos void. Even if the Wuji sword sect discovers this special body constitution, they will pay great attention to it, because those who possess this body constitution will automatically step into the cosmos god realm when they reach adulthood. Furthermore, it's only a matter of time before they become existences beyond the cosmos god realm." Feng Qin felt shocked in his heart. His daughter's talent was so formidable. The myriad fusion body can take other people's talents for their own. It is too tyrannical. Feng Qin muttered to himself. The perfect sword body and the mysterious Yin Phoenix body are considered apex body constitutions in the miniature universe. Thus, the fusion of the two and the mutation resulted in the rare myriad fusion body. The starting point of these people is different from us. Their lowest achievement is to surpass the cosmos god realm, and they can easily create a miniature universe. The white-bearded old man continued. Feng Qin was not the only one who was shocked. As his mother, Xingyu was also completely shocked. It was so difficult for them to become cosmos gods even after risking their lives. And this myriad fusion body would automatically become a cosmos god after reaching adulthood. "My daughter!" Star and Moon's motherly love overflowed. Her eyes flickered as she looked at her precious daughter dotingly. Feng Qin woke up from his shock. He once again hugged his daughter with a brilliant smile on his face. "Feng Qin, give the future empress a name," old Kuei reminded him. Only then did Feng Qin remember that he had not prepared a name yet. You can name her." Feng Qin carried the child to Star and Moon and said with a smile. Star and Moon pondered for a moment before saying, "Feng Shi, how about it?" "All right, let's name her Feng Shi." After deciding on the name, old Kuei and the white-bearded old man prepared to leave. Old Kuei reminded Star and Moon to take care of her body, and the white-bearded old man told Feng Qin how to take care of the future empress. "Feng Qin, you should infuse more of your true god energy into little Er's body during normal times. She's still young, so she can't absorb true god energy on a large scale. This will help her grow," the white-bearded old man said. "I know." After a busy morning, the white-bearded old man and old Kuei finally left the Yin-Yang Valley. Ha, it's really painful. I didn't expect to see a fusion body in my life." The white-bearded old man was in a good mood. Feng Qin was a disciple of the Limitless Sword sect. His daughter could be considered as half a disciple of the Limitless Sword sect. "Yes, I also saw it in the ancient books left by Master. I didn't expect to encounter it." Old Kuei sighed. "However, I have to admire Feng Qin. His perfect sword body played a big role in it. Seeing little I'm even more relieved. The hope of returning to the Limitless Sword sect is getting bigger and bigger," the white-bearded old man said. Old Kuei gently nodded. The two walked side by side in the Yuan Desolation Land. They were in a particularly good mood. Old Bai, Holy Light Religion, seems to be preparing for the final battle. Suddenly old Kuei said, "Oh, the divine realm should be able to deal with a mere Holy Light Religion." The white-bearded old man nodded. Don't forget about the methods of the Holy Light religion leader. He has been hiding for so long. This time, he must have prepared everything when he comes out. Even though this matter has nothing to do with us, we have lived in this miniature cosmos for so long. We can't bear to see the miniature cosmos being destroyed. Old Kuei said. The white-bearded old man shook his head. He turned back to the Yinyang Valley. After a long time, he said solemnly, even though the Holy Light religion leader has strange methods, this is the best opportunity for Feng Qin to temper himself. If he could get through this stage, he would be half a step into the cosmos god realm. Important notice. Are you still using the web version to read novels? Are you still troubled by the advertisements? Out of you, please use the free novel app of the site. There are no advertisements, no errors, and members can synchronize with the bookshelf. The text size can be adjusted, and the reading brightness can be adjusted for a better reading experience. AppXid, press and hold for 3 seconds to copy. Download the free reader. Chapter 2014. Genius 1, Second Remember Love Divided by Little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Under the care of Feng Chen and Star and Moon, little Shi-Er was growing rapidly. As time went by, little Shi-Er's potential was gradually revealed. During this process, Feng Chen tempered his physical body while taking care of little Shi-Er. In the process of transferring true god power to little Shi-Er, Feng Chen realized that she was absorbing his potential on her own. Is this the terror of the all-fusion body? Feng Chen was speechless. The all-fusion body claimed to be able to absorb endless potential for one's own use. It was indeed terrifying. In the realm of gods, half a year after Emperor God Swordless came out of seclusion, an extremely shocking thing happened. Holy Light religion made a comeback and instantly started a war with the realm of gods. On this day, the 10 strongest Emperor gods gathered together. Everyone, I believe you all know about the current situation in the realm of gods, right? Emperor God of Destruction said. Holy Light religion made a comeback. Although the final battle hadn't broken out yet, the 10 strongest Emperor gods knew about it. Since Holy Light religion dared to appear so unscrupulously, they must have a strong backing. According to their guess, the backing behind Holy Light religion must be the legendary master of Holy Light religion who had never shown himself. Holy Light religion has been hiding for so long. They are very patient. This time, a large-scale war suddenly broke out. I think they are going to have a final battle with the realm of gods. Bone, progenitor, nodded. Now, the most dangerous one is the master of Holy Light religion. Once we find his trace, we must kill him as soon as possible, Emperor God of Time said. As long as the master of Holy Light religion was killed, the crisis that engulfed the entire realm of gods would naturally be resolved. All right, the 10 of us will act separately. Before the master of Holy Light religion appears, we will kill the remaining members of Holy Light religion who are scattered all over the place. Emperor God of Destruction nodded and said, if there is news of the master of Holy Light religion, inform us immediately. After a short discussion, the 10 strongest Emperor gods acted separately. Every strongest Emperor god was in charge of an area in a certain city in the far north. Kill all of these humans for me. A group of immortal Emperor realm powerhouses led the densely packed members of Holy Light religion to crazily kill the human powerhouses in the city. Ha ha ha! You ants, the divine world will eventually belong to our Holy Light temple. One figure after another fell into a pool of blood. Miserable cries rang out incessantly. Stop! Just as the remnants of the Holy Light religion were going around killing the powerful humans, the bone progenitor appeared. He stretched out his hand, and a terrifying power enveloped the entire city. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The next moment, the city turned into ruins. All the remaining members of the Holy Light religion had fallen. The bone progenitor glanced at it and disappeared, heading to the next battlefield. Situations like this could be found everywhere in the God realm. Besides the 10 great emperor gods, the divine emperor realm experts who had fought with Fengchen before also took action, although there were some grudges between them. However, in the face of such a powerful enemy, they still chose to work together. The Orc god clan's territory. The 3 Holy Sun were fighting against the remaining members of the Holy Light religion. You 3 must be elites of the God realm. Killing you can get a lot of military merits. On the opposite side, there were countless remaining members of the Holy Light religion. The strength of the leader was unfathomable. Even if the 3 Holy Sun joined forces, they could not fight against the Holy Light religion emperor. Big brother, what should we do? The 2 Holy Sun and the 3rd Holy Sun looked anxious. The God Emperor of Destruction was not with the Beast God clan. They could only rely on their own strength to resist the Holy Light religion. Your Holy Light religion won't live for long. The 1st Holy Sun's face was gloomy. His body trembled and instantly turned into his original form. The huge python was suspended in the air, and a terrifying power instantly poured down. At the same time, the 2nd and 3rd Holy Sun also tried their best. Upon seeing this, the Holy Light religion's godly emperor sneered. Suddenly, a dazzling light shot out from his forehead, followed by the appearance of an eye. Whoosh! A beam of light shot out from the 3rd eye, causing people to tremble. Wherever the beam passed, the void collapsed. Not good. The aura of the God Emperor realm. When the 3rd saint saw this, he shouted, "Oh no!" and immediately rushed to the front. Big brother, 2nd brother, you go first. The 3rd Holy Sun looked up to the sky and roared. Immediately he chose to self-destruct. The wild power hit the beam of light. Boom! The earth trembled. The self-destruction of the 3rd Holy Sun consumed a lot of the power of the beam of light. Only a little power was left, and it shot toward the other 2 Holy Sun. 3rd brother, the 2 Holy Sun's eyes were scarlet, and they fell into a state of madness. You will die too. The Holy Light religion emperor sneered. His 3rd eye opened again, and a beam of light stronger than before appeared and shrouded the 2 of them. In an instant, the territory of the Beast God clan was filled with a sad atmosphere. The 2 Holy Suns struggled, desperately, but to no avail. It's useless. The Holy Light religion emperor laughed eerily and controlled the beam of light to kill the 2 Holy Sun. At this moment, a furious roar came from the distant horizon. Kill! As soon as the voice fell, a figure appeared. His body was full of vibrating power, and he resisted the attack of the terrifying beam of light. Bang! His body flew backward, and he spat out blood. His face was pale. Wu-Tang? The 1st Holy Sun turned his head and found that the one who came to save them was the strongest warrior of the immortal divine pavilion, Wu-Tang. The latter was hit by the beam of light and was severely injured. Everyone is responsible for killing the remaining members of the Holy Light religion. Wu-Tang struggled to stand up and said weakly, "Can you still fight?" The 1st Holy Sun wanted to say something polite, but in the end he kept it in his heart. "Not yet," Wu-Tang said. "Well, then let's fight to the death." The 1st Holy Sun laughed. "Count me in." Suddenly, a black-robed figure walked out of the void. Her appearance caused Wu-Tang's pupils to shrink. Ling. The person who came was the 1st reincarnation of the Reincarnation Palace, Miss Wang Ling. You came out of the 10,000 reincarnation. Wu-Tang asked hurriedly. Ling walked over with light steps, smiled, and then gently nodded. "I just came out. It seems that I'm not late." You came at the right time. I'll kill all of you." The Holy Light religion's godly emperor once again launched an attack. The 2 great holy children, the undead warrior Wu-Tang, and the 1st reincarnation Wang Ling. These 4 young generation powerhouses joined forces to fight, erupting with terrifying offensive power. "I'll restrain her." Ling Er's eyes flickered, and the power of the reincarnation law instantly shrouded the Holy Light Religion Emperor. How is this possible? The latter's body suddenly stiffened, and he cried out involuntarily, "Kill!" The other three frantically attacked the remaining members of the Holy Light Religion. After a quarter of an hour, the remaining members of the Holy Light Religion were killed. In this battle, Ling contributed the most. The other three looked at each other, and then their eyes fell on Ling Er. The 10,000 reincarnation is indeed worthy of its reputation. Now you are the number one person under the God Emperor. Wu Tung said in a deep voice. Yes, Ling. Oi's strength is close to the God Emperor realm. It won't be long before she can step into the God Emperor realm. The first Holy Son also smiled. After this battle, they were no longer the same as before. Ling shook her head. There's one more person who is stronger than me. The three of them were silent. They knew that Ling was talking about Fangchen. However, the God Emperor of Destruction had fallen in the sky. This was an indisputable fact. He won't fall. He will come back as a powerhouse. Ling pursed her lips, and her dark eyes looked at the distant sky as she murmured. The war broke out. Every corner was infiltrated by the remaining members of the Holy Light Religion. The war was very tragic. Although the 10 most powerful God Emperors were extremely fast, and they constantly traveled back and forth from the battlefield, their energy was limited. However, their energy was limited after all, and many innocent humans still fell in a pool of blood. However, a month later, the nightmare had just begun. The God Emperor of Destruction had just killed a group of Holy Light Religion's remaining members, and he was about to leave the city. All of a sudden, an extremely terrifying power surged out from the ruined city. This is the God Emperor of Destruction's eyes widened, and he shouted in horror. Whoosh! The ruins rose into the sky, and a terrifying aura emerged from the bottom of the ruins. In a moment, a blurry figure appeared. Ha ha ha, I'm finally back. Seeing this, the God Emperor of Destruction hurriedly sent a message. The Master of Holy Light Religion has appeared. Important notice. Our free novel app has no ads, no errors, synchronized bookshelves with members, text size adjustment, reading brightness adjustment, better reading experience. App said, press and hold for 3 seconds to copy. Download the free reader. Chapter 2015. Genius 1, Second, Remember Love, Go, /little. We provide you with interesting novels to read. The appearance of Holy Light Religion Master was like a gust of wind that spread to the ears of the other 9 Supreme God Emperors. What? Holy Light Religion Master has appeared? Hurry up. Destruction God, stop him first. We will head over soon. We must kill him. After transmitting the message to the 9 Supreme God Emperors, God Emperor Destruction went against Holy Light Religion Master alone. The latter was shrouded in a dark aura, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. But God Emperor Destruction could feel an incomparably dangerous aura from him. This is God Emperor Destruction's expression changed greatly. At this moment, Holy Light Religion Master saw him. You will be my first prey after I appear in the divine world. Holy Light Religion Master waved his hand. At that moment, a terrifying energy tore the sky apart, forming a terrifying black hole in the sky. Inside the black hole, an ancient aura surged out, giving people a kind of incomparable shock. Cosmos God Aura. God Emperor Destruction cried out. The law of destruction around him condensed into a battle axe. He used all his strength to hack at the black hole. Destruction axe. Before God Emperor Swordless broke through, God Emperor Destruction was recognized as the strongest expert in the divine world. And now, even though he was suppressed by God Emperor Swordless, his attack was still strong. The power of this axe alone was enough to kill any expert at the 2nd level. Even the Supreme God Emperors did not dare to take on this axe head-on. Kacha! When the axe formed by the power of the destruction rule, power struck the black hole. A torrent of energy burst out. Everything within a radius of 10,000 miles was turned into ashes. And this was under the control of God Emperor Destruction. The destructive power of a battle between God Emperors was too strong. God Emperor Destruction could not guarantee the safety of those innocent humans. He could only try his best to minimize the losses. Dong! The destruction battle axe was swallowed by the black hole. God Emperor Destruction's body retreated rapidly. After stabilizing his body, his expression was unusually solemn. The strength of Holy Light Religion Master had exceeded his imagination. God Emperor Destruction is only SOSO. The gloomy voice of Holy Light Religion Master entered God Emperor Destruction's ears. Hoo. After a moment, the other Supreme God Emperors arrived. Destruction, are you all right? How is it? Where's the Pope of Holy Light? Other than God Emperor Swordless. All the other strongest God Emperors had come. The 9 of them stood side by side and stared at the Sacred Light Religion Master. What a terrifying aura. The Bone Progenitor stared at the Pope of Holy Light and said in a low voice. He could feel that the latter's aura was even scarier than Emperor God Swordless. He has yet to step into the Cosmos God realm. Yet he possesses the aura of a Cosmos God. Sky Array God Emperor curled his lips. He felt helpless. Needless to say, the power of the Master of Holy Light had surpassed all of the strongest Emperor Gods. Next, there would be a tough battle to fight. Is everyone here? We can get rid of them in one go. The Sacred Light Religion Master said in a deep voice as dark aura swirled around him. Holy Light Religion Master, with us around, you can forget about conquering the divine world, God Emperor Destruction said. That's right. Although you are powerful, if we 9 great Emperor Gods join forces, we will definitely be able to subdue you. Boom! The body of the Sacred Light Religion Master emitted a terrifying aura. At this point, they could only fight. For my hometown, God Emperor Destruction roared. His body turned into a black stream of light as he charged towards the Sacred Light Religion Master. The other 8 great God Emperors moved at the same time. 9 great God Emperors working together was something rarely seen in the history of the divine world. Nevertheless, the Sacred Light Religion Master could easily defend against the attacks of everyone. Far away in the horizon, God Emperor Swordless stood amidst the clouds, calmly watching the intense battle. Behind him, God Emperor Death and Black Emperor stood side by side. Teacher, are you not going to act? Black Emperor asked after pondering for a moment. God Emperor Death also said, Teacher, that Sacred Light Religion Master is too powerful. Even if the 9 of them work together, they might not be able to suppress him. The eyes of God Emperor Swordless were calm. He had a deep smile on his face. The Sacred Light Religion Master has 1 foot in the Cosmos God realm. He is indeed stronger than me. But, saying until here, God Emperor Swordless paused for a moment before continuing. Now is not the time for us to act. Amen? What does teacher mean? Black Emperor did not understand. I'll act when both parties are injured. Isn't that better? God Emperor Swordless chuckled. Hearing that, Black Emperor and God Emperor Death were stunned. They did not speak further. The location of the shocking battle was in the sky above the extreme eastern land. The destructive power of 9 great God Emperors attacking the Sacred Light Religion Master was too great. 1/3 of the vast extreme eastern land had already been sunk by their combined strength. The vast seawater in the eastern sea poured over and flooded the extreme eastern land. Voila! The eyes of God Emperor Time flashed. The flow of time around the Sacred Light Religion Master was reduced to the lowest. The movement of the latter had clearly become much slower. At the same time, God Emperor Space made use of his spatial techniques to turn the void around and prevent the Sacred Light Religion Master from escaping. And Bone Progenitor made use of his escaping techniques to penetrate through the void and sneak attack the Sacred Light Religion Master. God Emperor Destruction was the main attacker. He was fighting against the Sacred Light Religion Master head-on. God Emperor Creation was healing everyone as he fought. God Emperor Samsara unleashed a powerful Samsara divine skill. He wanted to pull the primordial spirit of the Sacred Light Religion Master into Samsara to get rid of him. The aura of arrays around God Emperor's sky array flickered. He set up many top-notch arrays to seal off the surrounding space. At the same time, he exerted pressure on the Sacred Light Religion Master. God Emperor Taishu unleashed Taishu divine skill. He combined the power of nothingness and formed a powerful duo with Bone Progenitor to attack the vital parts of the Sacred Light Religion Master. As for the most mysterious Fate Emperor God, he had also displayed his powerful techniques. The rules of destiny were illusory. Their attacking power was not high, but they were very strange. God Emperor Destiny opened his palm, and a wisp of power of rules of destiny appeared. He bit his finger gently and dripped a drop of blood on the power of rules of destiny. Suddenly, the power of rules of destiny changed. Then, it turned into a ray of flowing light and shot into the dark aura surrounding the Sacred Light Religion Master. Dong! There was an explosion. God Emperor Destiny stumbled a few steps back. Some blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The dark aura is too strong. My rules of destiny cannot penetrate it, God Emperor Destiny said with fear in his eyes. Ha ha ha, you can't do anything to me. Despite being attacked by 9 absolute God Emperors, the Sacred Light Religion Master was at ease. He laughed wildly, and the dark aura around him became even more demonic. All of you have to die. I will rule the divine world. Don't even think about it. The 9 absolute God Emperors, led by God Emperor Destruction, looked at each other. Then they unleashed their final trump card. There was an earth-shattering battle in the outside world. The easternmost land was penetrated. The land area of the entire divine world was reduced by a quarter. The cultivators of the divine world suffered great losses. Blood flowed like rivers, and people were in a terrible situation. The battle of the absolute God Emperors in the sky above the easternmost land was still ongoing. In Yuan Wilderness, Old Kuei and the white-bearded old man were paying attention to the battle. As for Fong Chen and Star and Moon, they were unaware of it. Yinyang Valley on the stone platform. Fong Chen removed his hands from Xiao Shi-er's body. The latter's face was full of smiles. Brother Chin, how is it? Star and Moon walked over and carried Xiao Shi-er in her arms. There is a strong power hidden in Xiao Shi-er's body. I am trying to draw it out, Fong Chen said. Xiao Shi-er's growth speed was shocking. His myriad fusion body was too terrifying. It could even absorb the power of the Golden Heart. Buzz! Just as Brother Fong was talking, a complicated voice came from afar. Fong Chen stood up and said, You take care of Xiaoxi. It's time for me to cultivate. Brother Chin, don't worry, Star and Moon said. Don't worry. I have a feeling that I will gain something this time. After saying that, Fong Chen came to the square in a flash. 128 absolute God Realm puppets stood side by side. When they saw Fong Chen, they surrounded him. My physical strength is only 1 step away from the limit. I can already vaguely feel a trace of enlightenment. Fong Chen looked at the puppets and said to himself, although Fong Chen could easily deal with the last wave of puppets, he was not in a hurry to subdue them. He wanted to use these puppets to take the last step with his physical body. Important notice. Our free novel app has no ads, no errors, synchronized bookshelves with members, text size adjustment, reading brightness adjustment, better reading experience. AppXid, press and hold for 3 seconds to copy. Download the free reader. Chapter 2016. Genius remembers love in 1 second. /small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. While Fong Chen was fighting with the puppets, Old Kuei and the white-bearded old man were paying close attention. The more they interacted with Fang Qin, the more they felt that he had unlimited potential, especially the white-bearded old man, who took care of Fang Qin like a disciple and hoped that he could break through. "I guess he can break through this time," Old Kuei said as he looked at Fang Qin, who was fighting with the puppets. The white-bearded old man nodded. He could see at a glance that the sword-shaped runes on Fang Chen's body had slowed down because Fang Chen was trying to communicate with them. Boom! Just as the two of them were talking, there was a deafening noise in the square. Around Fang Chen's body, an extremely terrifying power erupted instantly. Every sword-shaped rune had 5-colored flowing light, which was terrifying. When these densely packed streams of colorful light gathered together, it directly formed an explosive visual effect. "Suppress." Fang Qin murmured a word softly. In an instant, the Emperor God Realm puppets that besieged him were all imprisoned in the square, unable to move. "I see." A smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. He could feel that the dense, sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin were bursting with incredible power. Even a level 3 Ultimate Emperor God wouldn't be able to burst out with such powerful physical strength, right? Whoosh! Fang Chen waved his hand and retracted the power in the sword-shaped runes. Then, the sword-shaped runes instantly disappeared into his body. At that moment, Fang Chen's body had undergone earth-shattering changes. Phew! I finally succeeded. The mutated, perfect sword body had finally reached the pinnacle of its limits. Amazing! Fang Qin clenched his fists and punched the void. Kacha! The void shattered, and the entire world seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. A black hole appeared in the sky, devouring the power of laws between heaven and earth. A simple punch was able to unleash such a powerful force. Keep. Now that his physical body had broken through, there was no need for him to continue fighting with the puppets. Fang Qin stretched out his hand and took all of the puppets into his spatial ring. These God Emperor Realm puppets are enough for Qing Ho to study. Thinking of Qing Ho, Fang Qin chuckled. At this moment, Old Kuei and the white-bearded old man appeared in the clouds. "How is it?" the white-bearded old man asked. "I feel that his physical strength is very strong," Fang Qin said bluntly. "Your perfect sword body has mutated, and it has broken through to the limit. In the entire God Realm, your physical defense is number 1. Old Kuei directly asserted. "There's always someone better than you," Fang Qin said modestly. "You don't have to be humble." "Old Kuei is right," said the white-bearded old man. Fang Qin nodded, then asked, "Is there a third phase of training?" "Now, your fleshy body and primordial spirit have reached the 3rd stage God Emperor realm. You just need to increase your realm. For the 3rd phase of training, we have made some changes," the white-bearded old man said. Old Kuei waved his finger, and suddenly a golden pagoda appeared in the distant horizon. "Do you see that golden pagoda?" Old Kuei asked. Fang Qin nodded, feeling slightly shocked. The aura emitted from the surroundings of the golden pagoda shocked even him. That golden pagoda was once the place where a Buddha Tao cosmos god cultivated. Master kept it in the Yuan desolate extremis, and no one has entered it in this cosmos epoch. According to Master's request, a god emperor like you isn't qualified to cultivate there. But there are always exceptions. Saying this, Old Kuei continued, "I'm prepared to let you cultivate in the golden pagoda for 3 years. No matter what the outcome is, you have to come out after 3 years. The golden pagoda contains a terrifying cosmos god aura. According to our deduction, your fleshy body defense should be able to last for 3 years. After 3 years, the cosmos god aura will corrode your body. If you don't leave early, your life will be in danger," the white-bearded old man added. "I know," Fang Qin nodded. "All right, there's no time to lose. Hurry up and cultivate." The The sacred light religion has started a war, and the divine world is in chaos. After you come out, you can leave. Old Kuei waved his hand. What? Fan Chen did not have the time to be surprised before he was sent into the golden pagoda by old Kuei. Is this fine? The white-bearded old man glanced at the golden pagoda before asking. I don't know, but it might be fine. I feel that this brat's potential is too monstrous, and he won't easily break through to the God Emperor realm. But the moment he breaks through, it will definitely give us a huge shock. Old Kuei said. Then let's wait and see. The white-bearded old man said. Divine world, above the easternmost land. The final outcome of the battle between the 9 supreme God Emperors and the Sacred Light Religion Master had exceeded everyone's expectations. The Sacred Light Religion Master actually suppressed the frenzied attacks of the 9 supreme God Emperors. This placed the cultivators of the entire divine world in imminent danger. Everyone was puzzled. Why did God Emperor Swordless not act? If he did, would the situation change? Jia, all of you must die. The Sacred Light Religion Master coldly said with a gloomy expression. Swordless, are you still not going to act? The suppressed God Emperor destruction roared in the direction of the South Tomb Sword Palace. This roar of his contained a powerful, true God energy. It penetrated through the void and spread across the entire divine world. Including the infant, all the cultivators of the divine world heard this sentence. Why is God Emperor Swordless not acting? Unless God Emperor Swordless is colluding with the Sacred Light Religion? Damn the South Tomb Sword Palace. If the 9 God Emperors fall, can they remain unscathed? For a moment, countless curses could be heard. God Emperor Swordless, who was in the clouds, frowned and appeared with displeasure. Sacred Light Religion Master. Although he was displeased with God Emperor destruction, he still had to deal with the Sacred Light Religion Master first. Swoosh! God Emperor Swordless waved his hand, and a terrifying sword light slashed through the sky and struck the body of the Sacred Light Religion Master. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The dark aura entangled the sword light, and a deafening sound was heard. After a while, the sword light was dissolved by the dark aura. The Sacred Light Religion Master's face was gloomy as he lifted his head and looked at God Emperor Swordless. He did not expect God Emperor Swordless' strength to reach such a level. Although God Emperor Swordless' attack did not pose any threat to the Sacred Light Religion Master, it had released the 9 Supreme God Emperors. Swordless, you will be the main attacker. The 9 of us will support you, God Emperor Destruction said. No matter what you think, the most important thing now is for us to unite and destroy the Sacred Light Religion. God Emperor Swordless nodded his head, and 2 cold sword lights shot out from his black eyes. Is the Holy Light Religion a place where you can behave atrociously? The war has begun. My Sacred Light Religion will eventually rule the entire Holy Light Religion Master, the Sacred Light Religion Master said coldly. Retreat quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite, God Emperor Swordless threatened. In actual fact, he was not very confident. He thought that the 9 Supreme God Emperors and the Sacred Light Religion Master would suffer great losses in the battle. However, he was disappointed in the end. Ha ha ha, what a joke. I have planned for a long time just for this day, the Sacred Light Religion Master expressed his attitude. Then we can only fight, God Emperor Swordless said. Boom! In the clouds above the easternmost land, the 10 Supreme God Emperors and the Sacred Light Religion Master had an earth-shattering battle again. The easternmost land had turned into ruins and was drowned by the seawater of the East Sea. From then on, the land of the Holy Light Religion Master would reduce by a quarter. At the border of the easternmost land, Han Long Spirit King, Heaven Prison Saint, and the others were escaping in a hurry. Too terrifying. Fortunately, we escaped in advance. Otherwise, we would have died. Heaven Prison Saint looked up at the distant sky and said with fear in his heart. Beside him were Realm Master Fu Mo, Han Long Spirit King, Sacred Sun Sect Master, and the others. A battle between God Emperors is too terrifying. At this moment, in the mountains not far away, a group of people appeared. "Be careful!" Han Long's Spirit King warned cautiously. However, when they saw who it was, their faces changed slightly. Empress Xianxiu. In this group of people, the most conspicuous one was Empress Xianxiu. Beside her was God Lian Yi with 4 crippled limbs. Chapter 2017. Genius 1. Second, remember, love divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Back in the day, Heavenly God Lian Yi was so dazzling in the easternmost land that even the Zhou family didn't want to provoke this crazy old woman. Love, go, little, say, W. Chu Her Lotus Mountain was also very famous in the easternmost region. Each of her disciples was stronger than the last. Originally, Heavenly God Lian Yi could have left her name in history and become a true god. However, she made a wrong decision that led to her being taken care of by others for the rest of her life. All these years, Heavenly God Lian Yi had been struggling at death's door. The Empress Xian Su had taken care of her with all her heart. Now, seeing the people of the Shun Sun sect who had once supported Fangchen, she felt helpless. Spirit King Han Long and the others looked at the Empress Xian Su. She nodded slightly and said, "I didn't expect to meet you here." "Empress Xian Su, how have you been?" The Shin Sun sect leader cupped his fists. "The easternmost land has been reduced to ruins after the battle of the God Emperors. We're preparing to leave. Where are you going?" The Empress Xian Su asked in a low voice. Although she was old, she was still charming. "We're going to the Celestial Bone Palace in the easternmost land to seek protection. What about you?" "Us." The Empress Xian Su laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "The world is my home." Spirit King Han Long pondered for a moment and said, "If you don't mind, come with us to the Celestial Bone Palace. After all, the Empress Xian Su helped Fangchen in secret before. He won't forget old times." Forced by the situation, the Empress Xian Su finally decided to leave with Spirit King Han Long and the others. However, Heavenly God Lian Yi's expression became more and more unsightly. Dong! In the sky above the easternmost land, the deafening battle sounded again. The void was torn apart, and countless torrents poured out from the shattered void. With the addition of God Emperor Swordless, the Sacred Light sect leader's strength was gradually suppressed. At this time, the 9 Supreme God Emperors also got a chance to catch their breath and started to fight back wildly. "Sacred Light sect leader, it's time for you to die," God Emperor of Destruction roared, his destructive aura roaring. "Want to kill me? You guys are too weak." The Sacred Light Religion Master was furious. He took out his trump card and engaged in a chaotic battle with the 10 strongest Emperor gods. Time passed and the battle continued. In a battle between God Emperors, if one did not have a powerful trump card, it was basically impossible to kill the other party completely. Moreover, the Sacred Light Religion Master was too monstrous and had made ample preparations over the years. Fortunately, God Emperor Swordless was strong enough. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to suppress the Sacred Light Religion Master. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. The war that spread throughout the entire God realm lasted for 3 whole years. In these 3 years, the easternmost land had long since disappeared from the history of the God realm. Even the seawater in the East Sea was about to evaporate. At the end of the battle, the 10 strongest Emperor gods were a little fatigued. However, the Sacred Light Religion's leader wasn't any better. No matter how much he thought about it, he did not expect God Emperor Swordless to be a surprise weapon. Boom! The Sacred Light Religion's master punched the sky, instantly piercing through it. Then he quickly retreated and stared at the 10 strongest Emperor gods from afar. Sacred Light Religion leader, you've seen the current situation. Although we can't kill you, you can't defeat us either. If this drags on, the members of Sacred Light Religion will be killed in the end. With God Emperor Swordless as the leader, The 10 strongest emperor gods stood there aggressively. After fighting for 3 years, they were tired and didn't want to continue fighting. Hearing this, the sacred light religion leaders' pitch-black eyes revealed a complicated expression. **, just a little bit more. The sacred light religion leader clenched his fists, and his heart was burning with anger. If it wasn't for God Emperor Swordless, he would have occupied the entire god realm in the past 3 years. Hateful. Although he was furious, there was nothing he could do. The plan that had taken countless years had come to nothing in the end. Where there's life, there's hope. The sacred light religion leader thought to himself. He couldn't continue like this. Otherwise, the members of sacred light religion would fall. So what if they fall? You still can't defeat me, the sacred light religion leader said coldly. Why? You still want to fight? God Emperor Destruction raised his eyebrows and said, If you want me to stop, you have to cede the easternmost land to my sacred light religion. The sacred light religion leader proposed a condition. Impossible. Bone Progenitor rejected directly. The other emperor gods shook their heads. If so, let's continue fighting. I'd like to see how long you can hold on, the sacred light religion leader said gloomily. However, God Emperor Swordless spoke. Everyone, there's no point in continuing the battle. It would be a great loss to the god realm. Why don't we stop the battle with sacred light religion? Since the easternmost land has become a wasteland, what's wrong with ceding it to them? As long as they don't appear in the god realm. God Emperor Swordless secretly transmitted to the other emperor gods. What he meant was to stabilize the sacred light religion leader for the time being. When they were confident, they would take him down in one fell swoop. The 9 strongest emperor gods pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Sacred light religion leader, we agree to cede the easternmost land to you. However, we have a condition. God Emperor Swordless said. The sacred light religion leader frowned and said, What condition? The members of sacred light religion can only move within the easternmost land. Once we discover that they have left the easternmost land without permission, we will kill them without mercy. God Emperor Swordless said. They were negotiating as equals and not as inferiors. Hence, there was no need for them to lower their voices. They had to be firm. All right, no problem. The sacred light religion leader said, Let's make a martial oath. The stronger a martial artist was, the more restraints a martial oath would have on them. Once they reached the emperor god realm, they wouldn't easily make a martial oath. Once they made one, they would be punished by the heavens if they violated it. This was a taboo. I, the sacred light religion leader, swear that I will not leave the easternmost land for 10,000 years. I, God Emperor Swordless, swear on behalf of everyone in the god realm that I will not attack the easternmost land for 10,000 years. Soon, both sides made a martial oath. At this moment, Bone Progenitor and the others were obviously relieved. The strength of the sacred light religion leader was beyond their expectations. If they were to continue fighting, they would most likely lose. Now, they had 10,000 years to prepare. It was enough to deal with everything before them. Everyone, can we leave now? The sacred light religion leader said with a gloomy face, Let's go. With God Emperor Swordless leading the way, the 10 strongest god emperors quickly left the easternmost land. After this day, the large-scale war that lasted for 3 years finally ended. The easternmost land became the forbidden zone of the god realm. The god realm temporarily regained its peace. Yuan Wilderness, Golden Light Pagoda. Buzz. Suddenly, the surroundings of the Golden Light Pagoda shone brightly. Old Kuei and the white-bearded old man opened their eyes and looked at the Golden Light Pagoda anxiously. Is he out? As soon as the two of them finished speaking, Fong Chen walked out. Voila! Fong Chen's figure landed in front of the two of them. The aura around him was very strong. You didn't break through? Old Kuei asked. Fong Chen shook his head. After 3 years of enlightenment in the Golden Light Pagoda, I understood the path that I want to take. I am confident that I can step into the Emperor God realm in a short time. It seems that you have gained a lot in the Golden Light Pagoda. The white-bearded old man smiled. Not only was it not small, it was simply too big. The Golden Light Pagoda contained the aura of a cosmos god. Fong Qin comprehended the Tao of sword within. During these 3 years, he comprehended many things that he did not understand before. His current attainments in the Tao of sword had reached the highest level in the god realm. His magic dragon sky-destroying sword had reached the 36th level grand perfection realm, and his offensive power could suppress even the strongest god emperors. Of course, the most important thing was that he understood how he could step into the celestial emperor realm. This was the most important thing. Let me test your strength, old Kuei said eagerly. Fong Qin nodded. Senior, be careful. Attack me with all your strength, old Kuei said. Fong Qin, don't hold back. Old Kuei is the master of the Yuan wilderness. You can't injure him. Magic dragon sky destroying sword. Fong Qin took out the star concealing sword and then performed the most powerful sword Tao divine technique so far. It seemed like a simple sword light, yet it rapidly struck the body of old Kuei without any movement. How is it? The white-bearded old man looked at old Kuei curiously. Old Kuei, who originally had a smile on his face, instantly changed his expression. He stared at Fong Qin with shock. Old Kuei was so shocked that he could not speak. Kacha! The clothes on his body were torn apart. Chapter 2018. A Genius Remembers. Love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Old Kuei and the white-bearded old man were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. After a long while, the white-bearded old man woke up from his shock. He stared at Fong Qin with his eyes wide open and said, You brat, although you didn't step into Emperor God Realm, you gave us a huge surprise. Old Kuei put on his clothes again, looking a little embarrassed. If he wasn't the owner of the Yuan wilderness, he wouldn't have been able to block Fong Qin's attack so easily. Not bad, not bad. Old Kuei smiled and said, Seeing you like this, I'm relieved. Now, you can be considered to have the ability to protect yourself in the God realm. At least in a direct confrontation, no one can kill you. I'm really looking forward to when you break through to the God Emperor realm. The white-bearded old man had a premonition that after Fong Qin broke through to the God Emperor realm, his offensive power could possibly reach that of a cosmos god. Gentlemen, I'll go and see my wife first. Fong Qin had always been thinking about his wife and children. Go quickly. Yin Yang Valley on the stone platform. Star and Moon had just finished cultivating. Little Ai's chubby body was walking back and forth on the stone platform. Mother, where's my father? Little raised her head and asked. Your father is cultivating, Xingyi said softly as she gently pinched little Ai's chubby cheeks with her fair hand. Who would have thought that a 3-year-old child would actually be a celestial emperor? Even the star and moon was in disbelief. She looked at her daughter dotingly, and Fong Qin's figure appeared in her mind. You are... Suddenly a voice sounded. Star and Moon looked up and saw that outside Yin Yang Valley, the figure that she had been longing for was rushing over. In the blink of an eye, Fong Qin appeared on the stone platform. Little have you been good recently? Fong Qin hugged little and asked gently. Father, little misses you so much. Love, go, little said adorably. I miss you and your mother too. The family of 3 was happy and harmonious. Too much had changed in 3 years. His daughter had become a god emperor, while his wife had 1 foot in the god emperor realm. As for himself, he had found his own path. Fong Qin had never thought that he would have such a happy life. 3 god emperors in 1 family? Isn't that even more shocking than a sect with 3 god emperors? Fong Qin said with a grin. Father, what are you thinking about? Little Ai's chubby little hand caressed Fang Chen's cheek as she asked, "I'm thinking of a divine lord title for little Shi." Fang Chen laughed. "Brother Chen, let's call it Emperor Shi. What do you think?" Star and Moon said, "All right, Emperor Shi. All good things must come to an end." After the family of three reunited, they were finally going to leave the Yuan desolate impasse. Originally, Fang Chen had planned to let little Shi and Star and Moon stay here. The outside world was chaotic and unsafe. However, little Shi's attitude was firm. She wanted to leave and see the outside world. "In the 3 years that you were in seclusion, the chaos in the God realm has subsided. Let little Sheeter go out for a walk," the white-bearded old man said with a smile. The two old men doted on little Sheer as if she was their own granddaughter. "Grandpa Kue and Grandpa Bai are still the best to little Sheer," little Sheer said with a smile. "No matter what, little Sheer is still a God Emperor realm expert. She's stronger than you, her father. Take her out. We're still looking forward to seeing a family with 3 God Emperors," old Kue said. Fang Chen nodded and cupped his fists at the two of them. "Then we'll leave first. I'll come back when I reach the God Emperor realm." Old Kue handed a golden leaf to Fang Chen. "Whenever you want to come back, just crush it." Then, old Kue waved his hand and sent Fang Chen and the other two away. The chaos in the God realm had subsided. The easternmost land had become the forbidden zone of the God realm. It had become the stronghold of the Holy Light religion. The Holy Light religion's master used his godly methods to reforge the easternmost land, turning it into an iron bucket. The 10 strongest God Emperors had all gone into seclusion. The war 10,000 years later would definitely be more intense. They didn't have much time left. Whoosh! In the sky, Fang Chen and the other 2 figures suddenly appeared. "Father, is this the God realm?" Little Sheer was very curious. She was born in the Yuan desolate land. It was her first time coming to the God realm. She looked around. "Yes, this is the God realm. I'll take you to Father's sect," Fang Chen said. With Fang Chen's current strength, he could use the space-time cultivation system very quickly. In a few days, they returned to the easternmost land. Heavenly Bone Palace. Master is in seclusion? Fang Chen's divine sense covered the Heavenly Bone Palace. He found that Master was in seclusion, and the Vice Palace Master was presiding over the situation. When he checked with his divine sense, Fang Chen found some familiar faces. In the wasteland outside Illusion City, Spirit King Hanlong and the others went through untold hardships to reach the territory of the Heavenly Bone Palace. They wanted to seek refuge with the Bone Progenitor. However, they met a group of bandits here. There were many ambitious and ruthless people in troubled times. The flames of war in the divine realm lasted for 3 years, and some families were destroyed. The God King in front of them was forced to become a bandit. He only dared to rob some God realm experts outside Illusion City. If they were stronger, he wouldn't dare to provoke them. "If you don't want to die, hand over all your cultivation resources," the black-faced God King threatened. "We," Spirit King Hanlong said helplessly, "we are friends of the God Emperor Destruction. We're going to seek refuge with the Heavenly Bone Palace. Please let us pass." "Are you joking? Are you trying to scare me with the God Emperor Destruction?" the black-faced God King said disdainfully. "We really are." Before the Divine Sun Sect Master could finish, the black-faced God King cut him off. "As far as I know, the God Emperor Destruction has died long ago. Don't even think about leaving here," the black-faced God King said impatiently. "Even if the Heavenly Emperor comes today, he won't be able to take you away." The black-faced God King's words made Spirit King Hanlong and the others feel helpless. They looked at each other, thinking of a solution. Whoosh! Suddenly, 3 figures walked out of the void. One of them smiled at the black-faced God King and said, "Even the Heavenly Emperor can't take them away." Fong Qin deliberately released his God Emperor aura, which scared the black-faced God King out of his wits. God Emperor! The black-faced God King fell to his knees and begged for mercy. Lord God Emperor, please forgive me. Let me go. You're too weak. My father won't bother to deal with you. Hurry up and leave, little Xia said in a childish voice. Hearing this, the black-faced God King scrambled away. Then Fong Qin turned to Spirit King Hanlong and the others. What? Don't you recognize me? Fong Qin joked. Ha ha ha! I was wondering how my good brother would die. Spirit King Hanlong was the first to react and laughed loudly. You're still alive. That's great. The old members of the Shengsun sect were very excited. When they first heard the news of Fong Chen's death, they were also very sad. Now that they saw him appear again, they couldn't be more excited. Behind them, Empress Xianxu's beautiful eyes twinkled as she looked at Fong Qin, speechless for a long time. I ran into some trouble and haven't appeared in the past 3 years. But it's good that you're all fine, Fong Qin said. Everyone felt a warmth in their hearts. Fong Qin had a high status now, but he didn't forget them. Let's go. I'll take you back to the Heavenly Bone Palace. Just as they were about to leave, Fong Qin saw Empress Xianxiu and God Lian Yi behind them. Empress Xianxiu, how have you been? Fong Qin nodded at her. I can't believe that the young boy from back then has grown to this level, Empress Xianxiu said with a smile. Empress Xianxiu, I will never forget your help. If there's anything you need, just tell me. I'll do my best to help you, Fong Qin said. I'm satisfied that godly Emperor Destruction has such thoughts, Empress Xianxiu said. Fong Qin glanced at God Lian Yi, shook his head, and didn't say anything. Star and Moon's eyes also changed. They wanted to go up and say something, but in the end they remained silent. Father, let's go back quickly, little she said. Brother, is this your daughter? Spirit King Hanlong asked with a smile. My daughter is Fong Shi, Fong Qin said. Little Shi. These are my brothers. Hello, uncles, little Shi said very sensibly. Ha ha ha, brother, I'm so happy for you. You married such a beautiful wife and gave birth to such a cute daughter. When we get to the Heavenly Bone Palace, I'll definitely have a good drink with you. Spirit King Hanlong laughed. If he knew that his 3-year-old daughter was a god emperor, what would he think? Chapter 2019. Genius 1. Second, remember, love divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. After the group returned to the Palace of Bones, it caused a great commotion. Love, go little, say, W2, what? Godly Emperor Destruction is not dead. When the Vice Palace Master learned of this matter, he could hardly believe his ears. With his fastest speed, he quickly arrived at the square to welcome Fong Qin. When he saw Fong Qin's figure, the Vice Palace Master rubbed his eyes hard and finally believed the facts in front of him. Ha ha ha, it's good that you're alive. The potential of godly Emperor Destruction was well known. Everyone thought that he had fallen. For this reason, the Palace of Bones was very regretful and even sad. Soon, the news of godly Emperor Destruction's return spread throughout the Palace of Bones. In the puppet hall, Qing Ho, who was crazily studying puppets, suddenly opened his eyes. I knew my brother wouldn't die so easily. After that, Qing Ho quickly drove to the square. At the same time, Fong Chen's disciple, Tian Xan, was also very excited. Good brother, I'm so happy that you're alive. In the square, everyone surrounded Fong Chen in the middle. They were very excited. At this moment, a hearty voice sounded. Qing Ho's figure quickly drove over. Brother Qing Ho. Fong Chen and Qing Ho gave each other a big hug. Both of them were very happy. I knew that you were lucky and wouldn't die. Qing Ho observed Fong Chen carefully. Master. Tian Xan also came. When he learned that his master had fallen, he was very sad. He secretly decided that in the future he would personally uproot the Holy Light religion and avenge his master. I'm fine. Fong Qin patted Tian Xan's body and said with a smile. For a time, the square was very lively. It's good that you're fine. The Vice Palace Master's face was full of smiles. From today onwards, the Palace of Bones will hold a banquet and invite all the true gods in the extreme north. Congratulations on the safe return of godly Emperor Destruction. After saying that, the Vice Palace Master bid farewell to Fong Qin and went to take care of this matter. Brother Qing Ho, I have something for you, Fong Qin said. What is it? Qing Ho was curious. Fong Qin handed a spatial ring to Qing Ho and said, There are some puppets here. They should be of some use to you. Qing Ho took the spatial ring. After he dripped a drop of blood onto it, he opened it. Instantly, his face stiffened and his body stiffened as he stood stiffly on the square. His mind was filled with a loud bang. He couldn't believe his eyes. There were so many puppets, and they were all at the God Emperor realm. Qing Ho's heart trembled as he looked at Fong Qin with burning eyes. Brother, your gift is too valuable. I can't accept it. Brother Qing Ho, is there a need to be so polite with me? Besides, these puppets are useless to me. On the contrary, they will be of great use to you. Under Fong Qin's persuasion, Qing Ho kept the puppets. Everyone in the square was curious about the puppets that Fong Qin gave Qing Ho. What were they? Why did Qing Ho turn pale with fright? Master's wife. Tian Xan squeezed to the front of the crowd and bowed to Fong Qin and Star and Moon. At this moment, Xiao Shi-er jumped onto Tian Xan and played with his hair. Xiao Shi-er, this is your senior brother, Tian Xan. Don't be rude, Fong Qin scolded. Xiao Shi-er stuck out her tongue and obediently returned to Star and Moon. This is my daughter, Fong Shi. She is also your junior sister, Fong Qin introduced. Tian Xan's eyes lit up when he heard that. He smiled and said, So it's junior sister. I was wondering why she was so cute. The atmosphere in the square was very harmonious. It was a miracle that the godly Emperor of Destruction could come back alive. Soon, the entire God realm knew that the godly Emperor of Destruction was still alive. Love, go, little, say, W. Chu-Wen, the 3 God Emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace heard the news. They were furious. How is this possible? The god of death roared in the sword-fighting villa. Back then, the godly Emperor of the Holy Light religion died together with Fong Qin. Even the 9 God Emperors said that Fong Qin had fallen. But why was he able to return unscathed? Junior brother, calm down, Black Emperor reminded. How can I calm down? He is still alive. He is not dead. I want revenge, God of Death said angrily. The space fluctuated and God Emperor Swordless appeared. Master. Black Emperor hurriedly bowed. According to what you said back then, the godly Emperor of Destruction was swallowed by the black hole caused by the godly Emperor's self-destruction. It was impossible for him to come back alive. But now he is back. I suspect that he had a fortuitous encounter, God Emperor Swordless said. After pondering for a moment, God Emperor Swordless continued, During this period I will prepare to go into seclusion. I hope that you too can handle the matter of the godly Emperor of Destruction well. Don't worry, Master. I will not let you down, Black Emperor said. In the Skybone Palace, Little Shi-er quickly got along with Tian Xan. Tian Xan also doted on his junior sister. For almost the entire day, Tian Xan took Little Shi-er around the Skybone Palace. Along the way, they met the heavenly gods and true gods. When they saw Little Shi-er, they were all respectful. This little girl was not simple. She had the godly Emperor of Destruction behind her, so they could not offend her. However, what they did not know was that she did not need to rely on her father to defeat 99% of the cultivators in the God realm. The banquet prepared by the Vice Palace Master lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. During this time, Fong Qin and some of his old friends drank to their heart's content. The old members of the Shengsun sect, Realm Master Fu Mo, Qing Ho, and the others continued to drink. Brother Fong, cheers. Ice Dragon Spirit King raised his cup and said somewhat drunkenly, I have never admired anyone in my life, but your appearance changed my view of the god realm. Back then, I thought that my good brother's name would shake the god realm in the future. Ha ha ha, I feel like I am dreaming now. Come, come, come. Cheers. Everyone raised their cups and drank. During these 3 days, Fong Chen also drank freely with his friends. Xingyu, on the other hand, was taking care of little Shi. Little Shi was becoming more and more mischievous, especially when she was with her senior brother, Tian Xan. However, Star and Moon ordered little Shi not to bully the people of the Skybone Palace with her strength as a god emperor. Little Shi agreed readily. These days, she behaved like an ordinary person, not at all like Emperor Shi. What Fong Chen didn't expect was that some of the geniuses who had competed with him before came to the Skybone Palace to drink with him. The two holy sons of the beast god race, the first reincarnation of the Reincarnation Palace, Wang Ling and Wu Ting, and Wu Jindi of the Immortal Divine Pavilion. Of course, there were also some old friends like the Divine Emperor of Sword Formation from the Celestial Array clan. In short, Fong Chen was the absolute center of the banquet. Everyone's eyes were on him. Big brother Fong Chen, congratulations. Ling in black walked to Fong Chen's side and smiled. Ling you've walked out of the 10,000 reincarnations? Asked Fong Chen. Fortunately, big brother Fong Chen helped me. Otherwise, I don't know when I would have walked out, said Ling. At this time, the first and second holy son of the beast god race arrived. Godly Emperor of Destruction, let bygones be bygones. Come, let's drink. Wu Tang, Wu Jindi, and the others also came to drink with Fong Chen. The Skybone Palace was brightly lit and lively. However, all good things must come to an end. 3 days later, the banquet ended, and the Skybone Palace became empty. However, before Ling left, Fong Chen said, Ling, when I'm done with the matters at hand, I'll go to the Reincarnation Palace to look for you. Okay, Ling, I will wait for big brother Fong Chen. Ling smiled. The current Fong Chen could be considered to be standing at the pinnacle of the god realm. His every word and action was being watched. Early in the morning, little Shi, and Star and Moon woke up from their sleep. They saw Fong Chen standing in the courtyard, looking at the sky as if he was deep in thought. Parents, what are you thinking about? Little Shi jumped to Fong Chen's side. Brother Chin, Star and Moon also came to him. It's time to settle some things, Fong Chen said meaningfully. The Sword Palace of the South Tomb? Star and Moon asked softly. Fong Chen nodded and said, Little Shi, do you want to watch the show? Of course, Little Shi said. Let's go. I'll take you there. After that, Fong Chen and his family went to the Temple of Gods through the teleportation formation in the Skybone Palace. The Temple of Gods. The Temple of Gods higher-ups welcomed the arrival of the godly Emperor of Destruction. As the rumors say, the godly Emperor of Destruction is still alive. The Temple of Gods higher-ups smiled. What brings you to the Temple of Gods today? They felt that Fong Chen's cultivation had not reached the Emperor God realm, so he should not be here to be recognized as an Emperor God. I'm here to ask the Temple of Gods for a favor. Fong Chen nodded slightly. It's the Temple of God's honor to be able to help the godly Emperor of Destruction. Fong Chen grinned and said, I want to challenge the godly Emperor of Death. After that, he added another sentence, a battle of life and death. Come quickly. Download the mobile app. Chapter 2020. A Genius Remembers. Love in 1 second? We provide you with interesting novels to read. Under normal circumstances, if there was an irreconcilable conflict between true gods, they could apply for a challenge at the Temple of All Gods. However, to the surprise of the higher-ups of the Temple of All Gods, godly emperor Destruction proposed a life-and-death battle. A godly emperor proposed a life-and-death battle against an emperor god? In the entire universe, there had never been such a bold person in the god realm. Godly Emperor Destruction, are you sure you want to have a life-and-death battle with the Death Emperor? The higher-ups of the Temple of All Gods repeated. Feng Qin nodded and said, "If they want to join forces, I'm not afraid." Hearing this, the higher-ups of the Temple of All Gods did not say anything else and quickly went to take care of this matter. The efficiency of the Temple of All Gods was very high. Soon, the news of the life-and-death battle reached the ears of the Death Emperor. After hearing this, the latter was furious and smashed the stone table in the garden with a punch. "Are you tired of living?" Before he could find trouble with Feng Qin, the latter had already challenged him through the Temple of All Gods. Did he want everyone in the god realm to see the result of the battle? Moreover, what angered the Death Emperor the most was what Feng Qin said. "If they want to join forces, I'm not afraid." This was a blatant slap in the face. Not only was the Death Emperor furious, but even the Black Emperor was furious. "Since he wants to die, I'll grant him his wish," the Death Emperor said in a low voice, and immediately prepared to head to the Temple of All Gods. However, the Black Emperor stopped him. "Junior brother, don't be rash," the Black Emperor said. "Senior brother, they are already bullying us. If we were to swallow this humiliation, how would we have the face to continue living in the divine world?" The Death God Emperor asked as she spread out her hands. "Didn't he challenge me to a life-and-death battle through the Temple of All Gods because he wants to kill me in front of everyone? I'll give him this opportunity and see if he can grasp it." In fact, Feng Qin was not the only one who wanted to kill the Death Emperor. The latter wanted to kill Feng Qin even more. He had already made some progress in studying the structure of the human primordial spirit. However, one of his doppelgangers was destroyed by Feng Qin. The hatred between the Death God Emperor and Feng Qin was absolutely irreconcilable. In the near future, even if Feng Qin didn't challenge him, the Death God Emperor would find an opportunity to kill Feng Qin. That godly Emperor Destruction must have had a fortuitous encounter to be able to come back alive. Furthermore, the fact that he dares to challenge you in public means that he has some confidence. The Black Sovereign muttered, "It's better to be safe than sorry." After saying that, the Black Emperor took out a string of black pearls and handed it to the Death God Emperor. "Take it. If the situation changes, you will be able to protect yourself," the Black Emperor said. Looking at the black pearl in her hand, the Death God Emperor's expression changed. She then cupped her fists and said, "Thank you, senior brother. But don't worry, senior brother. A mere Feng Qin can't force me to use this bead. Let's go. I'll go with you." The Black Emperor patted the Death God Emperor's shoulder and said. The two of them entered the teleportation array side by side. When the Death God Emperor and the Black Emperor were heading to the Hall of Gods, most of the experts in the God world had heard the news and were paying close attention to the Hall of Gods. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, the Death God Emperor and the Black Emperor walked out of the teleportation array. Instantly, countless gazes fell on the two of them. "Death God Emperor, I believe you should be aware of the rules of the Hall of Gods. This time, Godly Emperor Destruction has proposed a life-and-death battle. Once you agree, the battle will not end until one of you dies. The battle will only end when one of you dies," the Hall of God said. The Hall Master of God said, "Furthermore, no matter what happens during the battle, no one is allowed to interfere. Once someone interferes and violates the rules of the Hall of Gods, they will be punished." Although the Hall of Gods wasn't strong and wasn't an emperor god, his words were still very authoritative. However, his words were still very authoritative. He was the publicly acknowledged palace master of the myriad gods' palace among the 10 strongest god emperors. The Hall of Gods was a special place. If one violated the rules of the Hall of Gods, they would be punished unimaginably. "You talk too much." The Death God Emperor knew that the Hall of Gods' words were directed at her senior brother. However, it was useless. Her senior brother didn't even need to do anything. She could deal with Feng Qin on her own. So you're saying that you agree? The palace masters confirmed. The Death God Emperor nodded. The Hall of Gods brought her to the training field. Feng Qin. The Death God Emperor saw Feng Qin immediately. Her eyes were burning with anger. Death God Emperor, back then when you ambushed me in the sky, did you think that this day would come? Feng Qin said with a smile. The Death God Emperor shrugged and said, Indeed, I didn't think that you would die in my hands in such a way. Until now, the Death God Emperor still thought that Feng Qin wasn't her match. She was very confident in herself. Oh, Feng Qin said, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. You were so confident that you could kill me. However, when I defeated you and you fell from the mountain peak, did you regret it? Regret? The word regret doesn't exist in my dictionary. After saying that, the Death God Emperor jumped onto the martial arts practice stage. His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Feng Qin as he said, What nonsense are you spouting? Come up and fight. Charcoal Head, you're too weak. You're not my father's match. Little who was in Star and Moon's arms, said in a childish voice, Your father? At this moment, the Death God Emperor noticed Star and Moon and Little Your wife and daughter? A cold-killing intent flashed in the Death God Emperor's eyes. Although it was well hidden, Feng Qin still managed to catch it. Humph. Wait to collect your father's corpse. No matter what, she was still the dignified Emperor Shi. Little was fuming when she heard the Death God Emperor's words. Charcoal Head, I won't allow you to bully my father. Little shouted. At the same time, she turned to Feng Qin and begged, Father, can I go up and play? Your father is having a life-and-death battle with someone. You want to go up and play? Feng Qin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His daughter was too naughty. Father, this Charcoal Head dares to talk bad about you. I'll teach him a lesson. When I'm done playing, I'll let you have a life-and-death battle with him. What do you think? Little said with a sneaky look. Star and Moon didn't say anything from the beginning because she believed in her daughter's strength. With the myriad fusion body, Little was destined to be extraordinary from the day she stepped into the God Emperor realm. Father, Little chubby little hand tugged at Feng Qin's sleeve and called out pitifully. At this moment, Star and Moon spoke up. Brother Qin, why don't we let Little go up and play? The Death God Emperor on the training field was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Play? What do you take me for? Let a 2 to 3-year-old girl come up and play with me? All right, I'll ask. Feng Qin couldn't persuade his daughter and could only agree. Death God Emperor, before our life-and-death battle, can you let my daughter spar with you? Feng Qin asked. Humph. Do you want your daughter to die? The Death God Emperor snorted coldly. You don't have to care about this. I'm just asking you, do you dare? Feng Qin purposely provoked the Death God Emperor. Indeed, this move was effective. Why wouldn't you dare? Let her come up. I guarantee that she won't leave the training field alive. The Death God Emperor said coldly. Yay. Little made a victory sign and was very happy. Be careful. Feng Qin warned Little Although she was a God Emperor, she was still too young. Whoosh! Little jumped onto the training field. Compared to her, the Death God Emperor was like a mountain peak. The Death God Emperor looked down at Little and sneered. Just nice, I'll kill your daughter. The Death God Emperor thought to himself. This sudden turn of events caused the crowd, who were secretly observing this life and death battle, to be puzzled. What kind of drama was this? The God Emperor Destruction wasn't a reckless person. Why would he let his daughter go up to play? Could it be that his daughter has some life-saving treasure on her? In an instant, Little on the training field aroused everyone's suspicions. The hall masters opened their eyes wide and looked at the chubby Little God Emperor destruction. The training field isn't a game. The Hall Masters tried to dissuade him. Hall Masters of the Gods, this might take some time. Let my daughter play for a while. When she's done, I'll have a life and death battle with the Death God Emperor. Fang Qin said casually. He wasn't worried about his daughter at all. Opposite him, the Black Emperor's face darkened and his eyes shone with a complicated look. He wondered what the godly Emperor of Destruction was up to. Chapter 2021. Genius remembers love in 1 second. /small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Little She stood on the martial arts stage. Although she was small, she did not have stage fright at all. This caused the eyes of the people who were secretly watching to light up. Could it be that this little girl really had a trump card that could block the Death God Emperor? Even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't believe that this little girl in front of them was a true God Emperor. If everyone knew about this, it would definitely topple their worldview. Charcoal head. Little She didn't fear the Death God Emperor in the slightest as she shouted loudly, "You are courting death." After being repeatedly humiliated by a 2 to 3-year-old girl, the Death God Emperor's heart was burning with rage. He let out a low roar and reached out his hand. Carrying a terrifying power of death, he grabbed at Little She. Whoosh! Little She, his body gracefully dodged the Death God Emperor's attack and appeared on the other side of the martial arts stage. Little She placed her chubby little hands on her waist and mocked. Charcoal head, is that all you've got? You're not even qualified to carry my father's shoes. You, the Death God Emperor was completely enraged. With a thought, a huge black sword appeared in his palm. Kill! The Death God Emperor displayed the South Tomb Sword Palace's Sword Dao Divine Skill. Streaks of terrifying sword light floated in the sky. Under the latter's control, it quickly turned into a net of swords and enveloped Little She. It's over. This was what everyone who was secretly watching the battle was thinking. The attack that the Death God Emperor had just unleashed was something that even a first-stage God Emperor wouldn't dare to take head-on. How could a young lady withstand it? However, what happened next completely shocked them. Little She's aura surged. Her chubby little hand clenched into a fist, and she lazily threw out a punch. Dong! It looked like a simple punch, but when it landed on the sword net, it exploded with a deafening sound. Love, go little, say, crack. The sword net that was bearing down menacingly actually showed cracks under Little She's fist attack. In an instant, it shattered, and the terrifying sword Chi wreaked havoc on the martial arts stage. Little She stood there quietly with a smile on her face. Charcoal head, you're too weak. Little She said in a childish voice. How is this possible? The Death God Emperor cried out involuntarily. He could not believe that the little girl in front of him could withstand his Sword Dao divine skill. Is this a God Emperor? The Hall Masters of the Gods, the Black Emperor, and the others in the martial arts practice field were shocked. Their hearts were surging with waves of shock. A 2 to 3-year-old God Emperor realm expert. This had completely overturned their previous beliefs. Boom! The entire pantheon was in an uproar. All the experts who were watching the battle in secret were completely shocked. Heavens, is this little girl a divine lord? A 2 to 3-year-old God Emperor? Am I dreaming? That's too scary. A 2 to 3-year-old Emperor God. Even the 10 strongest Emperor Gods can't compare to him? Everyone was screaming madly in their hearts. Fang Qin and Star and Moon looked at each other with faint smiles on their faces. Although their daughter's strength was not enough to defeat the Death God Emperor, it was not a problem for her to go against him. As expected of the all-fusion body, Fang Qin could not help but sigh. The world was big and there were all kinds of strange things. He had always thought that the perfect sword body was strong enough. He did not expect that there would be a special body constitution like the all-fusion body. On the martial arts practice field, The Death God Emperor woke up from his shock, and a cold look flashed across his eyes. So what if you're a God Emperor? You'll still die. The truth was right in front of him, and the Death God Emperor had to accept it. He quickly calmed down and began to accumulate power. He wanted to kill little She, with a thunderous attack. After a long while, the Hall Masters of the Gods laughed bitterly and shook their heads. The God world has changed. In the entire universe era, there's only 1 2 to 3-year-old Emperor God. Thinking of this, the Hall Masters of the Gods looked at Fong Qin meaningfully. Ever since the rise of the God Emperor of Destruction, he had been creating legends and legends. After becoming a God Emperor, he was able to fight against a second-tier Emperor God. 3 years ago, he even killed an avatar of the Death God Emperor. Although he was sucked into the chaotic void by the black hole, he came back alive and brought back his daughter who was in the God Emperor realm. It was unimaginable. The God world will belong to the God Emperor of Destruction in the future. The Hall Masters of the Gods thought to themselves. The Black Emperor's gaze was fixed on little Sheer. He frowned and pondered. He was shocked. Damn it! How did he give birth to such a monstrous genius? The Black Emperor could not understand. At the same time, the battle on the martial arts practice field had reached its climax. After the initial panic, the Death God Emperor gradually gained control of the situation. However, little She's strength was not to be underestimated. At such a young age, she had already displayed the strength of an Emperor God. After this battle, her name would spread throughout the God world. Hiss! A terrifying aura of death appeared around the Death God Emperor and enveloped little Sheer. Be careful! Star and Moon exclaimed and was worried. Fong Qin patted Star and Moon's shoulder gently and comforted her. Don't worry, have you forgotten about little She's body constitution? After being reminded by Fong Qin, Star and Moon came to their senses. That's right. Little She had the all-fusion body and could take other people's talents for herself. Looking at the current situation, little She was not in danger at all. She was pretending to be weak so that she could absorb her opponent's talents. I'm going to kill you. The Death God Emperor shouted crazily as he waved the sword in his hand. At the same time, his sold-out aura appeared and enveloped little Sheer completely. Ha ha ha! The Death God Emperor laughed heartily. It was as though he could already see the scene of Fong Qin crying after he killed little She. At this moment, little Sheer, who was enveloped by the aura of death, closed her eyes. Around her body, specks of light flickered. Traces of the aura of death were absorbed into her body. After a while, little She's body changed. Her primordial spirit shook. Then she opened her eyes. Charcoal head, you're not fun at all. Little She also knew that she could not defeat the Death God Emperor. Anyway, she had already absorbed her opponent's talents. She had enough fun. Let's end the battle here. Little She shot out a strange light from her body and broke through the aura of death. Then, her chubby body jumped into Star and Moon's arms. The Death God Emperor clenched his fists and was furious. Congratulations, God Emperor Destruction, for having such a powerful daughter. The Palace Masters cupped their fists and congratulated a 3-year-old God Emperor. In the entire God realm, this was unprecedented. I wonder if your daughter has the title of God Emperor? The Palace Masters continued to ask. God Emperor She, Fong Qin said. Hearing this, the Palace Masters chuckled. God Emperor She's name was destined to shake the entire God realm. The people who were secretly paying attention to the situation were shocked. They were still in shock and could not extricate themselves. Death God Emperor, I thought that your strength had improved in the past 3 years. I didn't expect that you couldn't even defeat my daughter. Fong Qin walked up the stage step by step and mocked. Humph, your daughter is already a God Emperor, but your father is still not one. You're really a coward as a father. Maybe she's not your daughter at all. Maybe you picked her up from somewhere, the Death God Emperor said coldly. Fang Qin shrugged and was not angry. People who can't eat grapes always say that grapes count. Can I take it that you're jealous that I have a good daughter? Fang Qin said, "Humph, what a joke." The Death God Emperor did not want to talk nonsense with Fang Qin. He held his sword and stared at Fang Qin. "So what if you have a God Emperor daughter? In the end, you'll still die," the Death God Emperor said eerily. Fang Qin shook his head. "I don't agree with what you said. Maybe you'll be the one dying? Have you ever thought about this?" Seeing Fang Qin's confident face, the Death God Emperor wanted to tear him into pieces. 3 years ago, you were lucky enough to escape. Today, the Palace of Gods will be your burial ground. The Death God Emperor's aura shook as he said coldly. Fang Qin was still as calm as ever, as though he wasn't facing a God Emperor at all. "Actually, I didn't treat you as an enemy at all. This life and death battle is to provoke you. I'm afraid that you won't dare to accept my challenge," Fang Qin said. "If you hide in the South Tomb Sword Palace, I won't be able to do anything to you. Our free app reader is officially online. Popular novels are free for you to read. Offline download is supported, making it easier for readers to read without the internet. Download. Install a mobile app reader on Zanhuan 11. Chapter 2022. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with interesting novels to read. The Death God Emperor looked at Fang Qin calmly. The fury in her eyes was forcefully suppressed by her. "Is this interesting?" the Death God Emperor asked. The angrier he was, the more he controlled himself. The only God Emperor in the divine world who had a clone would not admit defeat easily. "I just want you to be prepared and enjoy the thrill of death," Fang Qin said. He did not have a good impression of the Death God Emperor, as he had tried to kill him time and time again. Fortunately, he was lucky. Otherwise, he would have died many times along the way. Moreover, it was not just him. Even God Emperor Swordless had tried to kill him. Now that he had the strength, he naturally wanted to take revenge. Anyone can talk big. It's a pity that these people all died in the end, the Death God Emperor said. Fang Qin laughed. "Are you an idiot? You can't even defeat my daughter, and you dare to say this to me? Why don't you ask my daughter, who is more powerful?" Xiao Shi'er was very cooperative and said, "Of course my father is more powerful." "You," the Death God Emperor did not say anything else. He raised his sword and slashed at Fang Qin. "Kacha!" The sword light flashed, and the sword chi was threatening. The Death God Emperor had used his strongest attack. However, at this moment, Fang Qin said something even more infuriating. "Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. I only need 1 move to kill you." Fang Qin's words almost made the Death God Emperor vomit blood. He looked up to the sky and roared. His body turned into an afterimage and rushed toward Fang Qin crazily. The people who were watching the battle in the dark were speechless. Does the God Emperor Destruction have such strength, or is he exaggerating? The Hall Masters looked at the battle on the martial arts stage with interest. They felt that the God Emperor Destruction was unfathomable. Perhaps it was, as he said, that he could end the battle in 1 move. Die. Under everyone's gaze, the Death God Emperor's sword was only a few millimeters away from Fang Qin's head. At this moment, it was too late for Fang Qin to make a move. On the surface, it seemed that the Death God Emperor had already won. However, he was facing the godly Emperor of Destruction, a man who had repeatedly created miracles. Will it create a miracle? Many people muttered to themselves. On the martial arts stage, Fang Qin raised his head and looked at the Death God Emperor, who was charging at him menacingly. He raised his hand and swung his sword. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded through the sky, shaking the firmament. Majestic black dragons appeared one after another in the blink of an eye. The 36 levels of the demonic dragon Heaven Destroyer sword were completely unleashed. The terrifying power instantly engulfed the entire martial arts arena. That is, sensing this terrifying aura, the Black Emperor's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly shouted, "Junior brother, be careful!" Actually, when the Black Emperor shouted, the Death God Emperor had already reacted. Voila! A string of black pearls appeared in Xiao Chen's palm. His eyes were filled with madness. He squeezed hard and crushed the black pearls. Rumble! An extremely powerful force gushed out in an instant, as if it was going to tear the entire space apart. Is this what you're relying on? It's useless. Fang Qin was very calm. He seemed to have expected the Death God Emperor to have a backup plan. When he displayed the demonic Dragon Heaven Destroyer sword, his physical strength increased tremendously. He was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. He charged into the death vortex and fought with the Death God Emperor. Crack! Cracks appeared in the void continuously. Dong! The power that erupted from the black pearls was actually blocked by Fang Chen's physical body. What? Seeing this, the Black Emperor could not help but take a few steps back. His face was extremely gloomy. He wanted to attack, but he was stopped by the Hall Masters. He closed his eyes in pain. Even the black pearls could not help his junior brother escape. He knew that his junior brother was most likely going to die in this battle. Damn it! The Black Emperor clenched his fists and shouted crazily. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The power that erupted from the black pearls was completely blocked by Fang Chen's perfect sword body. Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes locked onto the Death God Emperor. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? As soon as he finished speaking, he gathered all the strength in his body and threw out a few punches. Dong, dong, dong! The ground was trembling as every punch landed on the body of the Death God Emperor. The first punch had already shattered the latter's defense. The next few punches directly blasted his physical body into smithereens. Crack! Even his primordial spirit did not have any resistance and was instantly shattered. A pitiful cry came from the fighting ring. In the end, the broken body of the Death God Emperor fell to the ground unwillingly in the breeze. The Hall of Gods shook. The experts who were watching the battle in the dark went completely crazy. The Death God Emperor, who was at the second level, was killed by Fang Qin with a single punch. How strong was the God Emperor destruction? He had once again refreshed everyone's understanding of the God Emperor. Is he dead? The Hall Masters were shocked as they walked up the fighting ring. The life and death battle has ended. The Death God Emperor has fallen. The Hall Masters suppressed the shock in their hearts and announced, Fang Qin, you killed my junior. My master will not let you go. Black Emperor turned around and left after saying that. He knew how terrifying Fang Qin was. If he did not leave now, his life would be in danger. Godly Emperor destruction. I'm afraid your strength is already comparable to that of a Tier 3 ultimate Emperor God, right? The palace masters chuckled. Fang Qin smiled but did not say a word. The news quickly spread throughout the divine world. Countless martial artists were shocked. However, the most shocking thing was not that Fang Qin had killed the Death God Emperor, but his daughter, Emperor Shi. Every corner of the divine world was talking about Emperor Shi and the God Emperor destruction. Emperor Shi's name suddenly spread throughout the divine world. Fang Qin and his family returned to the Skybone Palace. Brother Fang, you have hidden your strength well. Qing Ho was the first to run over and said excitedly, I did not expect my little niece to be an empress. I am so blind. Everyone in the Skybone Palace was shocked. They couldn't believe that the little girl that Tian Xan usually brought around was actually an empress. Master. Tian Xan also came. He was also shocked by his little junior sister. However, when he thought of his master's ability, he was not surprised anymore. Senior brother, take me to play. Little Shi jumped into Tian Xan's arms and said, Okay. This time, Tian Xan brought little Shi to wherever they went. Everyone greeted Emperor Shi respectfully. Emperor Shi. Everyone cupped their fists, their eyes full of respect. What a joke! That was in God Emperor. They did not dare to be careless when facing an expert on the same level as the bone progenitor. Junior sister, I still need you to protect me in the future. Tion Xian sighed. Senior brother, don't worry. If anyone dares to bully you, I will be the first to help you. Little Sheer said, Easternmost land, Hall of Holy Light. What, 3-year-old Empress? The vice-hierarch of the Holy Light sect was shocked when he heard the news. Are you sure this news is accurate? Vice-hierarch, this news is indeed true. It is said that Emperor Shi is the daughter of the godly Emperor Destruction. She became an emperor at the age of 3 and is extremely powerful. She fought against the Death God Emperor in the Pantheon and did not lose. Godly Emperor Destruction, it's him again. The vice-hierarch's face was gloomy. The last time they fought against the godly Emperor Destruction, they lost more than 10 elite godly emperors. They thought that the latter had fallen, but they did not expect him to return 3 years later. Moreover, he brought back a 3-year-old empress. This was too shocking. 3-year-old empress. Even in the history of the God realm, there has never been one. This matter is a little strange. I have to report it to the hierarch immediately. The vice-hierarch said in a deep voice, Holy Light sect's lair, forbidden area. This was the place where the hierarch of the Holy Light sect secluded himself. Other than the vice-hierarch, no one could enter this place. The hierarch of the Holy Light sect had ordered that if something major happened, he must be reported to the hierarch immediately. Hierarch. The vice-hierarch cupped his fists in front of the forbidden area. A moment later, a melodious voice came from inside. What is it? Hierarch, something major happened in the God realm recently. The vice-hierarch said, 3 years ago, we discovered that a demonic genius appeared in the God realm. A godly emperor's strength is comparable to a second-stage godly emperor. In order to kill the genius, we sent more than 10 elite godly emperors to assassinate him. In the end, our men were all killed, and the demonic genius was sucked into the chaotic void by the black hole caused by the explosion. We thought that he had fallen, but not long ago he came back safe and sound. After a moment of silence, a voice came from the forbidden area. This is not a big deal. No matter how strong a godly emperor is, he can affect the overall situation. But he brought back a 3-year-old empress. The vice-hierarch said, Boom! As soon as the vice-hierarch finished speaking, a terrifying aura emerged from the forbidden area. The godly book catcher of our website is on the shelves. All the novels are updated at the speed of light, so that the fans do not have to wait and do not miss any exciting chapters. A must for bookworms. Follow the public on WeChat Seijing Xiaoshu. Download this website's reader. Chapter 2023. Genius remembers love in 1 second go. We provide you with interesting novels to read. Rumble. The forbidden land opened and a terrifying current surged out. The Holy Light Religion Master walked out, slowly with a gloomy face. What did you say? The Holy Light Religion Master asked again. Religion Master. Godly Emperor Destruction brought back a 3-year-old empress. The Vice Religion Master said. This child is said to be the daughter of Godly Emperor Destruction and is known as Empress Shi. She once fought with Godly Emperor Death at Temple of Gods and was undefeated. Such a demonic emperor god actually appeared in the divine world? The Holy Light Religion Master's eyes flickered and a crazy and bold idea appeared in his mind. After a long time, he whispered a few words into the Vice Sect Master's ear. Don't worry, Religion Master. I won't let you down. After that, the Vice Religion Master turned and left. A complicated expression appeared in the pitch-black eyes of the Holy Light Religion's Church Master. He raised his head and looked at the sky with his deep eyes. He was thinking about the 3-year-old Empress in his mind. The news of the 3-year-old Empress spread in the divine world and caused a huge commotion. Some godly emperors who were close to Feng Qin came to congratulate him. Feng Qin. In the courtyard, Fong Qin had just coaxed his daughter to sleep when the Vice Palace Master came. Fong Qin had a good impression of the Vice Palace Master. After he was severely injured by godly king destruction, the Vice Palace Master tried his best to save him. "Vice Palace Master, have a seat." Fong Qin pointed at the stone stool beside him. "Fong Qin, you are now stronger than me. You don't have to call me Vice Palace Master. Just call me Old He," the Vice Palace Master said. Fong Qin smiled and didn't say anything. "I have heard about the battle at Temple of Gods. It was really satisfying. All these years, our Skybone Palace and South Tomb, Sword Palace have been fighting. Countless disciples have died in the hands of godly Emperor Death. Now that you have killed him, South Tomb Sword Palace has suffered a great loss. The Vice Palace Master was extremely happy. He wanted to kill me, so I killed him," Fong Qin said. The Vice Palace Master nodded and stopped talking about this. He said, "Fong Qin, I came to find you today because I have something that I need your help with." "What is it?" "My Skybone Palace's Centennial Disciple Battle will begin in 3 days. The Palace Lord is also in seclusion, so I hope you can attend when the time comes," said the Vice Palace Lord. Hearing this, Fong Qin nodded. Anyway, he had nothing to do. Since the Vice Palace Master had already spoken, it was not good for him to refuse. "Okay, I'll be there," Fong Qin said. "Ha ha ha, that's great," the Vice Palace Master said happily. "By the way, you still have things to do in this year's Battle of the Disciples. In every Battle of the Disciples, we have to select the 3 most outstanding disciples and give them the most resources to nurture them. I'll leave the mission to you." "No problem," Fong Qin said. God Realm, Extreme South Sword Mound. The Emperor's tomb was filled with a sword Dao aura that made people tremble. A figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the Emperor's tomb. The sword Dao aura around him had condensed to the extreme. "Keep!" the figure bellowed, and the countless vengeful spirits guarding the Emperor's tomb below were instantly kept into the Sumeru ring. Then he landed on the ground. If Fong Qin was here, he would definitely notice. This person was the silver-masked man who had helped him kill the Death God Emperor's clone. He was also the legendary successor of Destiny. He defeated the Death God Emperor in one move. The battle strength of a supreme God Emperor? The successor of Destiny muttered to himself. He was not surprised to hear that Fong Qin had returned alive. After all, the latter had Gu Yuan's 5 great inheritances. He would not die so easily. Even now, he did not regret his choice at all. Love, go little, say, Ku as the successor of Gu Yuan. Fong Qin's life must be ended by himself. Hence, he resolutely acted to help Fong Qin deal with the Death God Emperor. At that time, he had not broken through to the God Emperor realm. He was not confident of suppressing Fong Qin, but now was different from the past. Fong Qin was still at the God Emperor realm. It was just that his strength had increased slightly. But he was different. He had broken through to the God Emperor realm 3 years ago. During these 3 years, he had been cultivating crazily in the Sword Tomb. He had collected many powerful Sword Dao inheritances and extracted the advantages of them for his own use. In these 3 years, his strength had increased tremendously. The title of God Emperor of Slaughter is not given for nothing. The successor of Destiny said, "It is time for the final battle." The successor of Destiny had been waiting for an opportunity. After this battle, he would borrow the energy in Fong Qin's body to break through to the Cosmos God Realm. The moment he succeeded, he would rule the entire cosmos. Even if he did not succeed, he would have 1 foot in the Cosmos God Realm. He would be ranked alongside God Emperor Swordless and the others. He had already made sufficient preparations. He did not hesitate to collect all the vengeful spirits in the Emperor's tomb. God Emperor of Destruction, I hope you won't disappoint me. The stronger God Emperor of Destruction was, the more likely he would be to step into the Cosmos God Realm. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the Vice Palace Master brought Fong Qin to the public square of the Sky Bone Palace early in the morning. In the huge square, there were over 10,000 disciples standing together in a dense crowd. Fang Qin sat at the centermost position of the rostrum, together with the vice palace master. Behind him sat the 36 inner palace elders. In the crowd, everyone was whispering to each other, "That young man is the most outstanding genius of our Sky Bone Palace, God Emperor of Destruction." "That's right, it is him. He is so young, yet he could kill the God Emperor of Death. Truly formidable. The bone progenitor's eyesight is too vicious to accept such a genius. He is so strong at the God Emperor realm. What if he steps into the God Emperor realm? How strong will he be?" For a moment, everyone was discussing Fang Qin. After all, the latter had given them too much shock. An elder simply announced the rules of the competition. Then the battle of the disciples officially began. One by one, the disciples stood on the martial arts stage and fought. On the rostrum, Fang Qin and the vice palace master were chatting. "Fang Qin, there are more than 10,000 disciples participating in the battle of the disciples. Most of them are divine realm experts, and only a few of them are divine king realm experts." The vice palace master introduced, "Of course, to choose the 3 most outstanding geniuses, you don't have to just look at their strength. You have to consider all aspects. When top forces nurtured disciples, they did not look at strength but talent. Talent determined the upper limit of a martial artist. If one had a strong talent, his growth would be fast." "I know," Fang Qin said. "I am looking forward to the disciple that you choose, Fang Qin," the vice palace master said with a smile. At this moment, a lady in red appeared on the martial arts stage. This lady in red is one of the divine kings. The vice palace master introduced. Her name is Mu Xian, and she has great potential. In the vice palace master's opinion, Mu Xian only had great potential, but she had not reached the level of defying the natural order. Fang Qin watched the battle on the martial arts stage with interest. Mu Xian's fighting method was a little strange, and her figure appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Fang Qin frowned, as if he found something wrong. No, although she has a good grasp of the space-time cultivation system, it is impossible for her to be so fast. Among the people present, Fang Qin had the most right to speak about the space-time cultivation system. He closed his eyes, and his divine sense quietly enveloped Mu Xian, sensing carefully. After a long time, he withdrew his divine sense, and a smile appeared on his face. He had decided to give one of the spots to Mu Xian. "I didn't expect to find such a good seedling here." Fang Qin could not help but sigh. If he did not have a strong primordial spirit that could perceive things that others could not, he would not have discovered Mu Xian's secret. Fang Qin turned to look at the vice palace master, who shook his head gently, seemingly dissatisfied. "It seems that the vice palace master did not discover it," Fang Qin said to himself. Boom! After a series of battles, Mu Xian defeated her opponent. There were fast and slow battles, and the opponent admitted defeat in the fast battles. The slow battles were a fight to the death, which was very time-consuming. In the blink of an eye, the scorching sun hung in the sky and noon came. Only a small part of the battle had been carried out, and many disciples below were still waiting. In the crowd, everyone gradually focused their attention on the battle of the disciples, and the content of their discussion shifted from God Emperor Destruction to the final 3 candidates. The 3 favorites were Supreme Being Wu Tai, Supreme Being Qing, and Supreme Being Ji Hu. As for Mu Xian, although she was also a Supreme Being, there was a big gap between her and the 3 of them, and she was not a favorite. Chapter 2024. Genius 1. Second, remember love, divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Supreme Being Wu Tai, Supreme Being Extreme Tiger, and Supreme Being Qing. Love, go, little, say, W. Chew. Any one of these 3 people could take charge of an area on their own. They even had the strength to become one of the 72 Outer Palace elders. They were the most outstanding disciples of the Sky Bone Palace in recent years. There were even people who boasted that one of the three would definitely become an existence like the 6 great disciples of the Bone Ancestor. Before the Battle of the Disciples began, they were the most popular candidates. The 3 of them had countless supporters in the crowd who were cheering for them with all their might. On the main platform, Fong Qin had been paying attention to the battle between the disciples. Because there were too many disciples participating, it took a long time. The first day passed quickly. Fong Qin only found Mu Xian, who was a good seedling. As for the 3 popular candidates, they had yet to fight. Just like the first day, the Vice Palace Master, Fong Qin, and the others arrived at the square early on the second day. The Battle of the Disciples was going on as promised. Looking at the disciples fighting desperately below, the Vice Palace Master shook his head gently. It wasn't until the moment Supreme Being Wu Tai fought that he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Fong Qin, you have to be careful of Supreme Being Extreme Tiger, the Vice Palace Master reminded. I will, Fong Qin said. On the martial arts stage, Supreme Being Extreme Tiger's opponent happened to be another Supreme Being. However, this Supreme Being wasn't very strong. He wasn't even as strong as Mu Xian, so he naturally wasn't a popular candidate. You're no match for me. Supreme Being Wu Tai's face was calm. With his hands behind his back, he looked like a grandmaster. Seeing this, the Supreme Being frowned and said, You want me to retreat without a fight? Impossible. Everyone says that you're strong. I'd like to see how big the gap is between us. Under normal circumstances, those who could become Supreme Beings weren't too bad. They all had their pride. In the Sky Bone Palace, Supreme Being Wu Tai was extremely dazzling, while he was very low-key. He wasn't willing to accept this. He felt that all the glory should belong to him. Then let's fight, God King Wu Tai said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly flickered, and his fist was like a snake as it shot out in a tricky manner. Snake fist. On the rostrum, Fong Qin said thoughtfully, the most important aspect of the snake form cunning fist was not the fighting technique, but the technique of exerting force. No one in the Celestial Bone Palace thought highly of this divine art. However, Divine King Wu Tai did the opposite, cultivating the snake form exquisite fist to the extreme. Your perception is not bad. Fong Qin nodded lightly. If there was no suitable candidate, then this God King Wu Tai was also not bad. However, everything would have to wait until the end of the Battle of the Disciples. Since the Vice Palace Master valued him so much, and he was the disciple of the Bone Progenitor, he could not choose blindly. This was related to the future development of Sky Bone Palace. If his mistake caused Sky Bone Palace to suffer heavy losses, it would not be worth it. Boom! On the martial arts stage, God King Wu Tai's serpentine arcane fist was executed. Terrifying arcane fist shadows bombarded his opponent unceasingly. His opponent was completely suppressed without any ability to resist. Bang! God King Wu Tai's aura fluctuated, and a trace of cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Although it was well hidden, Fong Qin still caught it. Fong Qin frowned and continued to watch. Above godly King Wu Tai's fist, a faint red radiance was emitted. The terrifying strength increased again, and he threw a punch at his opponent. Killing intent. It's obvious that he's not as strong as he is, but he's hiding his killing intent. Seeing this, Fong Qin shook his head. He felt that God King Wu Tai's temperament was not good, and he was too vicious. This kind of person would easily go to extremes. Crack! His opponent was sent flying by the punch. He was seriously injured and vomited blood. Send him down to treat his injuries. The Vice Palace Master waved his hand and said, In the square, deafening noises were incessant. Everyone was shouting God King Wu Tai's name, and he was like a god of war, looking down on everyone. From this point, it could be seen that God King Wu Tai was the strongest among the popular candidates, and he was also the most likely to be selected. After God King Wu Tai defeated his opponent, the battle of disciples continued. In the battle of heavenly gods, there was no outstanding disciple. And in the battle of God Kings, there was no one like Mu Xian, who stunned Fong Qin. The battle of disciples lasted for 10 days. After 10 days, the battle of disciples came to an end. In the square, countless disciples looked at Fong Qin on the rostrum with burning eyes, because they knew that the right to choose 3 outstanding disciples was in Fong Qin's hands. Standing in the front row, God King Wu Tai and the other 2 were full of joy. There will definitely be one for me, God King Wu Tai said calmly. Apart from God King Wu Tai, who could get a spot, the other 2 did not dare to guarantee it. Therefore, the other God Kings still had a great chance. In short, before the final result was revealed, it was full of uncertainty. In the crowd, Mu Xian stood quietly, bathed in fairy light, and gave off a gentle feeling. Mu Xian's dark eyes looked at Fong Qin on the martial arts stage. God King Destruction is really young. Mu Xian said to herself, such an outstanding person. You can't find anyone in the entire divine world. On the rostrum, the Vice Palace Master stood up and waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Then he said, God King Destruction will be watching this year's Battle of Disciples, and the 3 spots will be decided by him. Next, let's invite God King Destruction to reveal the final answer. Fong Qin nodded gently, stood up, looked around at the crowd, and said, my criteria for choosing the 3 spots is simple, and that is to combine all aspects. Therefore, being strong does not mean that you will definitely be selected. Everyone should be mentally prepared. Even if you are not selected, you can still work hard and continue to fight. After a few words of courtesy, Fong Qin announced his first spot. Azure God King. Fong Qin said he has a very unique understanding of the time rules of order and can completely apply the time rules of order to the space-time shape-shifting system. Moreover, he has boldly tried to integrate his own understanding into the space-time shape-shifting system. This is a very bold attempt. A person with this kind of courage is worthy of a spot. Azure God King was overjoyed to hear this. Thank you for your compliment, God King Destruction, Azure God King said. In the crowd, the disciples who supported Azure God King cheered. Wu Tai, on the other hand, was a little unhappy. He was the most outstanding among all the disciples, and there was no other. However, God King Destruction did not choose him first. What did this mean? However, although he was unhappy, he did not dare to lose his temper at God King Destruction. The second spot will definitely be mine, Wu Tai said to himself. Congratulations, Azure God King, for getting a spot, the Vice Palace Master said with a smile. After the battle, the elders of the inner palace will look for you. Then, the Vice Palace Master looked at Fong Qin, waiting for him to announce the second spot. For the second spot, I choose God King Extreme Tiger, Fong Qin said. Hearing this, the crowd nodded. Fong Qin's choice was reasonable. God King Extreme Tiger and Azure God King were the most popular candidates. God King Extreme Tiger is good at speed, but he did not rely on speed. Instead, he innovated in speed to pursue a higher level of combat power. Fong Qin commented on God King Extreme Tiger. God King Extreme Tiger was impressed by Fong Qin after hearing this. He was able to give such an evaluation just by watching one of God King Extreme Tiger's battles. No wonder God King Extreme Tiger was the most outstanding genius in the history of the deity world. God King Wu Tai was even more annoyed. He was not in the first 2 spots. Although he knew that the third spot would definitely be his, he was still unhappy. The feeling of not being valued made him very unhappy. Next, Fong Qin announced the third spot. For the third spot, I choose Mu Xian. When Fong Qin said the name Mu Xian, it caused a stir. What? The third spot is Mu Xian? Doesn't this mean that the most popular candidate God King Wu Tai has been eliminated? How is this possible? God King Wu Tai can't beat Mu Xian? There was a commotion in the crowd. Everyone looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. Fang Chen, Mu Xian is not as good as God King Wu Tai, right? The Vice Palace Master asked in surprise. I'm not convinced. At this moment, God King Wu Tai took a step forward and retorted. Our free app reader is officially online. Popular novels are free for you to read. Offline download is supported, making it easier for readers to read without the internet. Download. Install a mobile app reader on Xuanhuan 11. Chapter 2025. Genius 1, Second, remember love, go, / little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Many elders were shocked. Why would the godly Emperor Destruction choose Mu Xian instead of Supreme Being Wu Tai? Supreme Being Extreme Tiger and Supreme Being Qing got 2 spots in a row. Everyone thought that Supreme Being Wu Tai would be the last to be chosen. But now, Supreme Being Wu Tai did not even get a spot. Although they were confused, they did not dare to question Fang Chen's decision. Supreme Being Wu Tai was already unhappy. Now that the last spot was taken by Mu Xian, anger rushed to his head and he questioned on the spot. Mu Xian's strength is not as good as mine. She is crushed by me in all aspects. Yet the godly Emperor Destruction chose Mu Xian instead of me. Is there something fishy about this? Supreme Being Wu Tai said in a low voice. He looked embarrassed. Wu Tai. The Vice Palace Master heard him and reprimanded him. After all, he was the one who invited the godly Emperor Destruction. His strength was enough to kill the Death Emperor. His position in the Sky Bone Palace was second only to the Bone Progenitor. A mere Supreme Being reprimanded Fang Chen. Wasn't he courting death? Vice Palace Master, I am not convinced. The Battle of the Disciples is supposed to be fair and just. Forgive me for not being able to see how fair the godly Emperor Destruction's choice was. Supreme Being Wu Tai said to the Vice Palace Master. Mu Xian, who was standing at the side, was stunned. She had never thought of fighting for this spot. It was like a pie falling from the sky onto her head, and she had squeezed out Supreme Being Wu Tai. This, Mu Xian's red lips parted slightly. Her pretty face was full of surprise. Vice Palace Master, please uphold justice. Everyone who supported Supreme Being Wu Tai was shouting. Even the godly Emperor Destruction could not trample on the rules of the Sky Bone Palace so recklessly. Fang Chen, explain, the Vice Palace Master said. Fang Chen nodded and looked at Supreme Being Wu Tai. In terms of strength, you are not bad among the Supreme Beings. Among all the disciples who participated in the Battle of the Disciples, you are the strongest. Your potential is not bad, and your perception is also good. But there's one thing that made me give up on you. What is it? Your killing intent is too strong, Fang Chen said. The path of martial arts goes against the will of the heavens. Although he would encounter countless enemies along the way, he still had to be ruthless when he needed to be. But as a martial artist, I can't become a killing machine, right? After pausing for a moment, Fang Chen continued, I can see your future in you. If it was not controlled, it was very likely that it would become a killing machine. Our Sky Bone Palace wants elites, not killing machines. You should reflect on yourself. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the Vice Palace Master did not say anything. But God King Wu Tai was unresigned. As a martial artist, one must have a competitive heart. Moreover, it's not like you don't know the dangers of martial arts. If you don't kill others, others will kill you. My killing intent is strong because I want to protect myself. Is that wrong? Facing Wu Tai's rhetorical question, Fang Chen calmly replied, Your realm determines your perspective. When you reach my level, you won't think like this anymore. Sometimes benevolence is also a kind of cultivation. Fang Chen sighed and no longer paid attention to God King Wu Tai. Then he shifted his gaze to Mu Xian. Being stared at by Fang Chen like this, Mu Xian's face blushed a little, and she lowered her head slightly. Mu Xian, in fact, your potential is not weaker than others, but you have a shortcoming. That is, you are not confident enough. Fang Chen said softly, I see a lot of advantages in you. Moreover, there is a very strong power hidden in your body. If you can draw it out, your future achievements will not be weak. And Fang Chen spoke frankly and confidently, saying all of Mu Xian's unknown advantages. At this time, the Vice Palace Master and the others were surprised. It turned out that the low-key Mu Xian had such potential. Amazing. The Vice Palace Master gave Fang Chen a thumbs up and expressed his apology for doubting Fang Chen's attitude in choosing people. Of course, other than the Vice Palace Master and the 36 Inner Palace Elders, no one understood why Fang Chen valued Mu Xian the most, although she looked ordinary. No, impossible. Mu Xian is not as good as me. God King Wu Tai seemed to be in a trance as he shouted crazily, Take him away. The Vice Palace Master frowned. 2 Outer Palace Elders took God King Wu Tai away from the square. Among the 3 of you, God King Extreme Tiger and God King Qing's upper limit may be close to the Emperor God Realm, or even the Emperor God Realm. However, this process will be very long and difficult. However, Mu Xian's upper limit is at least the Emperor God Realm. Fang Chen's words directly indicated Mu Xian's overall potential. Hearing this, Mu Xian was a little surprised. All right, the Battle of the Disciples is officially over. The 3 of you follow the Inner Palace Elders and leave first. I will send God King Destruction off. The Vice Palace Master smiled. In a moment, the disciples on the square had already left. There was a big upset in the Battle of the Disciples, especially Mu Xian, who was valued by God King Destruction and whose upper limit was at least the Emperor God Realm. Didn't this mean that Mu Xian was very likely to become an Emperor God in the future? It was scary just thinking about it. On the tree-lined avenue of the Heavenly Bone Palace, the Vice Palace Master and Fang Chen walked side by side. From time to time, leaves would fall and sway in front of their eyes. Fang Chen, tell me, the Vice Palace Master suddenly said. I can't hide anything from you. Vice Palace Master, Fang Chen smiled and said, Mu Xian has already fused the time and space rules of order together. Moreover, her path in the space-time cultivation system is the same as mine. Oh, the Vice Palace Master widened his eyes and was shocked. In the space-time cultivation system, in terms of knowledge, the bone progenitor was number 1 and Fang Chen was number 2, similar to Fang Chen's path. Didn't this mean that she was an innate space-time cultivator? If she is nurtured properly, it is only a matter of time before Mu Xian reaches the God Emperor realm, Fang Chen said. Furthermore, I have a feeling that she might reach the Emperor God realm. Of course, Fang Chen had another sentence in his heart that he did not say out. That is, he felt that Mu Xian had the chance to break through to the Cosmos God realm. This time, I have to thank you. Otherwise, a good seedling like Mu Xian would have been buried. The Vice Palace Master said with a smile, As for that Wu Tai godly king, just as you said, his killing intent is too strong. He needs more guidance, or else he will turn into a killing machine. How could a killing machine step into the God Emperor realm? This was also one of the biggest reasons why Fang Chen gave up on choosing him. The Battle of the Disciples came to an end. Fang Chen felt more relaxed. He was prepared to adjust his body condition before heading to the Reincarnation Palace. When he was cultivating in the Golden Light Buddha Pagoda, he understood the path he had to take. If he wanted to step into the God Emperor realm, he had to break through reincarnation. In reincarnation, he had to comprehend new life, and in reincarnation, he had to comprehend power. In the courtyard, little she was surrounded by a thick aura of death. She was explaining the God Emperor of Death's research on the Tao of Death to her father. Father, that's about it. Little she said with a pout. After listening, Feng Chen was shocked. He had only fought with the God Emperor of Death once, and he had completely absorbed the other party's talent. The God Emperor of Death's research on the primordial spirit had reached the pinnacle. That was why he could have a clone in the God Emperor realm. Feng Chen was also very curious about the God Emperor of Death's research, so he let little Shi'er explain a little. Father, the God Emperor of Death's research on the primordial spirit is very strong. If you can fully comprehend it, you can also have a primordial spirit when you step into the God Emperor realm, little Shi'er said. Feng Chen nodded. Star and Moon saw this scene and pursed her lips into a smile. A 3-year-old daughter guiding her father's cultivation. It was funny just thinking about it. That's right. Although Father's primordial spirit is powerful, it doesn't have the same profound means as the God Emperor of Death. Feng Chen sighed. The God realm is so big, and there are all kinds of strange things. For the God Emperor of Death to be able to research the primordial spirit to such an extent, he can be considered a genius. The more he understood the Tao of Death, the more he admired the God Emperor of Death. If the God Emperor of Death didn't fall, it would only be a matter of time before he became the strongest God Emperor. Father, little Shi'er was about to speak when suddenly Feng Chen's expression changed and he stopped her. He frowned slightly and looked up at a certain void. What's going on? Is it an illusion? Feng Chen thought to himself. He felt a slight vibration in the void, but it disappeared in an instant. You, take little Shi'er back to her room. The Novel app was an exclusive reader created for the vast number of novel fans. It gathered a huge amount of novel resources with fine classification, clear layout, and excellent reading effect. Follow the public on WeChat. GGYY12221. Chapter 2026. Genius 1. Second, remember love divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Star and Moon also felt that something was wrong with Feng Chen's face, so she hurriedly held little Shi'er in her arms. Love, go, little, say, chew little Shi'er. Let's go back to our room first, Star and Moon said softly. No, I want to be with Father, little Shi said. Buzz. There was a fluctuation in the void. Feng Chen spread out his palm, and a terrifying power emerged. The next moment, his figure flickered and disappeared. The time and space fantasy magic book was pushed to the extreme. Feng Chen's body escaped into the void, and in the blink of an eye, he found the figure hidden in the void. You're courting death. Feng Chen waved his hand. Instantly, a wild power whizzed toward Lin Fan. Do it! At this time, the divine emperor hidden in the dark shouted, and a golden halo appeared in the void. Whoosh! The golden halo exuded a terrifying pressure, and directly trapped Star and Moon and little Shi'er in the middle. Not good. Feng Chen shouted inwardly. He jumped and came in front of the golden halo. What a strange method. Feng Chen could feel that the golden halo contained an evil aura, imprisoning little Shi'er and Star and Moon inside. Little Shi'er, attack it with all your strength, Feng Chen shouted. Finish it quickly. The golden halo can't imprison the divine emperor for too long. The leader of the divine emperors said hurriedly. Suddenly, 36 divine emperors appeared around Feng Chen, surrounding him. Then their figures moved quickly, forming a terrifying battle formation. Holy light religion? Feng Chen stared at the surroundings and said coldly, Divine Emperor destruction is trapped by our holy light black pattern array. Even if you have the strength of the divine Emperor realm, you can't break out of the array in a short time, the leader of the divine emperors said gloomily. This time, they were well prepared to deal with Feng Chen. They wanted to eliminate Feng Chen in one fell swoop. However, they also knew that Feng Chen had a celestial Thearch Grey daughter. Therefore, they brought the supreme treasure of their sect, the Golden Halo. This supreme treasure was personally bestowed by the Holy Light Religion Master. As long as one's power had not reached the level of a strong Emperor God, One would be trapped by the golden light circle. At the very least, he wouldn't be able to escape in the short term. As for the holy light black pattern array that encircled Fangchen, it was the holy light religion's main array. Unless the other party had the strength of an ultimate emperor god, it was impossible to break the array with one's own strength. According to their information, God Emperor Destruction's power was at the peak of Stage 2. He was still a distance away from the strongest Emperor God. Kill. 36 elite divine emperors joined forces to attack, erupting with boundless power. Because his daughter and wife were trapped in the Golden Circle, Fangchen was extremely anxious. Therefore, he directly displayed his strongest attack, the 36th level of the demonic dragon sky-destroying sword. At the same time, accompanied by the time-space fantasy demon book, his body kept flickering. He was unable to be captured by the divine emperors of Holy Light religion. Die. The hidden star sword slashed out fiercely, accompanied by a dragon roar. Suddenly, a divine emperor of Holy Light religion died on the spot. How is this possible? At this moment, exclamations were incessant. The remaining 35 divine emperors exclaimed one after another. The strength of an ultimate emperor god. There was a look of horror on their faces. Fangchen went on a killing spree. The extreme physical strength of his body burst out. Every time the hidden star sword stabbed out, a divine emperor would die. His fists were the same. The power of each punch seemed to be able to shake the heavens and the earth. How dare you attack my daughter and wife? You are courting death. This was the first time Fangchen went all out after returning to the divine world. His attack power had completely shocked everyone. Pucci, the holy light black pattern array, broke by itself. In the blink of an eye, half of the 36 elite divine emperors were killed or injured. The information is wrong. Retreat. The leader of the divine emperors shouted hysterically. At the same time, he sent the news back to the base camp in the easternmost land. None of you can escape. Combining his physical strength with the demonic dragon sky destroyer sword, Fangchen's attack power had reached the extreme. Even compared to an ultimate emperor god, he was not inferior. Kill. With Fangchen's crazy attack, 30 of the 36 elite divine emperors had fallen. The remaining 6 hurriedly fled. You want to escape in front of me? In the entire divine world, Fangchen could be ranked second among the space-time cultivators. Other than the bone progenitor, no one in the divine world could surpass his speed. Whoosh! His figure kept shuttling through the void. A deafening sound was heard. Blood mist gushed out from the void. After a while, Fangchen returned to the courtyard. Open. Fangchen hugged the golden halo with both hands and roared. His muscles bulged and his strength burst out, forcibly breaking the golden halo. Father, are you okay? Little she jumped into her father's arms worriedly. I'm fine. Fangchen gently stroked little she-er's head. At the same time, his heart was filled with anger. The Holy Light religion had tried to kill him time and time again. This time, they even tried to kill his wife and daughter. This was unbearable. I must break through to the Emperor God realm as soon as possible. In the war 10,000 years later, I will completely destroy the Holy Light religion. Fangchen thought to himself. The failure to assassinate Fangchen. The news was sent back to the Holy Light religion headquarters. The deputy sect master was furious. At the same time, he was shocked. Ultimate Emperor God realm strength? The deputy sect master could not believe it. He shook his head hard. The sect master was in seclusion. This matter was handed over to him. If he failed, he would be punished by the sect master. Even the golden halo and the holy light black pattern array could not kill him. This, the deputy sect master felt a headache. The more it was like this, the more anxious the deputy sect master was. The potential shown by the godly emperor destruction was too monstrous. If he was not controlled, he would definitely become a big problem for the Holy Light religion in the future. He has such combat strength in the godly Emperor realm. What if he reaches the Emperor God realm? The deputy sect master did not dare to imagine. A chill flashed in his eyes. It is impossible to kill Feng Qin with just the Holy Light religion. The deputy sect master said to himself, "We need the help of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb." In the Palace of Bones, Feng Qin was assassinated by the Holy Light religion. The deputy sect master was alarmed. However, seeing that Feng Qin was safe, the former was relieved. In the following period, Feng Qin set up several top absolute God realm arrays around the Palace of Bones. With these absolute God realm arrays, even an Emperor God would be discovered if he entered the Palace of Bones. The defense of the Palace of Bones had reached an unprecedented level. After making simple arrangements for the Palace of Bones, Feng Qin left the Star and Moon and Little Shur in the palace while he went to the Reincarnation Palace alone. "Boss, we want to go too," Little Mouse said. After returning to the realm of the gods, Little Mouse and the other three went everywhere to train, wanting to improve their strength as soon as possible. Now, the four of them had reached the godly Emperor realm. In addition to their own supernatural powers, it was difficult to find a match among the godly emperors. In particular, because the four of them were often together, they created a powerful joint attack array. Even Feng Qin admired this joint attack array. It combined all the advantages of the four of them's supernatural powers. Even if they encountered an Emperor God, they could protect themselves. "Boss, the four of us have been stuck in a bottleneck for a long time. We need to train. The Reincarnation Pagoda of the Reincarnation Palace is our goal. We hope to break through the reincarnation and break through to the Emperor God realm," Xiao Huang said. During this period of time, Xiao Huang had devoured a large number of Emperor ants. He was only one step away from the Emperor Ant realm. If he could break through to the Emperor God realm, he could devour all the Emperor ants in the realm of the gods and become the supreme Emperor Ant. "Okay, come with me," Feng Qin said. Through the Palace of Bones Interregion teleportation array, they soon arrived at the territory of the Orc God clan. Because the Reincarnation Palace was very mysterious and deep in the West Sea, there were almost no interregion teleportation arrays that could send them directly to the Reincarnation Palace. They were going to take a flying, true God weapon to the Reincarnation Palace. That battle back then really caused a lot of destruction. Little Mouse sighed. At a glance, the entire Orc God clan was in ruins. The remnants of the Holy Light religion have caused too much damage to the universe. If they are not destroyed, we will never have a day of peace, Xiao Huang said. Little Hai and Pangolin nodded. At their level, their perception of the universe was deeper. Protecting the universe was the responsibility of almost every true god. "I wonder how the three holy sons of the Orc God clan are doing," Feng Qin said. "Come quickly. Download the mobile app." Chapter 2027. Genius 1. Second, remember love divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. What he didn't know was that one of the three holy sons had already fallen in the battle against the Holy Light religion. Love, go, little, say, W. Chew that battle was too cruel. In the end, it was because of the appearance of Wu Tang and Ling, or that they turned the tide and wiped out the remnants of the Holy Light religion. After a short stay in the Beast God clan, Feng Qin took the four little guys to Golden Peak Island. "Boss, wait for me for a while." Little Mouse's figure drilled into the mineral veins below. From the sky, one could clearly see Little Mouse going back and forth between the 5 major mineral veins. After a while, he came back. "It's so comfortable." Little Mouse patted his belly and said comfortably, "Brother Mouse, how much did you eat?" Xiao Huang looked at the latter with some surprise. He clearly knew how terrifying the heaven-devouring divine rat was. "Not much, about 10 years' worth of mining from the 5 major mineral veins," Little Mouse said. Hearing this, Feng Qin was also startled. Immediately he said, Your appetite has greatly increased. When you become an emperor god, I wonder if you will eat all the things in the god realm. In my memory, there has never been an emperor god in the heaven devouring divine rat. Therefore, the description of the emperor god realm is a bit vague. But don't worry, boss. When I step into the emperor god realm, I will go and eat the remnants of the holy light religion. That is also a great supplement, Little Mouse said. Fong-Chin smiled and left Golden Peak Island. Reincarnation Palace. Ha ha ha, godly emperor destruction. Your presence brings light to my reincarnation palace. The deputy palace master personally greeted Fong-Chin with a smile on his face. Now, Fong-Chin was a celebrity in the god realm. Without the 10 strongest emperor gods, it could be said that godly emperor destruction was the strongest in the god realm. Deputy Palace Master, I came to the Reincarnation Palace because I have some trouble, Fong-Chin said. Godly Emperor Destruction, you're being too polite. You're an honored guest of the Samsara Palace, and you've helped Ling before. What's a small favor? The Deputy Palace Master waved his hand. Fong-Chin didn't beat around the bush and directly explained the purpose of his visit to the Deputy Palace Master. My 4 little fellows want to challenge the Reincarnation Pagoda. Is that okay? Fong-Chin asked. If it were anyone else, it would definitely be impossible. However, they were brought here by you, godly Emperor Destruction. I will make the decision and allow them to enter the Reincarnation Pagoda to cultivate, said the Deputy Lord. The godly Emperor of Destruction was a huge coat-tail. If he didn't hug it now, when would he? Old man, it won't be long before you'll be proud of the decision you made today, the little mouse said. That's right. In the future, the 4 of us will protect the Reincarnation Palace. Let's see who dares to cause trouble for you, Xiao Huang added. Although Little Hai and Pangolin didn't say anything, their attitudes were the same as Little Mouse's. The Vice Palace Master chuckled and did not take their words seriously. Rumble. The Reincarnation Pagoda has been opened. Go in, the Vice Palace Master said. I've already told you the specific things to take note of. Be careful. Don't worry, we're going in. The little mouse took the lead and entered the Reincarnation Pagoda. The other 3 followed, closely behind. Dong! The Reincarnation Pagoda closed. Fong-Chin nodded. He was still looking forward to the moment when the 4 of them stepped into the Divine Emperor realm. Brother Fong-Chin, why didn't you tell Ling, that you were coming? Ling, who was dressed in black, looked very delicate. She quickly ran to Fong-Chin and said softly, I haven't had the time yet, have I? Fong-Chin chuckled and said, Ling, you're not cultivating anymore? Brother Fong-Chin, why did you come to the Reincarnation Palace? Ling stared at Fong-Chin with her pitch-black eyes and asked with a smile, There is indeed something. I want to use the reincarnation power of the Reincarnation Palace to break through reincarnation, Fong-Chin said. Then why don't you go to the Reincarnation Pagoda? Ling asked curiously. Fong-Chin shook his head. His ambition was not there. I want to break through the 10,000 reincarnation. Hearing this, the Vice Palace Master was also a little shocked. He looked at Fong-Chin with his mouth agape. Godly Emperor Destruction. The 10,000 reincarnation is too difficult. If you're not careful, you'll die. You have to think carefully, the Vice Palace Master reminded him. I've thought it through, Fong-Chin said firmly. I'll break through reincarnation with Brother Fong-Chin, Ling suddenly said. Ling, you can't. He had just come out of the 10,000 reincarnation not long ago. It was very dangerous to break through it again. Vice Palace Master, I didn't make this decision blindly. First of all, my cultivation is stuck at a bottleneck. If I want to break through to the Divine Emperor realm, I have to take risks. So, breaking through reincarnation again is the best choice. Secondly, I'm most familiar with reincarnation. In the process of breaking through reincarnation, Brother Fong-Chin and I can help each other and learn from each other. Maybe the 2 of us can break through reincarnation together, Linger explained. On the path of martial arts, when it's time to take risks, you can't back down. I can understand the reincarnation palace's protection of Ling. But now that the realm of the gods is in chaos, if Ling continues to be like this, how will she break through the tribulation of heaven and earth in the future? Fong Qin said, after struggling for a while. The Vice Palace Master finally nodded and agreed. Okay, I agree with you breaking through reincarnation. But don't try to be brave, the Vice Palace Master said. Don't worry, I know. Ling giggled and pulled Fong Chen's arm and quickly left the Reincarnation Pagoda. Reincarnation Square. This place had the densest reincarnation law power in the entire realm of the gods. If one wanted to break through reincarnation without the help of the Reincarnation Pagoda, they could only enter reincarnation here. Big Brother Fong Chen, this is your first time breaking through reincarnation. Just relax and listen to my instructions, I said. Fong Chen nodded and took a deep breath. Then, with a thought, the wild reincarnation law power dissipated from his body. In the next moment, his reincarnation law power came into contact with the reincarnation law power in the reincarnation square. Reincarnation of heaven and earth, the growth of all things. Ling muttered some complicated incantations. Fong Qin felt his eyelids fighting. In the blink of an eye, he lost consciousness. Fong Chen and Ling Er's bodies were filled with extremely dense reincarnation law power. The two of them were already breaking through reincarnation. I hope you can succeed, the Vice Palace Master prayed secretly. In the depths of the South Sea, the waves were turbulent. All of a sudden, an angry roar broke the silence of the place. Suddenly, a huge water column appeared on the surface of the water. A deafening sound spread out. A wild aura raged throughout the South Sea. Two thick tentacles appeared from the water column. Then, a black figure emerged from the water. Roar! It was the roar of the royal ant tribe. The royal ant tribe was as big as a hill. It was many times bigger than Xiaohuang. Its body contained an extremely terrifying aura. I'm finally back. The aura of the royal ant tribe was very shocking. Every time it moved, it would cause turbulent waves. Because of the tremors of the sea, some powerful divine beasts appeared. The royal ant tribe. After seeing the royal ant tribe, these divine beasts all had the idea to kill it. Kill! Angry roars resounded throughout the South Sea. Facing the attacks of many divine beasts, the huge royal ant tribe opened its bloody mouth. Wild power swept out in an instant. With a single bite, the divine beast at the front of the pack was crushed into pieces. How dare you attack me? Have you forgotten my existence after I've been sleeping for hundreds of millions of years? The huge royal ant tribe sneered and launched a thunderous attack. After a while, the sky above the South Sea was filled with blood. The divine beasts that surrounded it were all killed. Among them were some divine emperor divine beasts. Their attack power was very strong, but it was useless. Back then, I almost became the supreme royal ant of the divine realm. However, I ended up in a miserable state. I was only one step away. I'm so cruel. The huge royal ant tribe spoke in human language and said in a deep voice, Now, since I've completely awakened, I must conquer all the ant tribes and become the real royal ant, the huge royal ant tribe said. Demonic Emperor Ant, I wonder if you're still alive? If you're still alive, then I'll tear you into pieces with my own hands. Back then, it was the royal ant tribe powerhouse that competed with the demonic Emperor Ant for the position of royal ant. However, because of a mistake, the demonic Emperor Ant became the royal ant. A trace of its remnant consciousness escaped from the demonic Emperor Ant's stomach and sank into the South Sea. After hundreds of millions of years of recuperation, it finally woke up again. Its injuries were healed, and its cultivation level was at its peak. The huge royal ant tribe was furious when it thought of the demonic Emperor Ant equals a mobile app launched by this site. It provides you with rich novel resources and supports reading without the internet. In order to save mobile data, Shengwengle, Chapter 2028. Genius 1, Second, remember love, go, / little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Transcending reincarnation was a technical job. Not only did one have to have a strong comprehension ability, but one also had to have a strong sense of reincarnation. Otherwise, no matter how strong one was, it would be useless. In reincarnation, one's real strength was of little use. One could only rely on one's comprehension ability and reincarnation perception. In fact, for Fong Chen, who did not specialize in reincarnation, his perception was definitely not as good as Ling Er's. However, Fong Chen's performance in transcending reincarnation was exceptionally dazzling. This was because he had passed the first level of the reincarnation pagoda, which was equivalent to 100 reincarnations. Transcending reincarnation was more difficult in the later stages. However, Fong Chen's speed in transcending reincarnation was indeed unusually fast. It only took him 3 days to pass the 101st reincarnation. This caused quite a stir. Monster. The Deputy Palace Master only had 2 words for Fong Chen. Now he finally understood why Fong Chen wanted to transcend reincarnation. He wanted to experience the mortal world in reincarnation and break through to the divine emperor realm. If he specializes in reincarnation, I wonder if he can surpass the Palace Master? The Deputy Palace Master had some bold ideas in his heart. However, what happened next made the Deputy Palace Master even more dumbfounded. With his own actions, Fong Chen continued to break one record after another in the history of the Reincarnation Palace. For example, the Divine Emperor, who was the fastest to pass 200 reincarnations, was much stronger than Ling Er in this aspect. However, Ling Er's path was different from his. Transcending reincarnation faster did not mean that his comprehension of reincarnation was stronger than Ling Er's. However, transcending reincarnation became more difficult in the later stages. Hence, Fong Chen used a year's time before he cleared the 1,000 reincarnation cycle. In the world of reincarnation, Fong Chen's body was filled with extremely rich reincarnation power. Fong Chen, you have nowhere to run today. That's right. Hand over your treasures. Otherwise, you will die. On a blue stone, Fong Chen stood quietly with a long sword in his hand. There were some bloodstains on his clothes. Love, go, little, say, W. Chu. He glanced around and saw that there were more than 10 experts around him. Strength is the most important thing. Fong Chen sighed. Among the warriors who had surrounded him, a few of them were his brothers. The current him was already the strongest expert in Machi continent. Because he possessed a supreme treasure, he was besieged by other experts. And the mastermind behind all this was actually his good brother. Wang Long, I've been so good to you all these years, but you betrayed me? Fong Chen asked. Humph, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. For so many years, no matter how hard I tried, I've always been suppressed by you. I can't accept it. I want to surpass you, but your potential is too strong, so I can only destroy you, the warrior called Wang Long said coldly. If I can't surpass you, then I will destroy you. I'm very sad. Hearing Wang Long's words, Fong Chen felt like he had an epiphany. Dense information appeared in his mind, and his primordial spirit trembled. Whoosh! Holding a long sword in his hand, he engaged in a melee with these warriors. One sword to shock the world. Fong Chen's swordsmanship was very sharp. Every time he attacked, he would force everyone to retreat. Let's attack together and kill him. Wang Long roared angrily. Everyone displayed their strongest attacks and engaged in a melee with Fong Chen. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. In the end, Fong Chen relied on his super strength to kill all the people who had besieged him. But he was also seriously injured, and his blood splattered all over the sky. His pitch-black eyes stared at the sky. I see. In an instant, His body dissipated into the void. At the last moment, he had an epiphany, which allowed him to complete this reincarnation in advance. This was just a small episode in the reincarnation cycle. Every reincarnation cycle had an independent story that belonged to Fangchen. These stories were very different from reality, but they could guide Fangchen from all aspects, allowing him to fully release himself. 3 years later, Fangchen passed 3,000 reincarnations. 5 years later, he passed 5,000 reincarnations and saw everything in the world more clearly. 10 years later, he passed 8,000 reincarnations. After 12 years, he finally passed 10,000 reincarnations. This speed had long surpassed the fastest record in the history of the Reincarnation Palace. 10,000 reincarnations was a hurdle. Fangchen was also trapped in it, unable to extricate himself. During this time, Ling came out of seclusion. On the day Ling came out of seclusion, the entire world trembled. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky, alarming countless emperor gods. On the reincarnation square, Ling who was dressed in black, suddenly opened her eyes. The power in her body rapidly rose to the extreme. With just a glance, the entire reincarnation palace was enveloped by the power of the reincarnation rules of order. Is this the emperor god realm? Ling Ari's red lips moved slightly as she muttered to herself. Ha ha ha! Congratulations, Ling, on entering the emperor god realm. The vice palace master was the first to appear, his face full of excitement. Ling Er's breakthrough to the emperor god realm was definitely the most joyous event in the reincarnation palace. At the same time, the other emperor gods in the god realm also knew that a new emperor god had appeared in the reincarnation palace. Ling turned her head and glanced at Fangchen. Her eyes were filled with complicated emotions. It really wasn't easy. She had passed 10,000 reincarnations, but still hadn't stepped into the emperor god realm. However, this time he had broken through while working together with Fangchen to break through the cycle of reincarnation. No one knew what had happened to Ling in the world of reincarnation, so she didn't want to say anything. She stood up and left the reincarnation square. Ling you've become an emperor god. Do you want to change your title? The vice palace master reminded her. Ling was previously known as the reincarnation emperor, one of the 6 emperors of the laws. But now that she had broken through to the emperor god realm, she naturally couldn't use the title. Let's call you God Emperor Ling, she. Ling thought for a moment, then said softly, All right, I'll immediately inform the Temple of Gods to verify your title, the vice palace master said. The verification of a god emperor was relatively simple. Soon, the Temple of Gods announced that Wang Ling, the first reincarnation of the reincarnation palace, had become a god emperor and was now known as God Emperor Ling Shi. When the experts who had once competed with Ling heard that she had become a god emperor, they all fell silent. In the beast gods, the 2 holy sun looked at each other. We have to work hard as well, the second holy sun said. That's right. She used to be at the same level as us, but now she's become God Emperor Ling Shi. The holy sun smiled bitterly. He had great potential, but he couldn't take the final step. I'm going into seclusion until I become a god emperor. The second holy sun nodded. At the same time, Wu Tang of the Immortal Divine Pavilion sighed. He had once loved Ling and had even tried to woo her, but now there was an insurmountable gap between them. Ling, I will definitely become a god emperor. On that day, I will personally propose marriage to you. Wait for me. Wu Ting also entered seclusion. The monstrous geniuses of the younger generation in the god world were all stimulated by Ling. After all, she was the first of her generation to become a god emperor. The sky above the West Sea was cloudless. A figure descended from the sky. He stepped on the waves and stood majestically, trying to break through reincarnation. The god emperor of massacres lips curled up into a sinister smile. He naturally understood why the God Emperor of Destruction was trying to break through reincarnation, but was it useful? I told you that when I become a God Emperor, it will be time for me to take your life, the God Emperor of Massacre muttered to himself. Spatial contraction. He took a step forward, and it was as if he had traversed an endless distance. Do you feel fear right now? Do you feel pressure? Are you in a hurry to become a God Emperor to block my attacks? The God Emperor of Massacre laughed. He was a God Emperor, the God Emperor of Massacre. He wanted to kill every cultivator who stood in his way. What a lucky bastard. He actually obtained the inheritance of the other 4 great inheritors. The God Emperor of Massacre continued. But this also proves that the other 4 inheritors are trash. Only I am the most orthodox inheritor of Gu Yuan, and only I am qualified to step into the cosmos God realm. After taking a dozen steps, the God Emperor of Massacre arrived at the Reincarnation Palace. The restrictions of the Reincarnation Palace were practically useless against him. Voila! The God Emperor of Massacre suddenly appeared on the Reincarnation Plaza. Who is it? God Emperorling. I was currently discussing some matters with the Vice Hall Master when her beautiful eyes suddenly flashed. She stared at the sky and shouted, "You are indeed God Emperorling Shi. Such perception is admirable." The God Emperor of Massacre laughed, his body surrounded by a scarlet aura. Chapter 2029. Genius 1. Second, remember love divided by go divided by little? Here's a wonderful novel for you to read. The Massacre God Emperor wore a silver mask on his face. No one had ever seen his true face. Love, go, little, say, W, Chue, faint aura of slaughter surrounded his body, giving off an oppressive feeling. Now that the Samsara God Emperor was in seclusion, God Emperorling, she was no match for him. No one could save the person he wanted to kill. Massacre God Emperor. A grim look crossed God Emperorling Shi's face, although the Massacre God Emperor kept a low profile in the God world. As the first Samsara king of the Samsara Palace, she still had some information about him. Although the number of times this person attacked was extremely few, his attack power was extremely powerful, especially his attainments in the Sword Tao, which was even more astonishing. Massacre God Emperor, why have you come to the Samsara Palace? The Vice Palace Master asked in a low voice. I am here for the Godly Emperor of Destruction, the Massacre God Emperor said simply. When he said the words Godly Emperor Destruction, a murderous intent that made people tremble erupted from his body. Massacre God Emperor, you can leave now. The Godly Emperor of Destruction is a guest of the Samsara Palace. You can't touch him, God Emperorling, she said. Oh. The corners of Emperor God of Massacre's mouth lifted as he revealed a sinister smile. He looked at God Emperorling Shi meaningfully, then said indifferently, Do you think you can withstand my attack? The Godly Emperor of Destruction is my benefactor. If you want to touch him, you'll have to step over my dead body. God Emperorling Shi's attitude was clear. She wouldn't allow anyone to touch Fang Qin. Fang Qin was in the midst of reincarnation. If he was disturbed by the outside world, he could be seriously injured. This was something God Emperorling Shi didn't want to see. No matter what, she had to help Fang Qin resist the Massacre God Emperor. Linger, seeing that the Massacre God Emperor wasn't willing to give up, the Vice Palace Master was a little anxious. He looked at Ling, worriedly. The latter shook her head gently, unwilling to give way. Since that's the case, I'll have a taste of God Emperorling Shi's skills. Emperor God of Massacre grinned. Ever since he had stepped into the Emperor God realm, he had yet to exchange blows with an Emperor God. This time, he wanted to let all the God Emperors in the God realm know that he had killed many God Emperors. Boom! Just as Emperor God of Massacre finished his words, a terrifying scarlet aura filled the air. Then, Emperor God of Massacre clenched his fist and punched downwards. Suddenly, the extremely wild scarlet fist light whizzed towards Ling, light of reincarnation. Seeing this, Ling let out a soft cry and immediately spread out her small white hands. The vast power of the transmigration rules of order emanated from her body and wrapped around her tightly. When the scarlet fist light hit Ling's body, it was directly devoured by the reincarnation rules of order. Crack! A ferocious face appeared in the transmigration rule power. It was the struggling, crimson fist light. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Although the scarlet fist light was very strong, it was still completely purified by the power of the transmigration law. Ling spread out her hands, and dense transmigration rules of order surged out. Her pitch-black eyes stared at Emperor God of Massacre. Although the latter had only thrown a simple punch, it brought her a lot of pressure. As expected of God Emperor Ling Shi, your attainments in the transmigration law are admirable. Emperor God of Massacre looked at Ling with interest and grinned. However, if you think that this is enough to block my attack, then you are wrong. Emperor God of Massacre's tone changed, and suddenly an even more bloody aura filled the air. Unknowingly, a huge sword had appeared in his hand. Sword of Destiny. As he shouted these 4 words, the color of the entire world changed. The reincarnation palace trembled as the sword chi in the air rushed into his huge sword with lightning speed. Love, go, little, say, net, Chua Memorial Soul Refining Art, Sword of Destiny. Although this was the only move that the successor of Destiny had, it was enough to deal with God Emperor Ling Shi. If Fang Chan were to attack, this move might not work. However, it is enough to deal with you, God Emperor Ling Shi. As soon as Emperor God of Massacre's voice fell, the huge sword, glowing with a scarlet light, slashed down on Ling. Transmigration Divine Art. Ling shouted as she pushed the reincarnation palace's ultimate skill to its limit. The reincarnation rule power formed the strongest defense. His figure turned into an afterimage as he shuttled through the void, performing powerful moves. Crack! However, no matter how many moves you have, I only need 1 strike. Under the control of Emperor God of Massacre, the huge sword slashed down on Ling's body. With a loud crack, the defense formed by the power of reincarnation law shattered instantly. The scarlet sword chi drilled into Ling's body and corroded her meridians. Ling's delicate body was sent flying as blood splattered all over the sky. How is this possible? At the edge of the square, the vice palace master, who was watching the battle, was completely stunned. The move that Ling had just executed would have allowed her to escape unscathed even in the hands of a second-tier God Emperor. However, it was unable to block Emperor God of Massacre's sword. An omnipotent God Emperor? The vice palace master's heart was in turmoil. His eyes widened as his entire body trembled. It had only been 3 years since he became a God Emperor, but Emperor God of Massacre had already reached the level of an omnipotent God Emperor. The vice palace master leaped up and caught who was falling down. Ling's aura was a little weak, and her face was filled with pain. Most of her meridians were broken, and her blood circulation was blocked. However, she still stood up resolutely and looked up at the Massacre God Emperor in the sky with difficulty. You can't. She was so weak that she could not even complete her sentence. However, she still had to protect Fang Chen. God Emperor Ling Shi, do you still have the strength to stop me? Emperor God of Massacre sneered. Then he walked towards the square step by step. As long as he entered the center of the square, he would be able to stop Fang Chen's transmigration. I am the only inheritor. Emperor God of Massacre ignored God Emperor Ling Shi and walked towards the square. When he saw Fang Chen's back, his eyes were filled with a crazy killing intent. More and more, I feel that saving you from the hands of God Emperor of Death was the wisest choice. Emperor God of Massacre laughed sinisterly. He discovered that Fang Chen's aura was getting thicker and thicker. He could break through to the God Emperor realm at any time. And the stronger he was, the more energy he would gain. His chances of breaking through to the Cosmos God realm would be higher. No. Seeing that the Massacre God Emperor was about to rush into the square, the weak Ling suddenly took a big step forward and rushed in front of the Massacre God Emperor to stop him. Scram! Emperor God of Massacre's expression was gloomy. He waved his hand and sent Ling, flying with a terrifying force. God Emperor Ling Shi, I'm giving face to your reincarnation palace. Don't push your luck. Emperor God of Massacre coldly said. He wasn't willing to act against God Emperor Ling Shi, but that didn't mean he was afraid of the reincarnation palace. If God Emperor Ling Shi acted again, he could guarantee that she would become the shortest-lived God Emperor in the entire deity world. Ling, don't be rash. The Vice Hall Master stopped Ling, with an anxious expression. Big brother Fang Chen, Even at this moment, Ling was still worried about Fang Chen. But there was nothing she could do. Don't. With every step he took, he could feel the earth trembling. Emperor God of Massacre seemed to be enjoying this process. Step by step, he slowly walked into the square. The moment he stepped into the reincarnation law energy of the square, Fang Chen's body trembled slightly. Soon after, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Am I being disturbed? Emperor God of Massacre sneered and continued forward. In the blink of an eye, Emperor God of Massacre arrived by the side of Fang Chen. He slowly raised his hand, and a vicious light flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect that the godly Emperor of Destruction, who had gathered all 5 great inheritances, would die in my hands like this, Emperor God of Massacre said. Buzz. *#*float *birth. Float after being disturbed. Fang Chen's body underwent an earth-shattering change. Inside his body, his golden heart was beating rapidly. At the same time, the terrifying reincarnation law energy invaded his mind and revolved around his primordial spirit. Dong! In an instant, the path of reincarnation that had troubled Fang Chen for a long time suddenly opened up. Is this how the path of reincarnation works? Fang Chen muttered to himself. In the world of reincarnation. He waved his hand and shattered the entire world. Soon after, he walked out of the world of reincarnation. Equals the godly tool for catching up on novels is on the shelves. All the novels are updated at the speed of light so that the fans don't have to wait and don't miss any exciting chapters. A must for bookworms. Follow the public on WeChat. Zayek should download the reader of this website. Chapter 2030. Genius remembers love in 1 second. /small. I will provide you with interesting novels to read. Fang Chen could feel that the potential of the Massacre God Emperor was very strong. When they first met, they were on par with each other. Emperor God of Massacre was only of God Emperor realm cultivation. After so many years, he had relied on the series of cultivation in Yuan Huang to become one of the strongest emperor gods. As for the successor of Destiny Sword, he had relied on his own hard work. If they weren't enemies, they might have become friends. It was a pity that they had accepted Gu Yuan's sword principal inheritance, and it was destined that only one of them could survive. Kill! Emperor God of Massacre roared as he waved the huge sword in his hand. Apart from Destiny Sword Principle, he had other sword principle divine skills. Executing heaven, sword destruction. As Emperor God of Massacre roared, the huge sword broke into pieces and turned into countless sword principle runes that twinkled in the void. Then, Emperor God of Massacre waved his hand and the sword principle runes were attached to his palm. He leaped up and arrived in front of Fang Chen like a gust of wind. Then he slammed his hands down. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The terrifying sword chi tore the sky apart and covered Fang Chen. What a strange, divine skill. Fang Chen creased his eyebrows. He could feel that the divine skill that Emperor God of Massacre had performed contained a special aura. He couldn't figure out what the aura was. However, he didn't wait for his death. Demon Dragon Sky-Destroying Sword Principle Level 36 was performed, and a dragon's roar filled the sky. A huge black dragon swayed its tail and looked down from the sky. Roar! The huge black dragon opened its mouth and breathed out a dragon's breath. Instantly, the entire square was drowned in flames. Emperor God of Massacre's face changed when he saw that. He could feel a terrifying killing power from Fong Chen's Demon Dragon Sky-Destroying Sword Principle. D***MN it. Emperor God of Massacre cursed under his breath. Then he took out a golden bracelet. Then he injected a violent real god power into the golden bracelet. Suddenly, countless rays of golden light shot out from the golden bracelet. These golden lights intertwined in the sky and swooped down in an instant, enveloping the square and trapping Fong Chen within. Crack! It was also at this moment that the huge black dragon used its super strong power to shatter the sword light that Emperor God of Massacre had sent out. Godly Emperor Destruction, I admit that your strength is beyond my imagination. Initially, I thought that I could kill you easily, but now it seems that I can only use my trump card, Emperor God of Massacre said solemnly. But this is even better. The stronger you are, the higher my chances of breaking through to the Cosmos God realm after devouring you. Trapped in the aura of the golden light, Fong Chen felt the surrounding void freeze. His time and space phantasm, Demon Tome, was ineffective. This made Fong Chen very surprised. What kind of supreme treasure is this? Fong Chen's heart trembled. There's no need to struggle. I worked hard to get this. I haven't used it all this, well, just in case I have to deal with you. Emperor God of Massacre saw Fong Chen struggling and sneered. This golden bracelet's binding power is so strong that even the strongest god emperors can't break free from it. Unless what? Fong Chen asked. Unless I lose control of the golden light bracelet, that is. The latter will automatically retract its aura, allowing you to escape from here. Emperor God of Massacre said, but who in the Reincarnation Palace can stop me from attacking you? Emperor God of Massacre revealed a playful smile as if everything was under his control. The moment the golden bracelet was taken out, Emperor God of Massacre knew that the battle had ended. Not good. The Vice Hall Master and Ling, who were in the distance, shouted inwardly. Even though they were anxious, there was nothing they could do. Love, go, little, say, W, chew. I want to save Big Brother Fong Chen. Ling dragged her exhausted body and wanted to rush to the square, but she was stopped by the Vice Hall Master. Ling with your current combat power, you can't even defeat a God Emperor. How can you save God Emperor Destruction? The Massacre Emperor God is too powerful. If the godly Emperor of Destruction is unable to deal with him, then the Massacre Emperor God is too powerful. If God Emperor Destruction can't defeat him, no one in the Reincarnation Palace can, the Vice Hall Master advised. But I can't watch Big Brother Fong Chen fall. Ling beautiful face was filled with anxiety. Ling don't make unnecessary sacrifices, the Vice Hall Master said. On the square, Fong Chen was bound by the golden aura. This golden aura seems to contain a strand of Cosmos God's aura. Fong Chen pondered. His golden heart was beating rapidly as it tried to break free from the golden aura. But it was unlikely that he would succeed in the short term. Ha ha ha. Emperor God of Massacre laughed sinisterly as he strode towards Fong Chen. But at this moment, Fong Chen spoke. Emperor God of Massacre, do you think you can trap me like this? Fong Chen said, then what do you think? Emperor God of Massacre sneered. I have a helper. Although it's not enough to defeat you, it will be a headache. However, it will definitely give you a headache for a while, Fong Chen said with a mysterious smile. Hearing this, Emperor God of Massacre looked around and said coldly, what's the use of pretending? I've already told you. If you don't believe me, then there's nothing I can do. Fang Qin shrugged. He then closed his eyes and focused on breaking free from the golden aura. At the same time, ripples appeared behind Emperor God of Massacre. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air. "I'll smash you to death." Following this, a voice sounded. The Titan pagoda fell from the sky, bringing with it a powerful force as it smashed onto Emperor God of Massacre's head. Dong! Emperor God of Massacre was caught off guard and was smashed into the ground. A huge pit appeared on the square. Ah! The Massacre God Emperor soared into the sky from the crater and roared angrily at the sky. You, Emperor God of Massacre, widened his eyes when he saw the person who attacked him. Your doppelganger. I've already told you that I have a helper. The doppelganger spread his hands and held the Titan pagoda in his palms as he said with a smile. When Fang Chen was fighting with Emperor God of Massacre, the former had already sent his doppelganger into the void. He had originally planned to sneak attack Emperor God of Massacre. However, he had not expected Emperor God of Massacre to use his trump card and bind the original body. He had no choice but to use the Titan pagoda to smash Emperor God of Massacre. The doppelganger was definitely not as powerful as the original body. However, using the Titan pagoda, he could still hold off Emperor God of Massacre for a while. He had also said that without his control, the golden aura would gradually disappear. By then, the binding of the original body would naturally be broken. Then I'll destroy your doppelganger first. Emperor God of Massacre was filled with murderous intent. He waved the huge sword in his hand, and unimaginable sword light slashed across Fang Chen's body. Smash! I'll smash you to death. The doppelganger's intention was clear. I won't exchange blows with you. I'll use the time-space fantasy demon book to dodge your attacks and smash you with the Titan pagoda at the same time. Even if I can't smash you to death, I'll bring you some pressure and buy some time for the original body. Rumble. The doppelganger controlled the Titan pagoda and smashed Emperor God of Massacre until he retreated rapidly. Damn it, I must snatch the Titan pagoda. Emperor God of Massacre roared in his heart. Two terrifying rays of light shot out from his pitch-black eyes. I don't believe that I can't smash you to death. The doppelganger continued to bombard Emperor God of Massacre. In the hasty battle, Emperor God of Massacre's control over the golden bracelet naturally decreased by a lot. The original body's chance had come. The golden heart played a huge role in attacking the internal space of the golden bracelet. In addition, the golden aura was swaying continuously. The original body used all his strength to break the binding of the golden bracelet. Ding! The terrifying aura in the golden bracelet gradually dissipated. The main body grabbed the golden bracelet and observed it carefully. Then a smile appeared on his face. This golden bracelet is extraordinary. Give it to me. The Massacre God Emperor roared in anger. He reached out his hand and sucked in with force. Instantly, the golden bracelet in Fang Chen's hand was sucked away. Voila! The original body and doppelganger floated side by side in midair and looked at Emperor God of Massacre mockingly. Do you still have the confidence you had before? The original body asked. Emperor God of Massacre's face darkened and he remained silent. You don't have to take out that broken bracelet to embarrass yourself. It's useless to me. The original body continued. I didn't use all my strength just now. If the original body and doppelganger attacked together, you wouldn't be able to resist at all. Humph! Emperor God of Massacre snorted, and a thick layer of blood mist appeared on the surface of his skin. Between you and me, only one of us can live. Today's situation is destined to be a fight to the death. Chapter 2031. Genius remembers love in 1 second. /small. I will provide you with interesting novels to read. The massacring Sword Emperor didn't expect the God Emperor destruction to be so strong. However, he didn't want to give up. Between the two of them, only one of them could survive. Die. The massacring Sword Emperor roared, and the power of rules of destiny around him instantly turned into balls of fire and started to burn fiercely. Is this burning the origin of destiny? Feng Chen frowned and thought to himself. He didn't expect the massacring Sword Emperor to pay such a price to kill him. Burning the origin of destiny was very harmful to one's body. If he couldn't defeat his opponent, death would be the only thing that awaited him. The massacring Sword Emperor was already in a frenzy. He spread out his hands, and the black giant sword was wrapped in flames. The terrifying aura was raised to the maximum. Kill! Following the massacre Sword Emperor's furious roar, he suddenly circulated all the energy in his body and injected it into the huge black sword. Swish! The huge black sword pierced through the air, bringing with it an aura that made people tremble as it slashed down. At the same time, the raging flames burned the entire plaza and wrapped Feng Chen's body. Demonic Dragon Sky, Destroyer Sword. Feng Chen didn't let his guard down. He executed the demonic Dragon Sky Destroyer Sword while his clone executed the immemorial God Refinement Art. At the same time, the Herculean Pagoda was also crazily smashing the black giant sword, trying to slow down the speed of the black giant sword. At this moment, Feng Chen's attack power was raised to the maximum. The golden heart was beating rapidly. He executed 5 sword moves at the same time. The terrifying golden aura fused into the 5 sword lights and lit up the entire sky. Dong! The killer move that the massacring Sword Emperor was so proud of landed on Feng Chen's body. There was a deafening sound, but it didn't break through Feng Chen's defense. Withdraw! The massacring Sword Emperor's attack failed, and he was forced to retreat. This time, Feng Chen didn't give the massacre Sword Monarch any chance. Both his avatar and his true body attacked at the same time. Wave after wave of attacks bombarded the massacre Sword Monarch. Outside the plaza, the Vice Palace Master and God Emperor Ling, she stared at the sea of fire with grim expressions. They couldn't see the situation inside and were worried for Feng Chen. Godly Emperor Destruction is very powerful. He should be fine. He had seen Godly Emperor Destruction's previous battle, even though he was only a godly emperor and his opponent was an emperor god. However, the Deputy Palace Master was very confident in Feng Chen. Amidst the sea of flames, the massacring Sword Monarch ignited his primordial spirit and unleashed his strongest move. The enormous black sword contained an aura that caused others to tremble. At this moment, he seemed to have touched the threshold of the cosmos god realm. The terrifying sword light tore through the space and struck Feng Chen hard. Dong! The dense sword Dao runes on Feng Chen's body erupted with an aura comparable to that of a cosmos god. It formed a powerful confrontation with the terrifying sword light. A very strong shockwave erupted. The entire reincarnation hall trembled. All the disciples prostrated themselves on the ground, suffocated by the terrifying aura. Too strong. Many disciples turned pale and exclaimed in their hearts. Nevertheless, facing such a powerful shockwave, Feng Chen still managed to resist it. No! Seeing this, the massacring Sword Monarch's eyes widened and he let out a frenzied roar. Pum! His body was sent flying by Feng Chen's fist. The body of the massacring Sword Monarch smashed onto the edge of the public square, forming a huge pit on the ground. His body was battered and exhausted. The incomplete law of fate revolved around him. His face was pale, and fresh blood was flowing out continuously. Hoo! At this moment, the sea of flames on the public square gradually disappeared. Feng Chen stood calmly on the public square. A complicated expression appeared in his eyes. That time in the Sky Dome, you once saved me from the hands of the godly Emperor of Death. Feng Chen paused for a moment before continuing. I, Feng Chen, have always been clear about my gratitude and grudges, even though you had other motives for helping me that time. In my opinion, you saved me. So, you can leave. This time around, I won't attack you. The next time we meet, we will settle the dispute between the two of us. The massacring sword monarch didn't expect Fang Qin to say such a thing. His eyes flickered with murderous intent. He stood up with difficulty and staggered to Fang Qin. He sneered. "Do you think I will be grateful to you just because of this?" "I have repaid what I owed you," Fang Qin said indifferently. "Ha ha ha." The massacring sword monarch suddenly laughed out loud. His face was hideous and his heart was burning with rage. All along, he had thought that he was the only successor of Gu Yuan. However, he had ended up in such a state. Die. The massacring sword monarch's laughter suddenly stopped. Suddenly, his body flashed, and he charged towards Fang Qin with all his strength. "I don't need your pity. Either you die or I die." Before the massacring sword monarch came to the reincarnation palace, he had already made a foolproof plan. Although it was out of his expectations that Fang Qin would let him go. However, he still couldn't change his original intention. Dong! The massacring sword monarch's fist landed on Fang Qin's body. The latter didn't block and used his physical strength to take on the massacring sword monarch's fist. He took a few steps back and tried his best to stabilize himself. He lifted his head to look at the massacring sword monarch and said, "Now, we don't owe each other anything." The moment Fang Qin's words left his mouth, both his original body and clone took action. Rumble. There was a deafening sound that resonated across the sky. The massacring sword monarch wasn't a match for Fang Qin. In the blink of an eye, he was suppressed by Fang Qin. Absorb. After suppressing the massacring sword monarch, Fang Qin extended his hand and grabbed onto the massacring sword monarch's head. Then the golden heart in his body started to beat rapidly. A terrifying suction force was instantly released and enveloped the massacring sword monarch. SSSSSS. The extremely violent destiny power quickly passed through the palm and entered Fang Qin's body. If it was an ordinary person, their body would have exploded after absorbing such violent destiny power. However, Fang Qin was different. He was the successor of Gu Yuan. Huff, huff, huff. The moment the violent destiny power entered his body, it was absorbed by the golden heart. In the blink of an eye, the golden heart went through a huge change. Buzz! After a short while, all the energy in the massacring sword monarch's body was absorbed by Fang Qin. The massacring sword monarch's body fell to the ground and he died. At the same time, the sky was filled with dark clouds and thunder rumbled incessantly. The commotion that occurred above the reincarnation palace shook the entire divine world. The god emperors that were scattered all over lifted their heads and looked in the direction of the reincarnation palace. They were all curious. Who was it that had become an god emperor? Not long ago, God Emperorling, she had appeared in the reincarnation palace. How long had it been since then? Another god emperor had appeared. Who is it? Who has become an god emperor? This was the question that many god emperors were thinking about. Reincarnation Palace, Reincarnation Square. Fang Chen's body was surrounded by the 6 great power of laws. The golden heart in his body was undergoing its final transformation. Whoosh! After the golden heart had refined the power of destiny, the 6 great power of laws had completely merged together and transformed Fang Chen's body. Then, the golden heart left Fang Chen's body. It floated in front of his chest and gradually emitted a gentle golden glow. Did I break through? Fang Chen muttered to himself, his face filled with joy. Under his gaze, the golden heart began to transform and turned into a rich golden aura. Then, the golden aura condensed into a golden imprint. Swoosh! The golden imprint shot into Fang Chen's forehead at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Dong! The power in the golden imprint exploded and spread throughout Fang Chen's body. My physical strength is still increasing. Fang Chen could feel that his physical strength was increasing. Has the golden heart disappeared? Fang Chen had been accompanied by the golden heart all along. Now, The golden heart had disappeared and turned into a golden imprint. All the power in it was injected into his body. Buzz. My cultivation level is increasing. Xiao. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and suddenly began to perform sword dance in the void. The swordsmanship seemed chaotic, but Fang Chen's dance was very fierce and domineering. The 6 great sword moves of the immemorial soul refining technique gathered and formed the strongest sword technique. Performing 6 great sword moves in one breath, Fang Chen felt that the entire world was about to be overturned by him. This was the feeling of a true God Emperor. Dong. After the 6 great sword moves were performed, Fang Chen's sword Dao aura had risen to the limit and was comparable to a cosmos god's aura. It was also at this time that a vibrating sound came from his body. Fang Chen knew that he was a true God Emperor. The free novel app is officially online. The novel app is an exclusive reader designed for novel fans. It gathers a huge amount of novel resources, classifies them carefully, and the layout is clear. The reading effect is excellent. Follow the public on WeChat. GGYY12221. Chapter 2032. Genius 1. Second. Remember love divided by little? Here's a wonderful novel for you to read. After the 6 sword moves merged into one, the golden heart that had accompanied Fang Chen for his entire life had also completed its mission. It condensed into a golden mark, and all the power contained within it was completely channeled into Fang Chen's body. Love, go, little, say, Chu Fang Chen's aura continued to rise. An ultimate God Emperor. Outside the plaza, the Vice Hall Master and God Emperorling, she stared at Fang Chen with wide eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Fang Chen's aura was already comparable to an ultimate God Emperor's aura. Moreover, it was still rising. This was a very shocking thing. This is too terrifying. After stepping into the God Emperor realm, he directly jumped into the ranks of the ultimate God Emperors. God Emperorling, she said softly. Although she was calm, her heart was surging with emotions. Rumble. The deafening sound did not stop. After a long time, Fang Chen's body completed the transformation, and the strange phenomenon in the sky gradually disappeared. A new God Emperor had appeared in this golden age. Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the void behind him. There was a clone of his there. The Death God Emperor's research on the primordial spirit is very thorough. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. Normally, when a martial artist stepped into the God Emperor realm, they had to completely merge their clone with their original body. Otherwise, the origin of the universe would not allow it. However, the Death God Emperor was able to separate his original body and clone. His research on the primordial spirit had reached the pinnacle. Even the ultimate God Emperors could not compare. After little, she absorbed the Death God Emperor's talent. She told Fang Chen about his lifetime of research. The latter quickly grasped the mystery and successfully used it in the process of breaking through to the God Emperor realm. Love, go, little, say, Chu as expected. Using the Death God Emperor's method, his clone was not rejected by the origin of the universe. After thinking for a while, Fang Chen kept his clone. The cultivation of the doppelganger was still at the Divine Emperor realm. With his current strength, there was no need for him to use his doppelganger. Feeling the power in his body, Fang Chen grinned. The sword-shaped runes around Fang Chen's body had already changed their appearance. The super-strong power contained within them had already been absorbed by Fang Chen's body. The power within the Golden Heart is too vast. This is probably the power that Master Guyuan left for his only successor, right? Fang Chen muttered to himself. He could feel that his physical strength had broken through the limit. It seemed he could challenge the fleshy body of a cosmos god. Of course, this was merely a guess because he had never seen a true cosmos god before. Now that I've gathered all 6 sword moves of the immemorial soul-refining art, my comprehension of the sword Tao has reached its peak. Feng Chen raised his eyes and glanced at the star concealing sword in his hand. No idea when the hidden star sword already became a top-grade, true god artifact, emitting a powerful pressure. Feng Chen's eyes looked through the star concealing sword and saw the power released by the golden heart. In an instant, Feng Chen understood. All of this was left behind by his master Guyuan, and the only purpose was to increase the strength of his only successor as much as possible. The complete, immemorial, soul-refining art. I'm afraid no one in the entire god world can resist it, right? Feng Chen curled his lips and laughed. Godly Emperor Destruction. No, you're now a god emperor. The Vice Hall Master clasped his fists towards Feng Chen. God Emperor Ling, she smiled faintly and said, Congratulations, big brother Feng Chen. Voila! Many God Emperor projections appeared in the sky above the Reincarnation Palace. When they found out that the new God Emperor was Godly Emperor Destruction, they were all shocked. I didn't expect the new God Emperor to be Godly Emperor Destruction. Yes, Godly Emperor Destruction. Now that you've become a God Emperor, do you still want to use this title? The one who spoke was God Emperor Xiao Luo. Among the second-tier God Emperors, he was one of the closest to Feng Chen. Hence, he deliberately reminded him, there was already a God Emperor Destruction in the God world. He was the leader of the Beast God clan. If Feng Chen wanted to continue using this title, he would have to fight with God Emperor Destruction. Hearing this, many God Emperors looked at Feng Chen. The latter smiled faintly and said, My attainments in the Destruction Tao are not as good as God Emperor Destruction's. In the hands of God Emperor Destruction, this title is truly deserved. Then what's your title from now on? God Emperor Xiao Luo continued to ask. Every God Emperor would have a special title. This title meant a lot to them. God Emperor title? Feng Chen muttered to himself. He thought of his master Guyuan. Voila! The comprehension of sword principles over the years suddenly surged into his mind. After a long while, Feng Chen smiled brightly. Then he lifted his gaze and smiled. I am a sword cultivator, and I reached Emperor God Realm through sword principle. Then my title will be Ancient Sword Emperor. Ancient Sword Emperor had two meanings. Firstly, it was because he had made his fortune in ancient Swordland. That remote and weak land had changed his life. It was also his hometown. He had countless relatives and friends, and he had many memories there. Secondly, it was because after he had received the complete inheritance of Guyuan, the sword principle that he had mastered was called Immemorial God Training Skill. Plus, according to the inherited memory, Immemorial God Training Skill was Guyuan's proudest sword principle divine skill. It was also the strongest divine skill in Divine World. Hence, after combining the 2 points, he chose to call himself Ancient Sword Emperor. Ha ha ha! Ancient Sword Emperor, impressive! God Emperor Xiao Luo laughed and said, Ancient Sword Emperor, when you were in God Emperor realm, you could fight evenly with second-tier Emperor gods. I wonder if you could fight evenly with a strong Emperor God now that you have reached Emperor God realm? An Emperor God expert asked. Yeah, we also want to know how strong you are. God Emperor Xiao Luo looked curious and asked with a smile. Feng Chen smiled faintly and said, I don't know how strong my strongest attack is now, but I can at least confirm one thing. In Divine World, no Emperor God can defeat me. As there was no actual battle, Feng Chen was more humble and he didn't boast. Everyone heard and they were shocked. Feng Chen's meaning was obvious. Although he wasn't the strongest Emperor God in Divine World, no Emperor God could defeat him. It meant that he had already become a strong Emperor God. Congratulations, Ancient Sword Emperor. Ha ha ha! How long has it been since there was a strong Emperor God in Divine World? The pattern of Divine World is about to be broken. Ancient Sword Emperor will definitely leave his name in history. Many Emperor Gods congratulated Feng Chen. Then they gradually left Reincarnation Palace. Brother Feng Chen is so powerful. You just broke through to Emperor God realm, and you have already crossed the third level to become a strong Emperor God. Ling giggled and said. Ling, don't make fun of me, Feng Chen said. It's all thanks to Sister Ling. Er's help in reincarnation that I could break through so easily. He killed the successor of Destiny System and received the complete inheritance of Gu Yuan. Unknowingly, Feng Chen was already standing at the peak of Divine World. In a few days, the entire Divine World had heard the news. Those from the younger generation who had once competed with Feng Chen were sad when they heard the news. The person who was once very close to them had now become a strong Emperor God. It was a huge blow to them. Those who had fallen into panic because of the large-scale war launched by Holy Light religion finally found a glimmer of hope. They believed that under the leadership of 11 strong Emperor Gods, Divine World would definitely regain its peace. Feng Chen stayed in Reincarnation Palace for a few days. Little Mouse and the other 3 were cultivating in Reincarnation Pagoda and had never come out. One day, Feng Chen's mind suddenly shook, and he was immediately overjoyed. His master had come out of seclusion, and he immediately found Ling. I have to return to Heavenly Bone Palace for some matters. Thank you for taking care of my 4 companions, Feng Chen said. Brother Feng Chen, don't worry. They will be fine in our Reincarnation Palace, Ling said with a smile. Then I'm relieved. After saying that, Feng Chen took a step forward, tore through the void, and disappeared. While the entire Divine World was talking about Ancient Sword Emperor and the Holy Light religion's lair in the easternmost land, the Vice Sect leader paced back and forth, anxious and angry. Damn it, he actually broke through to Emperor God realm. The Vice Sect leader said in a deep voice, and according to the information, he directly crossed to the 3rd level and became a strong Emperor God? I don't believe it. No matter how monstrous he is, it's impossible to cross to the level of a strong Emperor God. It must be a smoke bomb released by the human race to prevent us from sneak attacking. Chapter 2033. Genius 1, 2nd, remember love, go, /little? We provide you with exciting novels to read. After hurriedly returning to the Heavenly Bone Palace, he quickly met his master, the Bone Progenitor. The Bone Progenitor gave Feng Chen a feeling that he had become unfathomable. You broke through. Feng Chen's eyes lit up as he asked. The Bone Progenitor shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's not that easy. I just took a small step. The Bone Progenitor cultivated the space-time shape modification system. This system was usually hidden, and the only thing that left a deep impression on people was its means of escape. However, when the space-time shape modification system reached its peak, the power contained within would suddenly erupt. Therefore, the Bone Progenitor was not anxious at all. He was accumulating power and accumulating it. As soon as he came out of seclusion, he heard the news that his disciple had stepped into the Emperor God realm. As his master, he was very happy and immediately transmitted a message to Feng Chen. You, on the other hand, gave me a big surprise. The Bone Progenitor grinned. Every time he saw his little disciple, he felt very happy. Back then, on the stairway to heaven, I thought you, the Bone Progenitor, stopped halfway and shook his head, unwilling to recall those painful memories. Then he changed the topic. There are rumors in the realm of the gods that you have stepped into the Emperor God realm. I want to test your strength. No problem, Feng Chen said. Buzz! The aura around the Bone Progenitor's body shook. He looked at his disciple and said, Attack me with all your strength. Master, be careful, Feng Chen reminded him. Don't. Feng Chen accumulated all the power in his body, gathered it on his fist, and then punched out. Wherever his fist passed, the space shattered and collapsed. His fist was as dazzling as the stars in the night sky, shining brightly. What a strong power! The Bone Progenitor sensed the power in Feng Chen's fist and did not dare to be careless. He quickly punched out as well. The master and disciple's fists fiercely collided, and immediately a terrifying power swept over. The bone progenitor felt a strong impact on his body and could not help but take a few steps back. After stabilizing his body, the bone progenitor stared at Feng Qin with wide eyes. Your physical strength has surpassed the 10 emperor gods, the bone progenitor evaluated. In the future, with more training, you will be comparable to a cosmos god. Ancestor Bone was very gratified. Just the power of his disciple's fleshly body had already surpassed the 10 strongest god emperors. What did this mean? This meant that his disciple would be able to escape unscathed from the hands of the 10 strongest emperor gods by relying on defense alone. Moreover, in a real battle, he wouldn't just stand there stupidly and allow the other emperor gods to attack him. I remember that you specialize in swordsmanship. Show it to me and let me experience it, Ancestor Bone said. Master, this sword Tao divine skill of mine is a little too powerful. Be careful, Feng Qin warned. Don't worry. Your master, am the #1 god emperor in the entire god realm in terms of escaping. If I can't withstand it, I'll dodge it. Ancestor Bone chuckled. Seeing this, Feng Qin took out the hidden star sword, top-grade true god weapon. The bone progenitor's face was filled with shock. In the entire deity world, no one could refine a top-grade true god weapon. All along, the number of top-grade true god weapons had been fixed, with each emperor god having one. However, a few years ago, Feng Chen's Titan Pagoda had given the deity world another top-grade true god weapon. Who would have thought that even his weapon had become a top-grade true god weapon? At this moment, the bone progenitor's face finally became serious. He did not dare to be careless in front of his disciple. Immemorial Soul Refining Technique. Feng Qin used the Immemorial Soul Refining Technique's destruction sword technique. This was the sword technique with the strongest attack power among the 6 major sword techniques. Rumble. Once the destruction sword technique was used, the entire Skybone Palace seemed to be enveloped by a layer of terrifying destruction aura. The destruction aura condensed into a terrifying destruction sword light that slashed towards the bone progenitor. Limitless Void. The bone progenitor used his own unique technique. He stretched out his hand and it suddenly expanded. He then grabbed at the void and an extremely dense space-time energy appeared in his palm. Then he rolled the space-time energy into a ball and threw it at the destruction sword light. Kacha! The destruction sword light did not hesitate. It slashed open the space-time light ball and hit the bone progenitor's body. Crash! The bone progenitor's figure faded and finally disappeared. When the destruction sword light dissipated, the bone progenitor reappeared on the spot. However, his face was filled with astonishment. His disciple had given him too many surprises. Your swordsmanship is really impressive. Even I would not dare to face it head-on, the bone progenitor praised. Master, Feng Qin smiled and said, actually this is only the first move of my divine sword technique. There are a total of 6 moves. If all 6 moves are used together, the attack power can be increased by at least 10 times. In front of his master, Feng Qin did not hide anything and directly told him the truth. Hearing this, the bone progenitor was instantly dumbfounded. After a long time, the bone progenitor woke up from the shock. He opened his eyes wide and carefully observed Feng Qin. Amazing, really amazing. The bone progenitor gave Feng Qin a thumbs up and said, according to what you said, your strength has completely surpassed the 10 great emperor gods. Even the swordless emperor god is no match for you. Thinking of this, the bone progenitor became even more excited. Back then, due to the strength of the Holy Light religion, we signed a 10,000-year truce with the Holy Light religion. Previously, I was still worried about how we would fight against the Holy Light religion after 10,000 years. Now, I am not worried at all, the bone progenitor said with a smile. With your current strength, it is more than enough to deal with the Holy Light religion. Your strength is worthy of being the #1 person in the heavenly realm, the bone progenitor said. No, it should be said that you are the strongest emperor god in this universe era. Master, you are overpraising me, Feng Qin said modestly. The bone progenitor waved his hand. You don't have to be humble. You deserve such praise. However what? Feng Qin asked. However, don't reveal your strongest strength for the time being. Wait until the final battle with the Holy Light Religion. Then, unleash your full strength and destroy the Holy Light Religion in one fell swoop, the bone progenitor said. Feng Qin nodded. Ha ha ha! It's all thanks to Emperor Swordless Disciple. 3 emperor gods in one sect. God knows how many people in the heavenly realm have bragged about it. Humph. I, the bone progenitor, am not any worse than him. Although I only have 1 emperor god disciple. This disciple of mine is comparable to the 10 most powerful emperor gods. Extreme North, Holy Light Religion's lair. Feng Qin had become an emperor god. Although he did not believe that the latter was the most powerful emperor god, he was still an emperor god. However, he was an emperor god after all. It was too difficult to assassinate an emperor god. Recently, he heard that the bone progenitor had come out of seclusion. Therefore, he gave up on this idea and prepared to inform the Holy Light Religion's leader. On this day, the vice hierarch came to the forbidden area. Just as he was about to report to the hierarch, he felt a tremor. The sky and earth were spinning as if the end of the world had arrived. What's going on? After a brief moment of panic, a hint of joy appeared in the vice hierarch's dark eyes. He stared straight into the forbidden area. Could it be that the hierarch has made a breakthrough? The vice hierarch was overjoyed. Dong! A thunderous sound rang in the forbidden area. Then, a shocking aura swept across the entire Holy Light Religion's lair. There was a shocking change in the forbidden area. The vice hierarch stood quietly. He did not dare to disturb the hierarch for fear of disrupting the hierarch's breakthrough. This shocking commotion lasted for a full hour. Creak! The door of the forbidden area opened. Thick smoke surged out. A figure, shrouded in dark aura, walked out. Greetings, hierarch. The vice hierarch knelt on the ground and shouted. The hierarch of Holy Light's aura was extremely powerful. The vice hierarch's heart trembled. He did not dare to look directly at the hierarch. What's going on in the divine world recently? The hierarch of Holy Light's eerie voice rang out. Hierarch, 2 emperor gods have appeared in the divine world recently. One of them is Emperor Godling Shi from the Reincarnation Palace. She is not a threat. However, the other emperor god deserves our attention. The vice hierarch said, Oh! The other emperor god is the demon-like genius of the human race, Godly Emperor Destruction. A few years ago, he passed through the Reincarnation Palace and stepped into the Emperor God realm. He even killed the massacring Sword Emperor. The vice hierarch said truthfully, moreover, according to the news from the divine world, this person had just reached the Emperor God realm. However, he had already jumped 3 levels and entered the ranks of the strongest emperor gods. Entered the ranks of the strongest emperor gods? Is this news true? The hierarch of Holy Light asked. I don't know. However, there is a high possibility that the human race is trying to confuse us. The vice hierarch said. Chapter 2034. Genius 1, Second, remember love divided by little? We will provide you with fascinating novels to read. Actually, during the conversation with Sacred Light Religion leader, the Sacred Light Religion leader had always been puzzled. The vice sect master had always been wondering if the sect master had broken through. If not, why did he leave closed-door cultivation in advance? This was related to the grand plan of the Sacred Light Religion, and he could not ignore it. But soon, the religious leader gave him an answer. I can feel the shackles of the origin source of the cosmos. There seems to have been a huge change in the world, and there is a strong suppression. Breaking through to the cosmos God realm in this world is harder than ascending the heavens. Sacred Light Religion leader said, but fortunately I have fused all the previous absolute arts together, forming a new divine technique. This divine technique complemented with my weapon, allowing me to unleash the power of a cosmos God temporarily. Amen. Hearing that, the Sacred Light Religion leader felt joy in his heart. Even though he could only unleash the power of a cosmos God temporarily, it was sufficient to sweep across the entire deity world. Congratulations, religious leader, for unifying the deity world. The Sacred Light Religion leader hurriedly congratulated. There is no rush. Wait until the ceasefire agreement expires, and I will immediately launch a large-scale attack on the deity world. By then, those God Emperors who are against me will have to die. The Sacred Light Religion leader said. Yes, religious leader. The Sacred Light Religion leader said with a smile. The Sacred Light Religion leader leaving closed-door cultivation was like a calming pill to everyone. The atmosphere was high. It's just that, because they had made a martial Tao oath, they could not attack the deity world for the next 10,000 years. The deity world was as peaceful as before. After adding 2 more God Emperors, God Emperorling Shi and Ancient Sword Emperor, the Massacre Sword Emperor, and Death God Emperor had fallen. Counting in this way, the number of God Emperors remained unchanged. The following days were considered the calm before the storm. The bone progenitor's strength had reached a bottleneck, and he could not improve in this short period. Thus, he decided not to enter closed-door cultivation. After coming out, he personally taught the younger generation of the Skybone Palace. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, several years had passed. Love, go, little, say, W. Chu as time passed, little she. I's growth speed became faster. Currently, little she. I's strength was not weaker than the strongest God Emperors. Even though she was not as strong as her father, she was still quite strong. Of course, other than Feng Chen and Star and Moon, no one else knew about this. There was only a short period of time left before little she reached adulthood. This was good news for Feng Chen. The moment little she reached adulthood, she would definitely step into the cosmos God realm. By then, the crisis of the divine realm would be easily resolved. Now, the younger generation of the Sky Bone Palace's disciples had matured. The 3 godly kings chosen by Feng Chen back then were even more outstanding. Of course, what shocked everyone the most was Feng Chen's unique insight. Back then, he had stood his ground against the opinions of the masses and excluded Divine King Wu Tai from the 3 spots. He had chosen Mu Xian, who no one thought highly of. It turned out that Feng Chen's eyes were really sharp. Over the years, Mu Xian's transformation was the greatest among the 3, and her achievements were also the highest. Not long ago, during the disciple exchange, Mu Xian defeated the Extreme Tiger Divine King and the Azure Divine King and became the strongest Divine Emperor of the Celestial Bone Palace. Now, Mu Xian was the head of the 36 Inner Palace Elders of the Celestial Bone Palace. Divine King Wu Tai, who had competed with her in the past, was no longer as high-spirited as before. He was still trapped in the godly king realm and could not even cross this barrier. The genius of the past was no longer a genius. Naturally, the people's focus would not be placed on him. Now, in the conversations of the people of the Celestial Bone Palace, most of them would talk about Mu Xian. Even the limelight of the Extreme Tiger Divine King and the Azure Divine King was completely overshadowed by Mu Xian. In an elegant courtyard, there were mountains, rivers, and pavilions. The surroundings were verdant and lush. The overall layout was somewhat similar to the style of Earth. Everything was arranged according to Feng Chen's request. He liked this layout very much. And this independent courtyard was also the place where he lived with his wife and daughter. By the side of the pond, Tian Xan and little Xie were playing. The current little Xie was already a graceful little beauty. She was no longer the little wimpy kid who chased her senior brother around to play. I am going to cultivate. Tian Xian said. No, senior brother, you have to play with me. I am about to die from boredom. Moreover, with me, your junior sister, protecting you, in the entire divine realm, who can hurt you? Little said with a smile, you are already a godly emperor at such a young age. As for me, after cultivating for so long, I am only a godly king. And this is also because Master has poured a lot of effort into me. I cannot disappoint Master's expectations. Tian Xn said with a bitter face. What he was most afraid of now was his junior sister. As long as she saw him, she would pester him to play with her. I don't care, Little Shu snorted. The fish in the pond swam around, splashing up waves from time to time. In the middle of the pond, there was a pavilion. In the pavilion, Fang Qin and Qing Ho were playing chess. Brother Fang, what game are you playing? It is really fun. Qing Ho picked up a horse on the chessboard and played a sun character. Then he jumped to Fang Chen's side. This is called Chinese chess. It is very interesting. Fang Chen glanced at Qing Ho's movements and immediately knew his intentions. Then he picked up the chariot that he had hidden long ago and moved to the front of the horse, making it difficult for the horse to advance or retreat. Ha ha ha. After making this move, Fang Chen laughed loudly. Ever since he became a godly emperor, Fang Chen also understood. Sometimes immersing oneself in cultivation would not solve the problem. When appropriate, one should adjust one's state of mind and spend more time with one's family and friends. Chinese chess was a card game that Fang Chen used to play on Earth. Back then, Fang Chen was very good at it and even won the provincial championship. Unfortunately, he never had the time. Now that he finally remembered, he taught it to Qing Ho. Qing Ho was addicted to learning it and often came to Fang Chen to play. I lost again. After a while, Qing Ho surrendered and said helplessly, Brother Fang, your chess skills are too good. When can I catch up to you? This thing requires comprehension. Fang Chen said, how's your recent research? Qing Ho knew that Fang Chen was asking him about his research on puppets. I have already studied the godly emperor-level puppets you gave me. I have gained a lot. I am doing an experiment. Once I succeed, I may be able to control the godly emperor-level puppets directly. Qing Ho said, actually, you can work on the puppets' weaknesses. It will be easier that way, Fang Chen said casually. The speaker did not mean it, but the listener meant it. Buzz. Qing Ho's mind shook. Immediately, he stood up and patted his head. That's right. Why didn't I think of this problem? He was overjoyed. The problem that had troubled them for a long time seemed to have been solved. Brother Fang, I will go back first. I will come and play with you when I have time. After saying that, Qing Ho disappeared. Looking at Qing Ho's disappearing back, Fang Chen smiled. Rumble. At this moment, there was a shocking aura in the pavilion. Is she going to break through? Fang Chen rejoiced. He took a big step forward and arrived before the pavilion. Father, is my mother going to break through? Little Shi also quickly came to her father's side. Master's wife is finally going to break through, Tian Xan said. Fang Chen's consciousness covered the entire pavilion, paying attention to every movement inside. He could feel that Star and Moon's body was undergoing a huge change. Has inherited the legacy of God Emperor Xianfeng. After breaking through to the God Emperor realm, her strength is at least on par with the second stage, Fang Chen said to himself. Soon, the situation here alarmed the heavenly Bone Palace. The Bone Progenitor also came. When he found out that Star and Moon was about to break through, he could not close his mouth. A family with 3 God Emperors. This is even more shocking than the South Tomb Sword Palace having 3 God Emperors. The Bone Progenitor laughed. Grandmaster, didn't you say you were going to bring me to the lower realm to play? Seeing the Bone Progenitor, Little Shi-Er blinked and smiled. The Bone Progenitor stumbled and hid far away. He was really afraid of this weird little girl. Boom! The shocking aura disappeared. Star and Moon walked out of the pavilion. How did it go? Fang Chen asked. It went very smoothly. Star and Moon's fair face had a hint of a smile. Her husband and daughter had both stepped into the God Emperor realm. Now, she had finally become one. That's great. Our family of 3 is now God Emperors. Let's see who dares to bully us in the God realm. Little She hugged Star and Moon's arm and giggled. Hearing this, the bone progenitor twitched his mouth. Even if your mother did not break through, no one would dare to bully your family. == a mobile app launched by this website. It provides you with rich novel resources and supports web-free reading. To save mobile data. Shengwengle. Chapter 2035. Geniuses remember love in 1 second? We provide you with interesting novels to read. The status quo that had been maintained for hundreds of millions of years was finally broken. The realm of the gods had truly entered its golden age. Geniuses came out in large numbers and competed with each other, especially the generation that had competed with Fang Chen. They had unknowingly become the backbone of the realm of the gods. Most of them had become divine kings, and some of them had even become divine emperors. However, it was still very difficult to enter the divine emperor realm. Until now, only Ling had broken through to the divine emperor realm, a family with 3 divine emperors. This was the first time in this era, and it was a grand occasion. For this reason, the bone progenitor held a banquet to celebrate Fang Chen's family of 3. Even Fang Chen, who didn't like crowds, gladly accepted the bone progenitor's decision. He was now considered a reputable figure in the realm of the gods, and he needed to build up his reputation and that of the Palace of Gods. This banquet let the entire realm of the gods know of the Palace of Gods foundation, including the bone progenitor and the vice palace master. There were a total of 5 divine emperors. Moreover, there was the ancient sword emperor among them. The Palace of Gods was now no weaker than the South Tomb Sword Palace, and had even become the leader of the 7 top forces. While the banquet was going on, all the divine emperors came to celebrate. Other than the bone progenitor, the 9 strongest divine emperors also came out of seclusion. Whoosh! Above the Palace of Gods, the 9 strongest divine emperors' projections descended. Other than a few divine emperors, ordinary experts couldn't see the bone progenitor's projection at all. Bone progenitor, congratulations. The Taishu divine emperor and the Tianjin divine emperor congratulated. They had a good relationship with the bone progenitor, and they were happy to see the Palace of Gods flourishing. The Time divine emperor and the Space divine emperor kept their eyes on Fang Chen. Both of their eyes were filled with astonishment. The space-time aura on Fang Chen's body made them feel fear. Fang Chen. Sure enough, God Emperor Swordless still made things difficult for Fang Chen. Back then, you foiled my plans and killed my disciple. Are you going to give me an explanation now? Swordless God Emperor said coldly. Oh, what explanation do you, God Emperor Swordless, want? Fang Chen sneered and shrugged. The young girl beside Fang Chen, Fang Shi, said disdainfully, You swordsmen don't bully my father. Our clan has 3 God Emperors. How many God Emperors does your South Tomb Sword Palace have? Everyone looked at Emperor Shi, who had made a name for himself at a young age, with great interest. Speaking of Emperor Shi, even the 10 strongest God Emperors couldn't help but sigh. They carefully observed Empress Shi and couldn't sense any special aura from her. Even her physique didn't seem particularly outstanding. However, such a minor character had become an emperor at the age of 3. This was a very frightening thing. No one could understand it, even after racking their brains. Swordless God Emperor was enraged by Monarch Shi's mockery. Humph, a little girl dares to talk to me like this? What's the use of numbers? In my eyes, there's nothing to fear even if your family of 3 teamed up, Swordless God Emperor said coldly. Hearing this, Fang She wanted to say something, but was stopped by Fang Chen. She, Leave this to me, Fang Qin said. Swordless God Emperor's hatred for him was bone deep. Back in the Sword Tomb, he had unintentionally ruined Swordless God Emperor's plan, causing his painstaking plan to go up in flames. Since then, Swordless God Emperor had been scheming to kill him. Luckily, God Emperor Destruction appeared, otherwise he would have been dead. Fang Qin also had some killing intent towards Swordless God Emperor. Swordless, today is my Skybone Palace's big day. Are you going to ruin it? Bone Progenitor said solemnly. Bone Progenitor, a life for a life. A debt must be repaid. Fang Qin has a grudge against me. How can I sit by and do nothing? Swordless God Emperor's attitude was clear, and he didn't hide his killing intent. In fact, he didn't need to hide it. After defeating God Emperor Destruction, he became the #1 God Emperor in the Divine Realm. Facing Bone Progenitor, he wouldn't be polite. Swordless God Emperor, you originally had the chance to kill me. However, you wasted it. Now you want to kill me? I can only tell you that you can't do it, Fang Qin said calmly. His words were filled with confidence. He wasn't afraid of Swordless God Emperor's threat. Swordless, we have to work together to deal with Holy Light Religion. Your grudge can wait until Holy Light Religion is destroyed? God Emperor Destruction advised. This kid is arrogant if I don't teach him a lesson. How can I, Swordless God Emperor, establish myself in the Divine Realm in the future? Swordless God Emperor said coldly, You don't have to say any more. I won't kill him. Just teach him a lesson. Hearing Swordless God Emperor's words, everyone stopped talking. Their gazes fell on Fang Qin, waiting for Fang Qin's decision. Teach me a lesson? Fang Qin sneered. I also want to know, why are you called the #1 God Emperor in the Divine Realm? Fang Qin's words made all the God Emperors exclaim. Was he young and frivolous, or was he really confident in dealing with Swordless God Emperor? Fang Qin's words meant that he wanted to challenge the #1 God Emperor in the Divine Realm. Good, very good. I hope that when we fight later, you'll be as tough as you are now. As soon as Emperor God Swordless said that, his figure shot upwards. Let's go and watch the show. Fang Qin brought Fang Shi and Star and Moon and followed closely behind. The other absolute Emperor gods also followed behind. There was a tacit understanding between God Emperors. Unless it was a life and death battle, the battlefield would usually be in the sky. The destructive power of a battle between God Emperors was too great. Back then, the battle had sunk the entire easternmost land. Hence, they didn't want to destroy the land of the Divine Realm. This time the battlefield was in the sky, in front of the Rule Stairway. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Violent true God power swept across the entire sky. God Emperor Swordless stepped on a cloud, his dark eyes staring at Fang Qin. The latter was also staring at God Emperor Swordless, their invisible auras confronting each other. In the distance, the Bone Progenitor, Star and Moon, and Fang Shi were together. With Fang Qin's strength, even if he can't win, he'll be fine, the Bone Progenitor said softly. My father will definitely defeat that shameless swordsman, Fang Shi said. Star and Moon, who was at the side, also nodded gently. She believed in her husband. I'll only use one sword. If you can take it, I won't find trouble with you for 10,000 years, God Emperor Swordless said with confidence in his strength. Fang Qin waved his hand. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Let me do it first. The moment Fang Qin said that, he pulled out the hidden star sword. The absolute God Emperors in the distance exclaimed. He already had the Herculean pagoda. Now, he had a second supreme grade true God weapon. Amazing! Everyone gave him a thumbs up and complimented him. In the battlefield, the situation suddenly changed. Fang Qin's body exploded with a vast sword Dao aura. Then, he shook his wrist and waved the hidden star sword. Dong! The entire sky was trembling, and a sword light with a completely different aura suddenly shot out with a whistling sound. When the 6 sword lights came into contact, The absolute God Emperors felt suffocated. What kind of divine skill is this? Someone exclaimed. God Emperor Destruction also opened his eyes wide as he watched the battle. Kill! Fang Chen roared. The hidden star sword controlled the 6 sword lights, as if it was going to destroy the entire universe, and attacked God Emperor Swordless. God Emperor Swordless frowned. He immediately displayed his strongest absolute art. One could see him waving his sword rapidly. When the sword lights in the sky clashed against each other, they directly destroyed the void. Kacha! The sword light of God Emperor Swordless was shattered. The 6 sword lights carried an aura comparable to that of a cosmos god. They bombarded the sword chi light screen around God Emperor Swordless. Dang, dang, dang! Under the continuous bombardment of the 6 sword lights, cracks appeared on the sword chi light screen. God Emperor Swordless roared. He spread out his hands, and a terrifying sword chi was injected into the sword chi light screen. His body could not help but retreat a few steps. The explosive force from the sword chi light screen engulfed the 6 sword lights and devoured them. The entire sky was shaking. Everyone's gaze landed on God Emperor Swordless. Do you still want to continue fighting? Fang Chen's voice sounded calmly. At this moment, the expression of God Emperor Swordless changed. His hatred towards Fang Chen was overwhelming. Damn! God Emperor Swordless cursed. The absolute God Emperors in the distance were all shocked. It's too strong. If it were us, we definitely wouldn't be able to withstand that terrifying sword light just now. The app reader of this site is online. The reader supports free online reading and offline reading. It's a must-have for novel reading lovers. Free novel reading. Zuoping Shiji, download the mobile app. Chapter 2036. Genius remembers love in 1 second. /small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. What was the point of fighting? The Holy Light religion was still alive, so Emperor God Swordless couldn't attack at will. More so, he couldn't kill Fang Chen. Besides testing each other, such a battle was meaningless. Moreover, after the battle with Fang Chen, Emperor God Swordless wasn't confident. The latter's increase in strength was beyond his expectation. A ripple appeared in his heart, and his eyes were filled with a complicated expression. I'll let you be proud for a while. Emperor God Swordless said to himself, It's difficult for me to destroy the Holy Light religion alone, so I need your help. After I destroy the Holy Light religion, it will be your end. In fact, in Emperor God Swordless' heart, the Holy Light religion master was his #1 enemy. If he could borrow Fang Chen's strength to destroy the Holy Light religion master, by then, with his attainments in swordsmanship, it would be easy for him to deal with Fang Chen. Thinking of this, Emperor God Swordless snorted, and without another word, his projection dissipated. Seeing this, Bone Progenitor's eyes were filled with joy. Once upon a time, his dream was to fight head-on, defeat Emperor God of Destruction, and become the strongest Emperor God in the divine realm. However, one day, Emperor God Swordless came out of seclusion, suppressed Emperor God of Destruction, and became the new strongest Emperor God in the divine realm. Since then, Bone Progenitor thought that one day he would defeat Emperor God Swordless. However, now he felt like he was in a dream. Although he didn't force Emperor God Swordless to retreat, he felt very excited, and his blood was boiling, as if he had returned to his younger days. I, Bone Progenitor, actually have such a disciple. Ha ha ha. Bone Progenitor laughed, and didn't hide his excitement. The other strongest Emperor Gods also clasped their fists and congratulated Bone Progenitor for being able to force Emperor God Swordless to retreat in a head-on battle. Ancient Sword Emperor's strength had surpassed them by a large margin. At the current stage, the 11 strongest Emperor Gods were divided into ranks. There is no doubt that Ancient Sword Emperor and Emperor God Swordless were the 2 strongest Emperor Gods. As for the other 9 emperor gods, they were slightly weaker. Looking at this person whom they had once regarded as a junior, they felt rather helpless in their hearts. Cultivation time did not represent one's strength. Only potential, perception, and a combination of all other aspects could determine the ultimate height of growth and the speed of growth. Ancient Sword Emperor, I am not your match. The title of Godly Emperor Destruction should be yours. Godly Emperor Destruction walked in front of Fang Qin and admired Fang Qin from the bottom of his heart. Fang Qin waved his hand and grinned. The title of God Emperor of Destruction suits you better. I feel that the title of Ancient Sword Emperor is pretty good. Moreover, a title was just a code name for a name. So what if he had the title of Godly Emperor of Laws? It doesn't mean that one's strength is super strong. Hearing Fang Qin's words, the other emperor gods of law nodded their heads. Admirable, as expected of the most monstrous genius of this universe era. Truly powerful. Your current strength is about the same as God Emperor Swordless, with you 2 super strong God Emperors around. With the 2 of you 2 and the 9 of us assisting you, it will be more than enough to annihilate Holy Light Religion in the war 10,000 years later. After finding out about Fang Qin's power, the strongest emperor gods felt exceptionally refreshed, especially Godly Emperor Tianjin. He even invited Fang Qin to visit the Tianjin aristocratic family when he had the time to talk about his understanding of arrays. Godly Emperor Tianjin, I will definitely visit when I have the time. Fang Qin cupped his fists and said, It's true that the new generation excels the old. Our generation is already old. If we don't speed up our cultivation, we will be left far behind by the latecomers. Godly Emperor Destruction sighed. After bidding farewell to Bone Progenitor and Fang Qin, his projection dissipated. The other absolute emperor gods also left. There were less than 10,000 years left. They still had enough time to make preparations. Due to the sudden emergence of Ancient Sword Emperor, they were more confident in dealing with Holy Light Religion. Actually, Fang Qin wasn't worried about dealing with Holy Light Religion at all. Not to mention 10,000 years. As long as he had a few more years, the divine realm would enter a period of peace. Shir was already in her teens. She would enter adulthood in another 2 to 3 years. Love, go, little, say, could the moment she reached adulthood, she would become a cosmos god. By then, would they still be afraid of Holy Light Religion? Within the Heavenly Bone Palace, the banquet continued. Fang Qin's family of 3 was accompanying some old friends and chatting. As time went by, Qingho and Tian Xian's strength gradually increased. The Heavenly Bone Palace was thriving and developing smoothly. In addition to the war fortress left behind by Fang Qin, it had vaguely become the leader of the 7 apex superpowers in the divine realm. After the banquet, Fang Qin was truly recognized by the emperor gods. The name of Ancient Sword Emperor resounded across the entire universe. After stepping into the God Emperor realm, Fang Qin continued cultivating every day. Occasionally, he would play chess with Qing Ho and guide Tian Xian's cultivation. Of course, because of Fang Qin's favor, Mu Xian, who had been nurtured by the Heavenly Bone Palace, would also come to consult Fang Qin from time to time. It was not easy to get the guidance of Ancient Sword Emperor. Mu Xian would naturally not miss such an opportunity. On a certain day, Fang Qin was cultivating when he suddenly opened his eyes. Amen. Fang Qin frowned. He felt that the talisman he gave Mu Xian had shattered. With Mu Xian's strength, unless she met a god emperor, it is impossible for her to be in mortal danger. Fang Qin pondered inwardly that time when I gave her the talisman. I told her that if she met a god emperor, she could just take out the talisman and they would give her some face. Mu Xian doesn't seem like a reckless person. Unless she really met with danger, Mu Xian crushed the talisman. Fang Qin left an imprint on it, allowing him to sense Mu Xian's approximate location. Fang Qin sensed for a moment, and his expression changed slightly as he let out a soft exclamation of surprise. I can't sense Mu Xian's exact location? That's strange. Fang Qin stood up abruptly. He was even more curious now. The most famous places in the realm of gods were the 5 most dangerous places. Other than that, there was no place that a god emperor couldn't sense. And now, Fang Qin could only sense that Mu Xian's approximate location was in the North Sea. As for her exact location, he didn't know. I'm going out. Fang Qin transmitted his voice to you, Then, he tore through the void and left the Heavenly Bone Palace. Not long after Fang Qin disappeared, she suddenly appeared with a mischievous smile on her face. Father, where are you going? Then, she tore through the void and quietly followed Fang Qin. Fang Qin's attainments in the space-time cultivation system were very high. In the entire realm of gods, other than the bone progenitor, there was probably no one who could compare to him. However, they neglected one person. That was Emperor Shi. The all-fusion body wasn't an exaggeration. Even in the chaos void, it was very famous. After interacting with Fang Qin for more than 10 years, she had secretly absorbed her father's talent. After a few years of research, she also understood a lot about the space-time cultivation system. Therefore, there was no problem in following him secretly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fang Qin's speed was extremely fast. His body turned into a ray of light. In the blink of an eye, he left the Heavenly Bone Palace territory and entered the Great Void Palace territory. In the Great Void Palace, the Great Void Emperor was teaching his disciples. Suddenly, he felt the Ancient Sword Emperor's aura. Ancient Sword Emperor. The Great Void Emperor transmitted his voice. Great Void Emperor, I'm just passing by the Great Void Palace. Don't worry about me. Fang Qin said. The Great Void Emperor nodded and continued to teach his disciples. Soon, Fang Qin passed through the Great Void Palace territory and arrived at the North Sea. It seems to be deep in the North Sea. Fang Qin continued to sense the aura emitted by the imprint he left behind. 3 days later, Fang Qin stopped in the sky above a sea. The aura left behind by my imprint is within a radius of 10,000 miles. Fang Qin frowned. He could only sense that the place where Mu Xian met with an accident was within a radius of 10,000 miles. However, he couldn't sense the exact location. What's going on? Fang Qin's consciousness spread out and covered a radius of 10,000 miles. He checked inch by inch, but he didn't find anything. I've searched everywhere, but I didn't find any traces. The more it was like this, the more curious Fang Qin was. What in the world was it that could actually obstruct his divine sense? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a certain void, Shi caught up. He hid in the dark and secretly looked at his father. Father, what are you looking for? She was very curious. At this moment, a fiery gaze shot over. She had a helpless look on her face as she walked out of the void with her head lowered. She knew that she had been discovered by her father. Are you still using the web version to read novels? Are you still troubled by the advertisement? If you're out, please use it. Chapter 2037. Genius 1. Second, remember love, divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. She thought she would be reprimanded by her father, but the result was unexpected. Love go little, say web, when Fang Qin saw his precious daughter. His stiff face softened a little. He waved to her and said, Sure, try and see if you can find anything unusual in this 10,000 miles territory. His daughter had a myriad fusion body and was born as a divine emperor. In some ways, she should be much stronger than her father. Therefore, when Fang Qin saw his daughter, he wanted her to try. Perhaps there would be unexpected gains. Father, what are you looking for? She looked up and asked. The life-saving token I gave Mu Xian shattered. Based on the aura of the token, I traced it here. However, I can't sense Mu Xian's true location. I can only roughly confirm that she is in this 10,000 miles territory. Fong Qin said, I also checked carefully just now. There is nothing unusual. It's a little unbelievable. When she heard this, she nodded gently and closed her eyes. Her divine sense spread out and enveloped the entire 10,000 miles territory of the North Sea. She began to search. At the same time, Fong Qin continued to increase his efforts to search for Mu Xian's whereabouts. Nothing unusual. After a while, she frowned slightly in surprise. However, she didn't believe it and continued to search. Father's senses can't be wrong. Mu Xian must be in this 10,000 miles territory. Could she be hiding in some independent space? After thinking carefully, she continued a new round of searching. This time, she didn't rush to cover the entire 10,000 miles territory. Instead, she carefully searched one place at a time. The focus of the search was the depths of the North Sea. Splash! Turbulent waves constantly rose on the surface of the sea. The father and daughter were searching wholeheartedly. They searched almost the entire seabed, but still didn't find anything. Fong Chen's expression became even more serious. A place that even he couldn't find was really too strange. What kind of danger had Mu Xian encountered? Fong Chen could feel that Mu Xian was still alive and not dead. If that was the case, then she must still be within the domain. What happened? Fong Chen could not figure it out. He shook his head. However, at this moment, Shi spoke. Father, I found something strange. Hearing Shi's voice, Fong Chen hurried over and asked, Where's the anomaly? Father, do you see a 7-colored flower on a reef thousands of kilometers away at the bottom of the sea? Shi pointed forward. Following Shi's finger, Fong Chen saw the colorful flower on the reef deep in the sea, but he didn't find anything unusual. Are you saying that there's something wrong with this 7-colored flower? Fong Chen asked. His daughter's primordial spirit was indeed stronger than his. Perhaps his daughter would be able to discover what he had not discovered. She shook his head and continued. There's nothing wrong with the 7-colored flower. What really made me feel strange was the insignificant stone fragment in the stamen. Stone fragment? Fong Chen's consciousness enveloped the 7-colored flower and suddenly found a tiny stone fragment that was almost invisible to the naked eye sprinkled in the stamen. Is there something wrong with the stone fragment? Previously, his consciousness had also scanned the stone fragment and didn't find anything wrong. I vaguely feel that there seems to be energy overflowing from inside the stone fragment, Shi said in a low voice. Let's go down and take a look. The father and daughter quickly dived into the depths of the sea and came in front of the 7-colored flower. The 7-colored flower bloomed beautifully. On the main flower, there was a bud waiting to bloom. There was a lot of dust and impurities on the stamen. These were all sundries that had accumulated over the years in the sea and seemed very ordinary. The stone fragment was very inconspicuous among the sundries. There's nothing wrong. Fong Chen's consciousness completely enveloped the stone fragment, but he didn't find anything unusual at all. He didn't believe it and stretched out his hand, gently holding the stone fragment in his palm. Buzz! Suddenly, a scorching aura came from the stone fragment. Fong Chen exclaimed softly and opened his palm. At this moment, a dazzling light burst out from the stone fragment and directly drowned the father and daughter. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Stormy waves were set off in the North Sea, and a storm was raging. The entire North Sea seemed to have fallen into a strange scene. The 7-colored flower on the reef withered in an instant, and the stone fragment that emitted a dazzling light also disappeared in an instant. After a long time, the North Sea gradually calmed down. Where is this place? The first thing Fong Chen did when he opened his eyes was to survey his surroundings. He found that he seemed to have entered an independent space, but he felt that his surroundings were very mysterious. If it was an ordinary independent space with my consciousness, I would be able to sense it. But here I can't sense it at all. Fangchen said in a low voice. He turned his head and found Fangchi beside him. Seeing that his daughter was safe and sound, Fangchen breathed a sigh of relief. Father, this should be the space inside the stone fragment. Fang, she said in a low voice, this space is very strange. It seems to operate differently from the rules of the realm of the gods. I can sense Mu Xian's aura. At this moment, Fang Chen was overjoyed. He brought Fang, Shi, and quickly drove in a certain direction. At this moment, in a wasteland, Mu Xian's clothes were tattered, and she was in a sorry state. Her pitch-black eyes were filled with helplessness. I wonder if the ancient Sword Emperor will come and save me. Mu Xian could only pin her hopes on the ancient Sword Emperor now. She was also training in the North Sea. She accidentally touched a certain mechanism and entered this place without knowing what was going on. She thought that she had discovered an ancient relic and was very excited. However, not long after, she was trapped in the stone forest. Every stone was 100 feet tall and deeply embedded in the ground. At a glance, the wasteland was densely packed with stones. These stones formed a complex and profound array formation, completely trapping Mu Xian here. Mu Xian had no other choice but to crush the token that the ancient Sword Emperor had given her. Boom! Just as Mu Xian was pondering, a huge stone beside her suddenly crashed into her body and sent her flying. Dong! These stones could move. Moreover, no matter where Mu Xian appeared, she would be captured by the stones and attacked. Mu Xian had been persevering and struggling at death's door. If the ancient Sword Emperor didn't come, she would probably die here. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the distant horizon, Fang Chan and Fang, she stepped on the clouds and discovered Mu Xian. Mu Xian is there. After seeing Mu Xian, Fang Chen said, she seems to be trapped in a complicated array. Let's go and take a look. In a moment, Fang Chen and Fang, she arrived in front of the stone forest. Mu Xian, are you okay? Fang Chen shouted. Mu Xian, who was trapped in the stone forest, was very excited when she saw the ancient Sword Emperor. Lord Ancient Sword Emperor, I can still hold on for a while. Wait for a while. I will break the array and rescue you immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Chen's array Dao aura fluctuated as he began to break the array. Swoosh! Streaks of array Dao aura shot out from his palm and drilled into the stone forest. However, things weren't as easy as Fang Chen had imagined. After the array Dao aura drilled into the stone forest, it was swallowed by countless stones in a moment. Then, the stone forest returned to normal. What kind of array is this? Fang Chen frowned and said in a deep voice, even with my array Dao attainments, I can't break it. Could it be that this is the legendary transcending heaven spell formation? Thinking of this, Fang Chen took a deep breath. Who was the owner of this stone fragment space? He could actually set up a heaven-piercing array. Father, let me try. Fang, she suddenly said. Fang Chen nodded. Perhaps his daughter would have a way. Fang, she's delicate body, leaped and arrived above the stone forest. An extremely vast aura surged out from her body, drowning the entire stone forest. Dong! There seemed to be some movement in the stone forest. Seeing this, Fang, she continued to increase his strength and attacked the stone forest. The powerful devouring ability of the all-fusion body also erupted at this moment. The aura in the stone forest was crazily devoured by Fang Shi. Just as Fang Chen was watching Fang Shi, the space above the stone forest suddenly fluctuated, and then a shadow appeared. Be careful! Fang Chen saw this and shouted loudly. Whoosh! The shadow waved his hand and interrupted Fang Shi, who was breaking the array. Then he looked at Fang Shi with a burning gaze and said, I really didn't expect that there would be such a monstrous divine emperor in this era of the universe. Read millions of novels for free. Smart bookshelf management. You will never lose your favorite novels. We are dedicated to creating a better reading experience. Come and follow our WeChat public account. Zio Shwokahoduin. Chapter 2038. Genius remembers love in 1 second. /small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. After seeing Fang, she, the illusory figure who appeared out of nowhere, was also stunned, and then sighed. Fang, she's delicate body, floated in the air. She raised her beautiful face and blinked her beautiful black eyes. Who are you? Fang Shi's voice was very clear and very pleasant to listen to. Fang Chen's eyes also looked at the illusory figure in the sky with vigilance. His palm contained a terrifying power. No matter who he was, as long as he dared to attack Fang Shi, Fang Chen would not hesitate to attack. Hearing Fang Shi's voice, the illusory figure smiled and said, "I'm the housekeeper here." Housekeeper? Fang Chen was even more puzzled. He could feel the power of the stone fragment space. Its owner must be a super expert. Senior, I didn't mean to offend you. It's just that she fell into the stone forest. That's why I broke into this stone fragment space. Fang Chen explained. The illusory figure did not get angry. He waved his hand and said, "Those who enter are all fated." "Old man, who are you? Why are you being so mysterious?" Fang Shi asked. Fang Chen was shocked and hurriedly stopped him. "Sure, don't be rude." However, the illusory figure did not get angry because of Fang Shi's offense. Instead, his attitude towards Fang Shi was very gentle. I said, "I'm just the housekeeper here." The illusory figure said, "I know you have doubts. Listen to me one by one." Fang Chen and Fang Shi listened attentively. First of all, this space doesn't exist. So even the god emperors of the god realm can't use their divine sense to find it. Only those who are fated can enter this space. The illusory figure's first sentence shocked Fang Chen. If it didn't exist, then what was the place he was in now? Was he in an illusion? However, if this was an illusion, wouldn't it be too realistic? Was it so real that even he had been deceived? Although there were many questions in his heart, Fang Chen didn't ask. He knew that the virtual shadow would definitely tell him. Sure enough, the illusory figure landed on the ground. With his hands behind his back, he said, "My master, the creator of this space, is called Ancestor Xinghe. The miniature universe that you are in was created by my master, Galaxy Ancestor." Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart was filled with astonishment. Star River Ancestor created this miniature universe. It was truly an earth-shattering secret. This miniature universe is called the Galaxy Universe. After Master created it, he left the universe and headed for the chaotic void. He purposely left me here to guard the galaxy and the universe. As long as it's not a matter of life and death, I won't easily take action. The hologram continued, "The great apocalypse of the universe is a natural law, and it's not something I can do. I've been in this galaxy universe for 17 universe epochs. This is the 18th universe epoch. After waiting for so many years, there have been several people who came here. It's a pity that none of them could pass the trial left behind by Master." The virtual shadow said. Fang Chen opened his mouth wide. From the white-bearded old man in the Yuan desolate land, he had learned about the miniature universe and some secrets of the chaotic void. He also knew that only existences beyond the cosmos god realm could create a miniature universe. Back then, he had been wondering who had created this miniature universe of ours. Now the truth was revealed. It was created by an expert called Ancestor Xinghe. Galaxy Universe, Fang Chen muttered to himself. By the side, Fang Shi opened his eyes wide and blinked. He was quite curious about this new thing. Before the three of you, there were a total of 7 people who came here in 17 universe epochs, but they all failed. The virtual shadow indifferently said, "The trial left behind by Master is very dangerous. The slightest carelessness could put your life in danger. Thus, those who failed all fell. Only 7 people had entered this place after 17 universe epochs. One could imagine how difficult it was to find this space that didn't exist in the first place. If not for Mu Xian accidentally entering here, Fong Chen would not have found this place. He would not have known that this universe was called the Galaxy Universe. Then how did she come in? Fong, she asked curiously. Speaking of Mu Xian, the old man revealed a smile. Speaking of which, she is quite lucky. The path she took is similar to Master's path. When she got close to the stone fragments, she was sensed by the aura within the stone fragments and was absorbed. The virtual shadow said, but her strength is still too low. She can't even pass through the stone forest. It is similar to Ancestor Xinghe's path? Fong Qin squinted his eyes and stared at Mu Xian. The latter was trapped in the stone forest and her aura was weak. But with the appearance of the virtual shadow, she was temporarily safe. Voila! The virtual shadow waved his hand, and Mu Xian disappeared from the stone forest. Fong, she was surprised. Her strength is too low. Even if she stays here, it will be a waste of time. When she reaches your level, it won't be too late to come back, the virtual shadow said. Fong Qin was slightly moved. It seemed that Mu Xian's potential was much stronger than he thought. Even the virtual shadow thought that she could reach the level of a supreme god. Senior, what is in this space? Fong Qin could not help but ask. Since it was created by Ancestor Xing, he left layers of tests. There must be a treasure inheritance here. The virtual shadow shook his head and said, there is everything, but there is also nothing. This sentence was contradictory, and Fong Chen could not understand it. After you pass the tests left by Master, you will understand what I mean, the virtual shadow said. This space is where Master used to cultivate. The operation of the rules is very similar to the Chaos Void, and it is completely different from the miniature universe. Fong Qin heard this and understood. No wonder he felt that there was no pressure from the outside world, and the operation of the rules was very complicated. Throughout the countless cosmos epochs, the potential of the two of you could be ranked in the top 3. Give it a try. Who knows, you might be able to pass Master's test. The virtual shadow said, Senior, that means you have always been protecting the Star River cosmos. Even if the war between the deity world and the sacred light religion is completely defeated, you will still act? Fong Qin asked. The virtual shadow nodded. What is the test? Fong, she could not wait any longer. The first level of test is right in front of you. The stone forest is a sky-piercing array. If you can get through it, you will pass. The virtual shadow said, Oh, right. The two of you can work together to get through it. Ancestor Xing, he was an existence that surpassed the cosmos god realm. His strength was frightening. Even cosmos gods could not resist the temptation of the stone fragment space he left behind, much less Fong Qin. Father, let's go now. Fong, she said with a smile. Fong Chen waved his hand to stop them. He looked at the virtual shadow and asked, Senior, how many levels are there in total? They were not in a rush. They should first understand the test before attempting it. That way, they would have a greater chance of success. There are a total of 3 levels of tests, and every level is extremely difficult, especially the last test. Half of the first 7 warriors died on the last test. The virtual shadow said, That's right. If the two of you work together, it should be easy for you to get through the first 2 levels. The crucial point lies in the 3rd level. The virtual shadow reminded. It had been a long time since he met a human warrior, and he felt lonely. But guarding the miniature cosmos was his responsibility. He had to stay here. Who would have thought that there is such a place in the deity world? Then, how powerful is Ancestor Xing, he who created our cosmos? I am truly curious. Fong Qin thought. He felt his blood boiling. Cosmos gods were already something they could only look up to. Existences beyond cosmos gods were something they did not dare to think about. There were too many restrictions in the miniature cosmos. It was difficult for a cosmos god to emerge. Even Fong, she who had the myriad fusion body, would only reach the cosmos god realm if he remained in the miniature cosmos. It was impossible for him to improve further, because the origin of the cosmos could not withstand the strength beyond the cosmos god realm, unless it was the creator ancestor Xing, he whose primordial spirit was completely compatible with the origin of the cosmos. Otherwise, the moment an existence beyond the cosmos god realm descended into the miniature cosmos, the entire miniature cosmos would crumble. This was actually a form of protection for the miniature cosmos. After pondering for a moment, Fang Qin cupped his fists towards the virtual shadow. He then said, "Senior, then we will be going now. The first level is the Stone Forest Array. You have 100 years. Chapter 2039. A Genius Remembers. Love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Absolute God-level formations were meant for true God-level cultivators. From the lowest God-King level array formation to the highest low God level array formation. And sky-piercing grade arrays corresponded to cosmos gods. In other words, the lowest level sky-piercing grade array had the suppression of a cosmos god. As soon as Fang Chen and Fang Shi entered the stone forest, they felt the suppression of the array formation. "Father, aren't you an array master? Can you break it?" Fang Shi asked. "I'm not sure, but it will take time," Fang Chen said. Hearing this, Fang Shi said softly, "I will block the attack of the stone forest array. Father, you focus on breaking the array." Fang Shi knew that his father's mastery of formations was extremely high. He had already reached the pinnacle of the absolute God level. He was only one step away from the ascendant level, although this stone forest array was a heaven ascension array formation. Fang Chen speculated that it should be the weakest heaven ascension array formation. As long as he was given enough time, he would be able to crack it. Moreover, even if he really couldn't break it, he could wait for another 1 or 2 years. Once she reached adulthood, everything would be broken. That being said, Fang Chen still wanted to train himself since he had finally encountered such a powerful formation. He wanted to see if he could make use of this opportunity to break through. With Fang Shi's powerful defense, the stone forest formation's attack could not even touch Fang Chen. Fang Chen sat cross-legged in the center of the stone forest array. His spiritual consciousness spread out and swept through the entire stone forest array. A terrifying aura of array Dao permeated the air. In order to break the array, the first thing to do was to find the array base and the core of the array. This was a very important matter. Due to the strength of a transcending heaven formation, it was a little unrealistic to break through it with brute force. Fang Chen began to devote himself to the array formation. Mu Xian's figure suddenly appeared above the North Sea. She looked down in shock as she recalled all the unbelievable things that she had encountered before. However, just as she was about to speak, she realized that the universe's origin was suppressing her, preventing her from speaking. "Can't you tell me everything about this place?" Mu Xian looked up at the sky and muttered to herself. Rumble. The sudden clap of thunder in the sky seemed to be responding to her. At the same time, the suppression of the universe's origin also disappeared in an instant. Seeing this, Mu Xian's face paled. She shook her head and decided to hide everything she had seen in the depths of her heart. In the celestial bone palace, Star and Moon, who had been peacefully cultivating, suddenly changed. He scanned the area with his divine sense and found that Fang Chen and Xia were no longer there. She was a little surprised, but she continued to spread out her divine sense to search the entire God realm. However, to her surprise, she was actually unable to find traces of Fang Chen and Xia. What happened? Star and Moon's expression changed drastically, and they hurriedly reported this to the bone progenitor. The latter also turned pale with fright after investigating. They couldn't find traces of Fang Chen and Xi in the entire God realm. What was going on? Where did the two of them go? The bone progenitor asked in a low voice. With Fang Chen and Xi strength, no one in the entire God realm is a match for them. But Star and Moon was anxious and a little confused. "Leave this to me. Don't worry," the bone progenitor comforted her. The bone progenitor used the space-time cultivation system to search for Fangchen on a large scale in the entire God realm. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. In these 2 years, Fangchen had been studying the stone forest array. The aura of the array around him was getting stronger and stronger, as if he could break through at any time. And Fang Shi, who was resisting the attacks of the stone forest array, was also getting stronger and stronger. In a few days, she would be entering adulthood. Fang Shi felt that his body was transforming. "Am I going to break through?" Fang Shi's eyes flashed, but he was very calm. Long ago, he already knew that he had the myriad fusion body and would automatically become a cosmos god when he reached adulthood. Thus, when he was about to break through, he was very calm. Turning his head to look at his father, who was breaking through the array, Fang Shi decided to wait for a few more months. The stone forest array was very important to his father. It would not be too late for him to break through after his father was out of ideas. In Fang Chen's mind, he was constantly simulating the various operating trajectories of the stone forest array. For a full 2 years, he had simulated no less than 1,000,000 operating trajectories. Of these 1,000,000 operating trajectories, he wanted to choose the one that was closest to the stone forest array, and then he would study it. 1. The stone forest array trembled slightly, and in an instant, Fang Chen found a flaw in the stone forest array. There was actually wind coming out of the stone forest array. Fang Chen's face was filled with joy. He hurriedly integrated this piece of information into his mind, matching it with the 1,000,000 operating trajectories. After an hour, Fang Chen finally selected one of the operating trajectories. According to my conjecture, this operating trajectory should be the closest to the stone forest array. Fang Chen thought. Following that, he opened his palm, and a terrifying aura of the array Dao formed a miniature stone forest array on his palm. Hung long. Many stones condensed from the aura of the array Dao fell from the sky, landing on Fang Chen's palm. On his small palm, there were more than 10,000 stones densely packed together. These stones started operating according to the selected operating trajectories. 1. After the pseudo-stone forest array started operating, it immediately emitted a terrifying pressure. This kind of pressure was slightly weaker than the real stone forest array, but Fang Chen was ecstatic. Indeed, he had a rough idea of the operating trajectory of the stone forest array, and at the same time he grasped the location of the array base and the core of the array. "I finally found you." The pseudo-stone forest array on his palm was in full view. Fang Chen suddenly clenched his fist, and suddenly, countless aura of the array Dao drilled into his mind. In the next moment, he suddenly stood up, and his body constantly shuttled to every corner of the stone forest. Every time he appeared, his feet would gently step on the ground. The whole process was smooth, and there was no obstruction at all. Seeing this, Fang Shi's pretty face was full of smiles. That back view was still the father she was so proud of. In the sky, the figure of the virtual shadow suddenly appeared, looking at the stone forest array in surprise. "Genius, you found the array base and the core of the array in 2 years?" The virtual shadow curled his lips and said, "I just don't know what method you will use to break the stone forest array." In the virtual shadow's memory, among the first 7 warriors, the fastest time to break the stone forest array took 18 years. As for the other 6, they had spent at least 40 to 50 years. One of them had spent more than 90 years and had almost missed the deadline. In fact, 100 years was really a snap of the fingers for an expert in the Emperor God realm. However, Fang Chen was an out-and-out monstrous genius. No matter if it was martial Dao, soul Dao, or array Dao, he had almost developed in all aspects, and was very outstanding in all aspects. There was nothing to nitpick about. "Transcendence grade formations are truly marvelous," he murmured to himself. Unfortunately, with my current attainments in Array Dao, I still can't set up a Heaven Pass array. When Fang Qin understood the operation path of the Stone Forest Array, his understanding of Array Dao became very clear. At the same time, it opened up a path to becoming a Heaven Pass Array Master. Open. As Fang Qin shouted in a low voice, suddenly, under many stones in the Stone Forest Array, there was a burst of dazzling light. Crack! Under Fang Qin's influence, these stones actually broke apart on their own, shattering with a loud bang and turning into stone fragments. A total of 9,600 array bases were all found and destroyed by Fang Qin. Next was the core of the array. As long as it was destroyed and the Stone Forest Array was reversed, the array should be broken. Without the support of the array bases, the core of the array could not withstand Fang Qin's attack. In the blink of an eye, the core of the array disappeared completely, and the Stone Forest Array began to shake, as if it was about to break. Fang, she stopped attacking. The Stone Forest Array was now in a sorry state and did not have any attacking power. Reverse push. Fang Qin shouted softly, waved his hand, and his body flashed. He forcibly reversed the operation path that he had outlined in his mind. The reverse operation path collided with the forward direction and exploded. The dense and tall stones in the Stone Forest Array were constantly shattered. Collect. Fang Qin waved his large hand, and those pieces of rubble that were about to fall were directly swept away. Rumble. A sound that shook the heavens came from the Stone Forest Array. The stone forest disappeared, and the wasteland became a scene of destruction. Fang, she looked at his father in surprise. Equals the divine tool for catching up with novels is on the shelves. All novels are updated at the speed of light, so that the fans do not have to wait in torment and do not miss any exciting chapters. A must for bookworms. Follow public WeChat Seijing Xiaoshu download the reader of this website. Chapter 2040. Genius remembers love in 1 second go. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. 2 years to break the Stone Forest Array. Fang Qin had raised this record to such a level. Amazing. It's really amazing that such a monster appeared in the miniature universe. Even the Phantom was shocked by Fang Qin's monstrous talent. Although the Stone Forest Array was the most ordinary heaven-reaching array, but the Master had once said that almost no one in the Star River universe could break this array within 3 years. And now, Fang Qin had broken this iron rule. The Phantom's shock couldn't be any greater. Father is the best. Since childhood, Fang, she had been influenced by the civilization of the God Realm. Everyone around them was talking about their father. Since they were young, they had regarded their father as their biggest idol. All this time, his father had never let him down. Every time his father would bring him a surprise. This time was no exception. Fang, she was happy for his father. Looking at his lively daughter, Fang Qin gently stroked Fang Shi's head and said, "What a pity. You were so close to becoming a heaven-reaching array master. Father, with your attainments in arrays, even the ancestor of the Tianjin family, the Tianjin Emperor, is no match for you." Fang, she said, believes that it's only a matter of time before Father becomes a heaven-reaching array master. Fang Qin smiled. Every time he was with his daughter, he would feel the peace of the world. He swore in his heart that no matter what, he would not let anyone destroy his family. Congratulations. The Phantom appeared at the right time and bowed slightly to Fang Qin. You have broken the highest record of breaking the Stone Forest Array in the God Emperor realm. From now on, this record will be held by you. I believe that even the latecomers will not be able to reach your level. The Phantom was not stingy with his praise for Fang Qin. 2 years, only 2 years to break the Stone Forest Array. It was really a miracle. I was just lucky, Fang Qin said modestly. The mysterious man waved his hand and said with a smile, "After seeing your performance, I'm looking forward to your performance in the next 2 tests even more." Then the illusory shadow stretched out its hand and grabbed Fang Qin and Fang Shi. Suddenly, the world spun and the scene changed. Fang Chen surveyed his surroundings and discovered that he had arrived at the peak of a mountain. The surroundings were desolate. Let's cut the crap. Let me introduce the second test to you. The mysterious man pointed at the stele standing in the middle of the mountain. This stone tablet is called the Star River Stone Tablet. It was personally left behind by my master, and even cosmos gods could not destroy it. The test is on this stone tablet. Even cosmos gods can't destroy it? Fang Chen's fiery eyes stared at the stone tablet. He wanted to sense how grand the aura of an expert who had surpassed the cosmos god realm was. Your test is to throw 81 punches at the stone tablet. As long as you can throw out 81 punches, it will be considered a success. The mysterious man laughed. But don't underestimate this stone tablet. Every time you attack, the stone tablet will return it back several times. A large portion of the top 7 fell in this second test. Hearing that, Fang Chen felt his heart trembling. Every time he attacked, the stone tablet would return it back several times. The strength returned by the stone tablet will gradually increase. Initially, it will be 2 times, then 4 times, 8 times. Gradually, it will increase until the final punch, and the strength returned will be earth-shattering. Saying up to this point, the mysterious man paused for a moment before reminding, I hope you can consider it carefully before throwing out a punch. Don't be rash. There is a 1-month buffer period between every punch. During this buffer period, you can recover your strength and comprehend the martial Tao. Regardless, the moment the gap between 2 punches exceeds 1 month, it will be judged as a failure, the mysterious man said. The strength will increase by several times. Fang Chen opened his eyes wide. He felt his heart trembling. Love go little, say W. Chu He was clear of his own strength. If he could throw out the 81st punch, how strong would the strength be? Senior, according to what you said, it is impossible for God Emperors to pass through the second test. Fang Chen voiced out his doubts. The strength returned by the final punch was comparable to that of a cosmos god. How could God Emperors resist against it? The mysterious man shook his head. The world is huge, and there are all sorts of strange things. Even if you can't do it, it doesn't mean others can't do it. Do you know what a genius is? Fang Chen tilted his head to listen. In the primal chaos void, true geniuses can fight across realms. You are considered the strongest god emperor in this cosmos epoch of the galaxy cosmos. But in the primal chaos void, you aren't ranked at all. I've once heard from my master that true geniuses can cultivate their realms to the pinnacle of this level. The mysterious man said, God emperors who have reached the pinnacle can challenge cosmos gods. This, all along, Fang Chen thought he was the strongest god emperor. But after hearing the words of the mysterious man, he discovered that he was merely a drop in the ocean in the vast primal chaos void. All right, you can begin after you are prepared. The mysterious man lightly nodded. Hong long long. But at this moment, a thunderous sound suddenly sounded from Fang Shi's body. Following that, a force that engulfed the entire mountain peak surged out. This is the aura of a cosmos god. The illusory figure's face also revealed a look of surprise. Soon after, he stared at Fang Shi with wide eyes. At this moment, the latter was wrapped in a dense aura. The myriad fusion body released a dazzling light as it greedily absorbed the violent energy in the world. Myriad fusion body. Previously, the mysterious man did not pay much attention to Fang Shi. Only now did he discover that the latter had the myriad fusion body. This discovery stunned the mysterious man. Even his master, Star River Old Ancestor, had once praised the myriad fusion body. No wonder. After knowing that the latter had the myriad fusion body, the mysterious man was no longer shocked that he broke through to the cosmos god realm at such a young age. After waiting for 18 cosmos epochs, the golden age has finally arrived. The mysterious man chuckled. Every miniature cosmos would experience a golden age after countless cosmos epochs. Every golden age would produce a group of heaven-defying geniuses that would make others slap the table in praise. And after guarding the Star River cosmos for so long, he finally saw some light. Since the myriad fusion body could appear in the miniature cosmos, what else could not happen? Hong long long. The myriad fusion body would automatically allow one to become a cosmos god after reaching adulthood. Feng Shi's breakthrough did not bring about a huge commotion. He quietly became a cosmos god. Of course, this was because the laws of the cosmos origin operated differently within the stone fragment space. If he broke through in the deity world, it would definitely cause a world phenomenon that would shake the entire cosmos. When that frightening aura dissipated, Feng Qin looked at Feng Shi with fiery eyes. This is a cosmos god. Feng Qin could feel the aura emitted from Feng Shi's body. He felt his heart trembling. Hee, father, I've already become a cosmos god. You have to work harder too. Feng Shi naughtily said with a smile. Cosmos gods and true gods are on two different levels. They're fundamentally different changes. My primordial spirit has undergone a world-shaking transformation. Feng Qin thought, little girl, congratulations. The mysterious man chuckled. Since you have become a cosmos god, there's no need for you to continue participating in the trial. Master's trial is only targeted at god emperors. Oh, so boring. Feng Shi pouted. Sheer, wait by the side. Father will go and give it a try first. After retracting his body and mind, Feng Qin walked to the stone tablet. The energy emitted from the stone tablet caused Feng Qin's heart to tremble. What a powerful energy. Let's give it a try first. Feng Qin thought. After accumulating energy, he punched out on the stone tablet. At that moment, the wild energy was twice as strong as before. It bounced back from the stone tablet and landed on Feng Qin's body. Dang, dang, dang. Feng Qin could not help but take a few steps back. Formidable indeed. The amplification was strong, and he could not avoid it. He could only receive it head-on. Fortunately, Feng Qin's fleshy body had reached the limit of the God-Emperor realm and was comparable to a cosmos god. Thus, the rebound energy from the stone tablet could not harm him temporarily. I hope I can reach the end in one go. Come quickly. Download the mobile app. Chapter 2041. Geniuses Remember Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Chapter 2015. Breakthrough Hold On. Feng Qin's physical strength was extremely strong, so the early attacks didn't pose much pressure to him. Dong! 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 On the stone tablet, the sound of bells and drums could be heard. As the punches were thrown out quickly, the force of the rebound also increased rapidly. Rumble! The clothes on Feng Qin's body began to tear. Every time he punched the stone tablet, there would be an even stronger rebounding force slamming into his body. Feng Qin's body couldn't help but retreat. At the same time, the power emitted from the stone tablet gradually increased. Not bad. The shadow nodded with satisfaction. To be able to throw out 30 punches in such a short period of time was already very impressive. Father, you can do it. She clenched her fists and prayed for her father in her heart. 40 punches, 50 punches, 60 punches. In the blink of an eye, Feng Qin had already thrown out 68 punches. At this time, he finally felt the pressure. The perfect sword body formed a sword-shaped rune. All the power contained in it burst out and resisted the rebound force of the punch. Dang, dang, dang. Feng Qin's body suddenly retreated a few steps. He was panting, and his face was a little pale as he struggled to support his body. With a plop, Feng Qin sat on the ground and began to recover his strength. The power of the rule of creation emerged, and the strength in his body quickly recovered. I already felt the pressure from 68 punches. How can I withstand 81 punches? In Fang Chen's mind, he recalled the scene of him hitting the stone tablet and racked his brain to think of a countermeasure. 3 days later, Fang Chen's strength had completely recovered. "Father, are you okay?" "Fang," she asked worriedly. Fang Chen shook his head. "I can still withstand it for now." Although the rebound force from 68 punches was strong, at least his life wasn't threatened. Therefore, he could still continue. Taking a deep breath, Fang Chen walked to the front of the stone tablet. He clenched his fists, accumulated the strength in his body, and threw out a punch. Suddenly, a violent power surged out from the stone tablet. It pierced through the void and hit Fang Chen's body. Crack! A large crack appeared on the defense of the perfect sword body. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his face was extremely pale. "It hurts." His bones felt like they were falling apart. It was extremely painful. Phew! In the following period of time, Fang Chen had to rest for a long time after each punch. After all, the rebound force would be stronger in the later stage. If he acted blindly, he would most likely die. There is a very strong power in this child's body. If he can unleash it completely, he might be able to pass through the second stage. The illusory figure squinted his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. When Fang Chen persisted to the 75th punch, he really felt that he had reached his limit. Every time he regained his strength, it would take a full month. After a month, he dragged his injured body and continued to hit the stone tablet. What a coincidence! Fang Chen's fist drew a strange trajectory in the sky and then hit the stone tablet. Unsurprisingly, the violent force in the stone tablet increased rapidly and then bounced back. Dong! Fang Chen's body was violently hit by the impact. Immediately after, his body rapidly retreated. However, at this moment, a golden light flashed between his eyebrows. The remaining power of the golden mark was instantly activated. Rumble! A force like 10,000 galloping horses rolled over and quickly spread to Fang Chen's limbs and bones. Dong! The mountain peak was shaking. Fang Chen's body was wrapped in golden light. He looked up to the sky and roared. Then, he suddenly threw out a golden light fist. It was like a meteor falling with great momentum. Buzz! A terrifying wave of power swept over. When it acted on Fang Chen's body, the latter was shocked to find that his physical defense had actually become stronger again. This, Fang Chen was ecstatic. In the God realm, the Bone Progenitor and the Moon God Emperor were very anxious. They kept asking about the whereabouts of Fang Chen and Fang Shi. However, the two of them seemed to have evaporated from the God realm. They couldn't find any trace of them. This made the Moon God Emperor pale in comparison. He was worried every day. "You don't have to worry. Maybe Fang Chen took Shi to a place we don't know about." The Bone Progenitor comforted him. "The last time Fang Chen disappeared, even our strongest God Emperor couldn't find a trace of him. Didn't he come back alive?" But Star and Moon's face was full of worry. "I believe that Fang Chen and Xia will definitely come back safe and sound." The Bone Progenitor said, "But you should pay more attention to Tianqin during this period. That kid's mood seems a little strange." After that, the Bone Progenitor left. Star and Moon's face was a little stunned. Tianqin's mood was a little strange. She immediately contacted Tianqin. The latter had just returned from Qing, Ho's place. "Tianqin," Star and Moon called out. Normally, Tianqin would take the initiative to greet him with a face full of smiles. But today, Tianqin was frowning, although he tried his best to pretend to be very happy. However, Xingyu noticed it at a glance. "Tianqin, have you encountered any problems recently?" Star and Moon asked. After all, the latter was her husband's disciple. She had to take care of him. "Mistress, I'm fine," Tianqin said hesitantly. "Tell me, what happened?" Star and Moon asked directly. Tianqin hesitated for a moment, but still told Star and Moon what happened. "You." After Xingyu heard this, A look of surprise appeared on her face. Then she put her white fingers on Tianqin's pulse and checked his body. Who did this? Xing Yu's face immediately darkened. Her anger soared to the sky. The Black Emperor. The Sword Palace of the South Tomb. Star and Moon's heart burned with anger. The Sword Palace of the South Tomb dared to destroy Tianqin's cultivation. How audacious! Mistress, it's all my fault. This incident can be considered a form of training for me, Tianqin said softly. Not long ago, Tianqin had gone out to train and met a woman. He and the woman hit it off at first sight. They trained together, and after a long time, sparks flew between them. Not long after, Tianqin fell madly in love with the woman. The woman also expressed her love for Tianqin. At the same time, she wanted to bring Tianqin to meet her parents. Who would have thought that when the woman brought Tianqin to the Sword Palace of the South Tomb, the Black Emperor would appear and humiliate Tianqin. Then, he destroyed Tianqin's cultivation. Only then did Tianqin realize that the woman didn't love him at all. From the beginning, the Sword Palace of the South Tomb had deliberately set a trap for him, making him fall into their trap step by step. Mistress, master is not here. You are not a match for Emperor Swordless. I can tolerate this, Tianqin said softly. For the sake of the big picture, what was his sacrifice? The furious Star and Moon gradually calmed down. She took a deep breath and suppressed her anger. She gently stroked Tianqin's forehead and comforted him. Tianqin, stay here for the time being. I will use my true god power to nourish your meridians and recover your cultivation. When your master returns in the future, he will repay the Sword Palace of the South Tomb 100-fold. Tianqin nodded and walked back to the pavilion alone. This time, Tianqin was really hurt, heartbroken. It wasn't easy for him to fall in love, but he was played in circles by the other party and almost lost his life. After suffering the greatest humiliation in his life, Tianqin couldn't let it go. This was a heart demon. If he couldn't walk out of it, it was very likely that he would fall into it forever. Brother Qin, where are you? Come back quickly. Star and Moon looked up at the sky and muttered. Fang Chen, who was in the stone fragment space, naturally did not know what happened to his disciple. If he knew, he would definitely rush to the extreme south and overturn the entire Sword Palace of the South Tomb in anger. Fang Chen heavily punched on the stone tablet, causing him to suffer from a strong rebound force. Even though blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, he still had a smile on his face. Through his tireless efforts, he had already punched out 78 times. Currently, the rebound force was comparable to the strength of a cosmos god. But he still persevered. There were still 3 more punches. As long as he could survive, he would pass the trial. Persevere, I can definitely do it. Until now, Fang Chen was being supported by an obsession. His mind was starting to feel dizzy. Father. Tears flowed down Fang Shi's face. Her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife when her own son suffered such torment. My father is an indomitable, unparalleled expert. There isn't any difficulty that can defeat him. I believe he can survive. Chapter 2042. Genius Remembering Love in 1 Second, divided by small? Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. As for the remaining 3 punches, each one of them could be fatal. Please search product percent book percent Yen Net. Fang Chen did not dare to be careless. In reality, it was out of his expectations that he could reach this stage. As the berserk rebounding force from the stone tablet invaded his fleshy body defense was gradually improving. When he lowered his head, the sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin had already disappeared. The sword-shaped runes contained a vast amount of energy. The moment the perfect sword body was displayed, many sword-shaped runes would appear on the surface of his skin. But now, the sword-shaped runes had disappeared. Fang Qin knew that this was because the previous 78 punches had completely consumed all the energy from the sword-shaped runes. He could only rely on his fleshy body to resist the next 3 punches. I always thought that my fleshy body has reached its limit. Who would have thought that it could improve again? My vision is ultimately too narrow. Fang Chen muttered to himself with a pale face. The more he resisted against the stone tablet, the more he could feel the rapid growth of his fleshy body. Even though he was weak now and his face was pale, his heart was filled with joy and even a strand of excitement. It was not exaggerated to say that his current fleshy body defense was close to that of a cosmos god. Even if he could not completely resist against the attack of a cosmos god, he could at least escape unscathed. It was not without reason that Starry River forefathers set up this trial. Fang Chen guessed that if he could pass through this trial, his fleshy body should be comparable to a cosmos god. Even thinking about it was difficult. Which cosmos god recorded in the scriptures did not break through their realm? In the 18 cosmos epics of the Starry River cosmos, there was not a single god emperor who could break through the fleshy body limit and become a cosmos god. Perhaps Fang Chen would be the first. Of course, there was a huge risk of him dying because of this. No matter what, he no longer had a path of retreat. He could only move forward. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen raised his head. His pitch-black eyes were filled with determination. Shi-Er, rest assured. He turned to Shi-Er and flashed her a brilliant smile, telling her not to worry. Then he gathered his strength, clenched his fist tightly, and punched the stone tablet. Whoa! A huge energy fluctuation appeared around the stone tablet. In an instant, the stone steel absorbed the power of Fang Chen's fist. Dong! In a breath's time, the monolith's terrifying amplification was applied to the power of his fist and poured out. Immediately, the entire world changed. This strength had the preliminary aura of a cosmos god. In the entire god realm, there was no god emperor who could withstand it. Fang, she clenched his fists and kissed her worriedly. Being a cosmos god, she naturally understood what this terrifying amplification represented. You must hold on. Fang, she prayed in his heart. Boom! The only thing Fang Chen could do was to push his physical defense to the limit and desperately resist the terrifying rebounding force. Crack! The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Fang Chen's body flew out like a kite, smashing heavily on the edge of the mountain peak. His entire body was covered in blood, and his clothes were tattered. One of his arms was hanging down, as if it had suffered a huge injury. Father. Fang, she could not help but cry when he saw this. Shi-Er, don't cry. I can still hold on. Fang Chen said these words with difficulty before closing his eyes and fainting. Fang, she wanted to run over, but he was stopped by the illusory figure. Your father is fine. Even though he is unconscious, he is healing his injuries subconsciously. The illusory figure said he will wake up in a month. The illusory figure was quite shocked that Fang Chen could do this. The law of creation was pushed to the limit by him, automatically healing his injuries while he was unconscious. A month later, just as the illusory figure predicted, Fang Chen woke up. In his heart, there was an extremely strong obsession. Opening his tired eyes, Fang Chen slowly stood up and staggered to the front of the stone tablet. 2 more punches, he muttered in his heart. At this moment, Fang Chen's whole body was emitting a crystal-clear aura, giving people a very oppressive feeling. While his body was being destroyed, it was also growing rapidly. How could there be returns without effort? Again, gritting his teeth, he continued to punch. The rebounding force of this punch increased several times. Fang Chen did not even have time to react before he was sent flying and fainted. There was no energy fluctuation on his body, as if he was dead. Hold on. Fang, Shi's little face was full of tears as he cried. In the unconscious Fang Chen's body, earth-shaking changes had taken place. After the violent rebounding force of the stone tablet, the power of the golden mark spread to his limbs and bones, finally completely integrated into his bone marrow. Inside his body, the power vibrated, passed through his meridians and gathered together. In mid-air, the illusory figure was slightly stunned, and then he was overjoyed. Is he fighting to live after death? The illusory figure muttered to himself. He originally thought that the latter would not be able to hold on to the last punch. Now he had a chance. Father is being reborn. Fong, she also noticed the changes in his father's body. He clenched his fists and was very excited. Boom! Fong Chen's body was suddenly wrapped in a sea of fire. The raging fire burned fiercely, submerging Fong Chen's body in the sea of fire. Dong! In the distant horizon, the origin of the universe vibrated. A trace of origin power that was so fine that it was almost undetectable silently entered Fong Chen's body. His physical strength had reached a critical point, and he only needed an opportunity. And the origin power of the universe was the opportunity. When this trace of origin power drilled into his body, it immediately made his body undergo a qualitative leap. Hiss! The raging fire around his body rapidly shrunk and finally drilled into Fong Chen's body. Suddenly, Fong Chen opened his eyes. He clenched his fists, and an intense force could be felt in the air. So this is the case. His mind trembled, and large amounts of information surged out. Instantly, Fong Chen understood. He had broken through the limits of his fleshy body, reaching the Cosmos God realm first. The strength of a Cosmos God and a God Emperor are not on the same level. It is too strong. Fong Chen was ecstatic. He was extremely excited. Father. At this moment, a gentle voice pulled Fong Chen's thoughts back to reality. Fong Chen retracted his thoughts and turned to Shi. Sure, I am fine. Fong Chen grinned. The previous fatigue was swept away. He stood up as if nothing had happened and walked to the front of the stone tablet. There is still the last punch left. The current Fong Chen had reached a higher level in his understanding of the strength of his fleshy body. Even though the last punch had a frightening increase in strength, he was prepared for it, and he did not have any worries. He relaxed his body, clenched his fists, and lightly punched out. When this single punch landed on the stone tablet, it actually caused the stone tablet to tremble. 81 punches, and this was the only punch that caused the stone tablet to tremble. One could imagine how strong it was. Wow! Out of Fong Chen's expectations, he was originally prepared to receive the rebound force from this final punch. However, the result caused him to be somewhat startled. After the stone tablet was bombarded to the point where it trembled, it only emitted a slight breeze before returning to normal. There is no rebound force. Fong Chen said in shock. From afar, the laughter of the illusory figure could be heard. Ha ha ha! Congratulations on passing through the second stage. The illusory figure said with a laugh. Fong, she rushed to the side of his father. His charming face was filled with smiles. He was extremely excited. Father, I knew you are the best. His father's perseverance was something that even Fong she could not help but admire. She could become a cosmos god entirely because of her innate potential, and his father relied on his great perseverance to reach the cosmos god realm with his fleshy body. This was not something any ordinary person could achieve. Fong Chen lightly patted on the shoulder of Shi. After that, the illusory figure asked, Senior, what is going on? Actually, out of the 81 punches in the second stage, only the first 80 punches are dangerous. The 81st punch tests your guts and courage. The illusory figure explained. Being able to withstand the rebound force of the 80 punches had already obtained the affirmation of Ancestor Star River. As for the final punch, it was mainly to test the character of the examiner. For novels without mistakes, please visit. Friends, please bookmark this website to read the latest novels. You can search for and find this website immediately. Chapter 2043. Geniuses remember love in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The person chosen by Master must be excellent in all aspects. If it's a coward, even if he can pass the first 80 punches, he won't have the courage to throw out the last punch, the Phantom said lightly. Fong Qin nodded slightly. Who would have thought that the 81st punch, which was supposed to be the strongest, would have no lethality at all? As long as you throw it out, you can succeed. Thinking of this, Fong Qin grinned. Your potential is really monstrous, although it's not as good as your daughter's. Although your daughter is weaker than you, you're more malleable, the Phantom said. He used to follow ancestor Xinghe. His vision was so high that it made people blush with shame. Your current physical strength is actually not weaker than your daughter's, the Phantom continued. You can crush some emperor gods with your physical strength alone. Fong Qin was well aware of this. Now he was the real, strongest emperor god. Senior, what's the third test? After passing the first 2 tests, Fong Qin couldn't wait to pass the third test. Follow me. The Phantom waved his hand, and the 3 disappeared from the mountain peak. Voila! In front of a palace twinkling with stars, Fong Qin and the other 2 appeared at the same time. This is the place where Master used to cultivate. There are a total of 3 thrones here. You only need to sit on one of them to pass the test, the Phantom said, pointing at the palace in front of them. 3 thrones. Fong Qin murmured. But I have to remind you that it's very difficult to sit on all 3 thrones. If you're not careful, you'll be squeezed by the power of the thrones and explode. The genius who came here before you also died because his body exploded, the Phantom reminded. The virtual shadow reminded him. The 3 thrones are exactly the same, but only one of them has been cultivated by the Master. Whether you can find this throne or not depends on your luck. After saying this, the Phantom waved his hand. The palace gate opened and Fong Qin entered. Creak! The doors of the palace were closed, and night luminescent pearls illuminated the dark palace. 3 bronze thrones stood quietly at the front of the palace, as if they had existed since ancient times. The throne exuded the same aura, berserk and shocking. As expected of Patriarch Star River, a palace is comparable to a universe. How powerful! Fong Qin could not stop himself from sighing. After entering the palace, he felt that the palace was actually a miniature version of the universe. It was filled with the 6 great laws, and the universe's origin was maintaining its operation. It was really amazing. Which throne? Fong Qin's gaze swept across the 3 thrones, carefully observing them. According to the virtual shadow, only one of the 3 thrones was used by the Star River ancestor for cultivation. In that case, the other 2 were definitely not. He had to eliminate 2 out of the 3 and choose the most important one. Even though you only need to sit on one of the thrones to pass the stage, you still have to pass the stage. However, there must be a difference. I think the throne used by the Galaxy ancestor must have some hidden secrets, Fong Qin thought to himself. After investigating for a long time, he did not discover any abnormalities with the 3 thrones. In the end, Fong Qin decided to personally probe the surroundings of the thrones. He wanted to know why all the geniuses who entered previously had fallen. He carefully extended his feet and slowly approached the thrones. After a few breaths of time, Fong Qin arrived before the 3rd throne. Wang! Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended. Fong Qin's body was squeezed until bung-bung sounds could be heard, and he could not help but kneel on the ground on one knee, enduring the powerful pressure. A pressure that surpasses the cosmos god realm. Fong Qin's eyes were blazing as he stared at the throne. At the same time, Fong Qin also felt the intertwining of the 6 great laws. This is the operating laws of the cosmos. In the mind of Fong Qin, there were waves of thunder. He seemed to be engrossed in the operation of the cosmos laws. The 6 great laws are so profound. Even though Fong Qin had already comprehended the 6 great laws, he had not reached the stage of perfect control over them. But now, after feeling the operation of the cosmos laws, his heart trembled and he was astonished. So it seemed that one could comprehend the 6 great laws to this extent? Across the entire divine realm, there had never been a God Emperor who could do so. Is this the limit of a God Emperor? Fong Qin asked in his heart. Dong! A trembling sound pulled Fong Qin's thoughts back to reality. Dang, dang, dang. The energy in his body suddenly erupted. Fong Qin rapidly withdrew and stabilized his body. He stared at the 3 thrones. Now he already knew how to step onto the 3 thrones. In order to step on these 3 thrones, one has to comprehend the 6 great laws to the limit. At the same time, one's comprehension of the martial Tao has to reach the cosmos God realm. Fong Qin pursed his lips. This isn't a small challenge, and it will take a long time. Divine Realm, Southern Tomb Sword Palace, Sword Battle Villa. God Emperor Swordless was resting with his eyes closed. He was quietly listening to the report of Black Emperor. Teacher, Fong Qin's disciple, Tianxian, has fallen into our trap. I have crippled his cultivation. Black Emperor said. Teacher, that Fong Qin seems to have disappeared again. Should we make use of this opportunity to wipe out the Skybone Palace? After the death of the God Emperor of Death, the Southern Tomb Sword Palace was left with only 2 God Emperors. As for the Skybone Palace, because of Fong Qin's family of 3 becoming God Emperors, their strength increased tremendously. They now had 5 God Emperors. According to the current situation, the Skybone Palace was indeed the biggest threat to the Southern Tomb Sword Palace. Furthermore, the 2 superpowers had a blood feud. It was reasonable for them to start a war. Voila! God Emperor Swordless opened his eyes and glanced at Black Emperor indifferently. Actually, what I am truly afraid of isn't Fong Qin or the Bone Progenitor. It is Emperor Shi. God Emperor Swordless said in a deep voice. The 3-year-old Empress had indeed shocked the entire divine realm. In countless universe epics, Emperor Shi could be considered the youngest God Emperor. God Emperor Swordless had never heard of anyone who could become a God Emperor at the age of 3. Emperor Shi and the ancient Sword Emperor have both disappeared from the divine realm. I suspect that they have gone to a place that I am unable to explore. God Emperor Swordless continued. However, now is not the best time to deal with the Skybone Palace. At most, we can secretly cripple some of the higher-ups of the Skybone Palace. Teacher, are you talking about the Moon God Emperor? Black Emperor heard and laughed eerily. In the Skybone Palace, other than the Bone Progenitor, there was only the Vice Palace Master and the Moon God Emperor. The Vice Palace Master was in charge of all the affairs of the Skybone Palace and would not leave easily. Therefore, the only way to deal with the God Emperor was to deal with the Moon God Emperor. The Moon God Emperor is the wife of the ancient Sword Emperor. If we can kill her, the ancient Sword Emperor will definitely go crazy. Just thinking about that scene makes me excited. Black Emperor continued. However, we cannot rashly enter the territory of the Skybone Palace. How can we lure the Moon God Emperor out? God Emperor Swordless laughed coldly and said, According to what I know, the Moon God Emperor has a good relationship with the Phoenix clan of the South Pole continent. I know what to do. Don't worry, teacher. I will definitely lure the Moon God Emperor out. When the time comes, we will set up an inescapable net. No one will be able to escape, Black Emperor said with a smile. Soon, Black Emperor left the South Tomb Sword Palace and arrived at the South Pole continent. Whoosh! Whoosh! The turbulent sea water stirred up wave after wave. Black Emperor stood in the sky above the South Pole continent and looked down. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. The South Pole continent has a total of 4 God Emperors. Other than God Emperor Shura, the other 3 are nothing to be afraid of, Black Emperor said. If God Emperor Shura does not know what is good for him, Don't blame the South Tomb Sword Palace for being impolite. In the blink of an eye, Black Emperor arrived at the territory of the Phoenix clan. Boom! Black Emperor opened his palm and black flames quickly gathered. Then he punched out. Suddenly the earth shook and the mountains shook. The territory of the Phoenix clan was greatly shaken. The black flames turned into a sea of fire and burned fiercely. Countless, miserable screams came from the territory. Who is attacking my Phoenix clan? The Phoenix clan ancestor was furious. She flew into the air and waved her hand. Countless raindrops fell. In the blink of an eye, the sea of black flames was extinguished. However, Black Emperor's attack just now had already caused the territory of the Phoenix clan to be in a sorry state. The weaker clansmen had suffered heavy casualties. Black Emperor, why did you attack my Phoenix clan? The Phoenix clan ancestor asked while secretly sending a message to the other 3 god emperors. Do I need a reason? Black Emperor smiled faintly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 god emperors, led by God Emperor Shura, quickly rushed over. For error-free novel reading, please visit Friends. Please bookmark this website to read the latest novels. You can search for and find this website immediately. The free novel app is officially online. The novel app is an exclusive reading device created for the vast number of novel fans. It gathers a vast amount of novel resources. The categorization is meticulous, the layout is clear, and the reading effect is excellent. Follow the public on WeChat. GGYY12221. Chapter 2044. Genius remembers love in 1 second. /small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Black Emperor. Everyone, please search your novel. Emperor God Xiao Luo came to Phoenix ancestor's side and stared at Black Emperor. The South Pole continent and your South Tomb Sword Palace mind our own business. Aren't you going overboard by doing this? Emperor God Xiao Luo frowned in displeasure. The Phoenix clan offended the South Tomb Sword Palace and shielded Fongqin. This is a capital offense. Are you going to stop me? Black Sovereign's voice was filled with threat. Ancestor Tianpeng and Ancestor Demon Bird looked at each other and then Emperor God Xiao Luo. Ever since Ancestor Tianpeng and Ancestor Demon Bird had reconciled with Fongqin, Emperor God Xiao Luo seemed to be the leader of the 3 emperor gods in South Pole. Now that the Black Emperor was here, they had to rely on Emperor God Xiao Luo. Leave, Emperor God Xiao Luo said. It's impossible for us to ignore the Phoenix clan. Emperor God Xiao Luo's attitude was clear. He wanted to help the Phoenix tribe. Hearing this, the Black Emperor smiled sinisterly. He had long expected such an outcome. Do you think you can stop me, the Black Emperor? All this while the Black Emperor had kept a low profile and cultivated in the South Tomb Sword Palace all year round, never venturing out. It had been many years since anyone had made a move against the Phoenix clan. Their goal was very clear, and that was to lure the Moon God Emperor over. Hence, even if Emperor God Xiao Luo and the others tried to stop them, it was useless. If you attack the Phoenix clan again, don't blame us for being impolite. Emperor God Xiao Luo said, Our South Pole continent has some ties with the ancient Sword Emperor. He doesn't want anything to happen to the Phoenix clan. It was still fine if the ancient Sword Emperor was not mentioned. Once the ancient Sword Emperor was mentioned, the Black Arch was filled with anger. Since you want to die, there's nothing more to say. A monstrous black aura emerged from the Black Emperor's body. He opened his hand, and a terrifying airwave instantly swept across the entire South Pole. Let me have a taste of Black Emperor's skills. Emperor God Xiao Luo and Black Emperor were both second-level Emperor gods. Theoretically, their abilities should be on par with each other. Love, go, little, say, W-Chu. However, in actual fact, Black Emperor was many times stronger than Emperor God Xiao Luo. Bang! In just one exchange of blows, Black Emperor forced Emperor God Xiao Luo to retreat. The latter staggered a little. After stabilizing himself, he stared at the Black Sovereign with a serious expression. Your strength, a second-level Emperor God like you, is just trash in my eyes, Black Emperor mocked. Attack together. The Phoenix Ancestor shouted. The Heavenly Rock Ancestor and the Demon Bird Ancestor attacked together. The 4 great God Emperors teamed up to fight against the Black Emperor. They all knew the principle of being intimately interdependent. Therefore, it was impossible for him to sit back and watch the Black Tharch exterminate the Phoenix clan. Boom! In the sky above the Antarctic continent, the battle fluctuations were extremely large. The shock waves of the battle reached the territory of the Phoenix clan. The buildings below were turning into ruins one after another. As the battle progressed, the Phoenix clan ancestor's face became extremely gloomy. Let's end this quickly. With Emperor God Xiao Luo as the leader and the other 3 Emperor Gods as support, they attacked Black Emperor with all their might. Humph! Using numbers to make up for the lack of strength? The Black Emperor sneered when he saw this. Soon after, a huge pitch-black sword appeared in his hand. With a thought, a frightening aura surged from the huge sword. Following that, the Black Emperor slashed out. A terrifying sword light tore through the void and struck the 4 great God Emperors. Kacha! Without any resistance, the Phoenix Ancestor was sent flying. She spurted out fresh blood. Her face was pale and her aura was weak. Too strong. Emperor God Xiao Luo rapidly dodged the attack of the Black Emperor. His heart was filled with terror. He did not expect the attack of the Black Emperor to be so strong. Black Emperor, are you trying to kill us all? Emperor God Xiao Luo roared. Nevertheless, the Black Emperor ignored him. Extreme north, Skybone Palace. Star and Moon was healing Tian Xan daily. They were pouring their powerful energy into Tian Xian's body. However, Star and Moon could not do anything about Tian Xian's cultivation being crippled. Unless it was a cosmos god. Only then could Tian Xian recover his cultivation. When she returns, she should have become a cosmos god. She should be able to help Tian Xan. Star and Moon felt helpless seeing how Tian Xan was sinking daily. Ding! Just as she finished healing Tian Xian, Star and Moon's communication jade pendant rang. After a moment, her face gradually turned gloomy. Luring me to the South Pole Great Land. This was an open conspiracy against her. But even though she knew it was an open conspiracy, she had to go. It was fine if it was the other 2 great beast clans, but the Phoenix clan was her benefactor. She could not leave them in the lurch. Black Emperor, Southern Tomb, Sword Palace. Star and Moon was not someone who would be easily angered, but this time she was thoroughly enraged. She immediately left the Skybone Palace. Through the inter-region teleportation array, she went through the territory of the Sky Array clan and arrived at the extreme south. The moment she entered the extreme south, she felt an aura that made her tremble. God Emperor Swordless. Star and Moon's expression was gloomy. The aura around her body trembled. Moon God Emperor, long time no see. The figure of God Emperor Swordless descended from the sky. It was as if everything had been prepared beforehand. You dare touch me? Star and Moon coldly said. Whoosh! God Emperor Swordless did not say anything. He stretched out his hand, and a rolling power enveloped Star and Moon. Even though the latter was struggling, it was to no avail. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Star and Moon and God Emperor Swordless disappeared from the teleportation array. At the same time, the Black Emperor, who was fighting the 4 God Emperors in the extreme South Pole Great Land, received the news. Boom! After forcing the 4 God Emperors back with a punch, the Black Emperor coldly glanced at them and said disdainfully, "Count yourselves lucky this time." After saying that, the Black Emperor left the extreme South Pole Great Land. Southern Tomb Sword Palace, Sword Fighting Villa. The entire sword fighting villa was surrounded by a layer of terrifying sword aura. It was like a prison. Outside this sword aura stood two people. "Master, aren't we going to kill her directly?" the Black Emperor asked. God Emperor Swordless shook his head and said thoughtfully, "The Moon God Emperor is still useful. If the ancient Sword Emperor returns, I can use the Moon God Emperor to threaten him. At that time, I won't be afraid of him not submitting." The Black Emperor gave God Emperor Swordless a thumbs up and chuckled. "Master is still the best. I've already used a method to seal the sword fighting villa. Even the bone progenitor can't quietly rescue her. Just give her to me and don't make any mistakes," God Emperor Swordless said. "But what if the bone progenitor comes?" the Black Emperor asked. "Would he dare to come?" God Emperor Swordless said confidently. Soon, the news of the Moon God Emperor being trapped spread. When the bone progenitor heard the news, he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. God Emperor Swordless, this despicable person. Rumble. Several God Emperor projections descended on the sword fighting villa at the same time. God Emperor Swordless, don't you think you've gone overboard? The bone progenitor roared angrily. Beside the bone progenitor were the God Emperor of Destruction, the God Emperor of Heaven Array, and the God Emperor of Samsara. These God Emperors were all God Emperors who had friendly relations with Fangchen. They had come together to rescue the Moon God Emperor. "Bone progenitor, you dare to behave atrociously in my territory?" God Emperor Swordless said coldly. "Swordless, release the Moon God Emperor," the God Emperor of Destruction said indifferently. "Don't you need to involve your family in the grudge between you and the ancient Sword Emperor?" the God Emperor of Heaven Array asked. "You're one of the top God Emperors in the God Realm. What you're doing is really inappropriate. Are you afraid of the ancient Sword Emperor? Are you afraid of being defeated by him? So you want to use the Moon God Emperor to threaten him?" the God Emperor of Samsara said. Boom! The God Emperor of Samsara's words caused the aura around God Emperor Swordless to rage. "Are you trying to test my patience?" Within the space of stone fragments, inside the Star River Palace, Fangchen sat cross-legged on the ground. He was getting closer and closer to the three great thrones. He was comprehending the mysteries of the 6 great laws. At the same time, he was also prying into the trajectory of the laws driven by the origin of the universe. This was a long process. There was no point in being anxious. He didn't know what was happening in the outside world. He also didn't know that his disciples' cultivation had been destroyed by the Black Emperor. His wife was imprisoned by the God Emperor of Swordless. If he knew, he would definitely be furious. Buzz. His comprehension of the 6 great laws reverberated in his mind. The 6 different laws merged into the sea of laws. Fangchen stood on the wooden boat and drifted alone. The laws of the miniature universe were created by the Star River Ancestor. The 6 great laws were also evolved by the Star River Ancestor. As long as I fully understand the evolution process of the 6 great laws, I will be able to pry into the trajectory of the origin of the universe. Fangchen thought to himself. For error-free novel reading, please visit Friends. Please bookmark this website to read the latest novels. You can search for and find this website immediately. The author recommends a free novel app for your phone. A large number of good novels can be downloaded and read offline. A large number of novels are free for you to read. You can switch fonts and have a complete night mode. Download method. Lishadushi to install the novel app. Chapter 2045. Genius 1. Second, remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Destruction, creation, time, space, reincarnation, fate. Loved go little, say W. Chu please search. Novels the 6 great laws complemented and intertwined with each other to form the most perfect operating order. The 6 great laws each performed their own duties and did not interfere with each other, but they could be integrated together. It was very mysterious. If he wanted to understand the mysteries within, he had to completely comprehend the 6 great laws. The destruction law, when cultivated to the extreme, could destroy everything. Of course, the destruction of everything here was only relative and not absolute. However, from this point, one could also see the dominance of the destruction law. The creation law was the opposite of the destruction law. It could create all things. This was the so-called creation of all things with a thought. With Fang Chen's current level, he could not reach the realm of creation with a thought. For a divine emperor, 100 years was just a snap of the fingers. Time passed, and Fang Chen was comprehending the Tao. Fang Shi and the virtual shadow were waiting. 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, in the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. It was rare for Fang Chen to go into seclusion for 10 years in one go in his previous cultivation career. However, it was different this time. What he wanted to comprehend was the extreme of martial arts, the ultimate mystery of the 6 great laws, the operating order of the universe's origin. This involved the mysteries of the universe and was difficult to comprehend in a short period of time. 10 years was just the beginning. Fang Chen spent 100 years to comprehend the ultimate mystery of the destruction law. Because he cultivated the destruction sword Tao, the time he spent comprehending the destruction law was relatively short. After that, he spent 800 years to comprehend the creation law. In 3,000 years, he comprehended the time law, and in another 2,000 years, he comprehended the space law. The reincarnation law took slightly less time, 1,000 years. The fate law was the most complicated and mysterious of the 6 great laws, so it took the longest time to comprehend this law, which took more than 4,000 years. Boom! At a certain moment, Fang Chen opened his eyes. He stood up, and the 6 great rules attached to his body gave him a very comfortable feeling. In just over 9,900 years, he had thoroughly comprehended the ultimate arcana of the 6 rules, allowing him to have a deeper understanding of the martial path. At that moment, he immediately recognized the throne that the Patriarch of the Galaxy had once cultivated. The first throne. Fang Chen's body rumbled as he took a step forward and landed on the first throne. Even though there was a terrifying power blocking him, he still relied on his overwhelming power to sit on the throne. Voila! When he sat on the throne, the terrifying repulsive force instantly disappeared. An illusory thought appeared in front of him. Little fellow, when you're here, it means that you've overcome all difficulties and sat on the throne. An indifferent voice rang out. You should know who I am, right? The fact that you are able to make it this far means that you are qualified to leave the miniature universe and head to the vast chaos void. When I first created the galaxy universe, I left in a hurry due to some matters, so I didn't leave anything behind. The Patriarch of the Galaxy Universe continued. The chaos void is very vast, and there are hundreds of millions of miniature universes. If you head to the chaos void, you must be well prepared. Once you get lost in the chaos, it'll be very scary. For this reason, I've left a map. A map? Fang Chen was overjoyed. He hadn't expected the Patriarch of the Galaxy Universe to leave behind a map. The chaos void was too vast, and there were countless miniature universes like the Galaxy Universe. Therefore, if he wanted to explore, he had to have a map. Only then would it be safer. However, because the chaos is too vast, I don't know exactly how big it is. The map I left behind is only a map of the void star sky. However, it's enough for you at your current stage. For my junior, this is all I can do. You still have to rely on yourself for the rest of your journey. As soon as the Patriarch of the Galaxy Universe finished speaking, a terrifying power suddenly drilled into Fang Chen's body. Buzz! Fang Chen felt that his concept of the martial Tao was undergoing a huge change. This is a part of the research of the martial Tao left behind by the Patriarch of the Galaxy Universe. Fang Chen was overjoyed. He hurriedly sat down cross-legged and began studying. At the same time, an illusory map of the nebula appeared in his mind. This was a map of the Void Star sky, outside the Galaxy Palace. Senior, it's been almost 10,000 years. Why hasn't my father come out yet? Fong, she was slightly anxious. It's just 10,000 years. Some people can spend a few 100,000 years, or even a few million years just by taking a short nap. The illusory figure chuckled. That father of yours has great potential after birth. Furthermore, he is very tenacious. If he wants to break through to the cosmos god realm, he has to experience many trials and tribulations. Do you think everyone is like you, automatically becoming a cosmos god after reaching adulthood? Even becoming an existence beyond the cosmos god realm isn't too difficult. Fangxi pouted. He did not speak. Actually, after she stepped into the cosmos god realm, she felt that her strength had slowed down. Naturally, this was related to her being too lazy to cultivate. Even if her talent was great, if she did not cultivate diligently, her strength would not increase too much. Who knows, when father comes out, he might be stronger than me. Fong, she thought in his heart. Divine realm, easternmost land. In another 100 years, it will be the time of the armistice agreement. By then, the divine realm will be annihilated. The sacred light religious leader said confidently. A terrifying light surged around his body. During this period of 9,000 years, the sacred light religious leader had absorbed all the faith energy from the entire sacred light religion into his body. Even though he could not step into the cosmos god realm, he was abnormally strong. If I were to meet God Emperor Swordless again, I can kill him within 3 moves. The sacred light religious leader thought. With his current strength, he had a certain chance of winning, even if he were to meet the weakest cosmos god. Religious leader, everything is ready except for the east wind. The vice-religious leader chuckled. I heard that God Emperor Swordless captured the moon god emperor. The sacred light religious leader suddenly asked. God Emperor Swordless seems to be afraid of the talented ancient Sword Emperor. He is afraid that ancient Sword Emperor would return to the divine realm and bring him pressure. Hence, he captured the moon god emperor to threaten ancient Sword Emperor at the crucial moment. The vice-religious leader said. When the sacred light religious leader heard that, his face was filled with disdain. Truly trash. A powerful god emperor actually did such a shameful thing. If not for the martial oath, the sacred light religious leader would have acted long ago. 100 years later, the divine realm will belong to our sacred light religious leader. The sacred light religious leader's eyes emitted a golden light as he coldly said, Easternmost land, southern tomb, sword palace. After being trapped for 9,000 years, the moon god emperor did not change much. Furthermore, God Emperor Swordless did not treat her too harshly. After all, she was a hostage and had an important use. Voila! God Emperor Swordless entered the sword battle manor. He narrowed his eyes. Are you afraid? The moon god emperor asked. Why would I be afraid? God Emperor Swordless spread his hands and sneered. You are afraid. Afraid that you will be defeated by my husband. Actually, you have already lost. The moon god emperor continued. Nonsense. I, God Emperor Swordless, am invincible in the divine realm. What can a mere ancient sword emperor do to me? After the sacred light religious leader is destroyed, I will personally twist ancient sword emperor's head off. God Emperor Swordless said coldly, Don't worry. I will let you see it with your own eyes. I'm afraid you won't have that chance. The moon god emperor said calmly. Humph! God Emperor Swordless snorted coldly and turned to leave. The entire divine realm was incomparably oppressive. This was the rhythm before the storm. Everyone knew that an unprecedented war was unavoidable. Originally, they thought that with God Emperor Swordless and ancient Sword Emperor working together, they could suppress the sacred light religious leader. But now it was a little dangerous. For 10,000 years, Fang Qin had disappeared without a trace. The bone progenitor and the others had almost turned the entire divine realm upside down, but they could not find any trace of him. Even Empress Shi, the famous 3-year-old empress, disappeared with him. This was the greatest mystery of the divine realm in 10,000 years. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sky and earth changed. Dark clouds filled the sky, completely covering the clear sky. The divine realm shook. All the god emperors floated in the air at the same time, their faces gloomy. A thunderous voice resounded through the sky. The war was about to come. For novels to read, please visit. Friends, please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. You can search for and find the site immediately. /+ come quickly. Jialishi download mobile app. Chapter 2046. Genius 1 Second Remember Love Go / Little. We provide you with interesting novels to read. The god emperors of the god world were all paying attention to the situation in the easternmost land. The sacred light religion leader was also eyeing the god emperors of the god world. The ceasefire agreement hadn't come yet, so both sides didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, violating the oath of the martial path wouldn't be a joke. The two sides were in a standoff, and the atmosphere in the god world was oppressive. Reincarnation Palace. God Emperorling, she was also paying attention to the situation in the easternmost land. At the same time, her beautiful eyes were fixed on the Reincarnation Pagoda. For nearly 10,000 years, the Reincarnation Pagoda had been very quiet, but today it was unusually violent. Are the 4 of them coming out? God Emperorling, she muttered to herself. When Fong Qin left, he had entrusted the 4 of them to her care. She had taken care of them for 10,000 years. Being able to last 10,000 years in the Reincarnation Pagoda was enough to show their great potential. Boom! Sure enough, as God Emperorling she expected, the Reincarnation Pagoda shone with golden light. The terrifying power of the laws of reincarnation instantly swept through the huge Reincarnation Palace. Whoosh! A golden beam of light shot out from the Reincarnation Pagoda, followed by wild laughter in the sky. Ha ha ha! I've finally become a god emperor. It was Little Mouse's voice. After 10,000 years, he had finally stepped into the god emperor realm. Moreover, he was the only heaven-devouring god rat in the entire universe to have stepped into the god emperor realm. Where are Xiao Huang and the others? Little Mouse somersaulted a few times in the sky, then landed on the ground. The aura around him was so strong that even God Emperorling she felt a little stifled. So strong! God Emperorling she stared at Little Mouse, her heart trembling. At that moment, 3 golden lights shot out from the Reincarnation Pagoda. The scene was spectacular. The terrifying aura of a god emperor spread out, shocking everyone. Ha ha ha, we've finally broken through. The 4 fellows looked at each other, their faces filled with excitement. Among them, Little Mouse and Xiao Huang's auras were obviously the strongest. Xiao Hai and Pangolin's were comparatively weaker. Brother Shu, how is it? Xiao Huang asked hurriedly. It's more than enough to deal with the strongest god emperors. The Little Mouse grinned. Congratulations. God Emperorling, she walked up to the 4 of them and chuckled. Where's boss? Little Mouse asked. Your boss left 10,000 years ago, God Emperorling, she said. He seemed to have something important to do, so he asked me to take care of you. Let's go and find boss. After not seeing boss for 10,000 years, they were also very excited. After bidding farewell to God Emperorling Shi, the 4 god emperors quickly left the reincarnation hall and returned to the Skybone Palace. However, just as they were about to reach Golden Peak Island, they encountered a violent storm. Then, Xiao Huang's face gradually turned serious. What's wrong? Little Mouse was the first to notice Xiao Huang's abnormality. He asked hurriedly, I can feel the royal ants approaching. They are very, very strong, Xiao Huang said. For Xiao Huang to say so, the royal ants must be very strong. No matter how strong they are, as long as they come, We brothers will help you destroy them." Little Mouse said with a wave of his hand, "Rumble." The waves on the surface of the sea were turbulent. Suddenly, a terrifying water pillar shot up into the sky. Above the water pillar, there was a huge royal ant. Its pitch-black eyes were fixed on Xiao Huang. "If I devour you, I will become the true royal ant of this era of the universe." The huge royal ant said in a deep voice. After waking up from his slumber, he had been searching for the heavenly devil ant emperor. But later, he found out that the heavenly devil ant emperor had died long ago. After 10,000 years, he had devoured all the royal ants in the god world. Just now, he had sensed the aura of the royal ant emperor, so he rushed over. "Big guy, you're just like that. You want to devour my brother? Have you asked for my permission?" Little Mouse curled his lips. "The 4 of us brothers will attack together and kill this big guy." Little C said, "I have just stepped into the celestial dark realm and haven't really made a move yet. If I devour him, I can become the royal ant," Xiao Huang said. The other 3 guys knew how important Xiao Huang was to the royal ant position. It could be said that as a royal ant, his ultimate goal was to become the royal ant. Now, the opportunity was right in front of them. Little Mouse and the other 2 wanted to use practical actions to help Xiao Huang. "Xiao Huang, the 4 of us will work together and cripple him first. Then you can devour him. It will be faster this way." Little Mouse said, "We are anxious to see our boss." The 4 of them came to a unanimous decision. Then they unleashed their terrifying celestial dark realm aura. "After so many years, you have all forgotten my majesty." The huge royal ant sneered. Wild aura spread out and fought with Little Mouse and the other 3. 15 minutes later, a miserable shriek came from the huge royal ant's mouth. Although he was a powerful royal ant that had fought with the demonic heavenly ant emperor before, he couldn't resist Little Mouse and the other 3 at all. He was crippled in an instant. Blood splattered all over the sky. 2 of his antennae were also cut off. Such a weakling dares to fight with Xiao Huang for the royal ant? What a joke! Little Mouse sneered. "Yeah, Xiao Huang, hurry up and devour him." Little C said with a smile, "Luckily, the 4 of us have all broken through to the celestial dark realm. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome if we met this ugly guy," Pangolin said. The 4 of them were very talented. They were almost invincible in the same realm. Now that they had entered the celestial dark realm, their strength had far surpassed the 1st and 2nd stage celestial thearchs. They were already comparable to the 3rd stage celestial thearchs. With the 4 of them working together, one could imagine what benefits the huge royal ant could reap. "I can't accept this!" The royal ant race raised its head and roared angrily. Countless years ago, he was defeated by the demonic heavenly ant emperor and fell into an endless slumber. Now that he had finally recovered and returned, he was defeated by an unknown royal ant. He could not accept this. However, it was to no avail. Under Xiao Huang's powerful devouring power, the huge royal ant's body gradually disappeared. Dong! When Goldie absorbed all of the royal ant tribe's power, his body underwent an earth-shattering change. Roar! With a roar, Xiao Huang transformed into his original form. His body expanded rapidly and was covered with a layer of golden light. At the same time, the violent royal ant's power condensed into a golden crown above his head. Royal Ant Little Mouse and the other 2 were overjoyed. The royal ant was the supreme existence of the royal ant tribe, whether in terms of status or strength. Once one became the royal ant, he would be able to rule over all the ants in the universe. It was a great honor. Xiao Huang had gone through countless efforts and finally became the royal ant Dong. The turbulent sea instantly calmed down. Xiao Huang transformed into his human form again with a smile on his face. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Xiao Huang asked in surprise. "Hey, you're already the royal ant. Why haven't you changed? Little Mouse asked curiously. Yeah, we thought you'd become even uglier. Little C chuckled. Actually, it's not that you haven't changed. You're a little better looking. You can finally integrate into our circle of people who rely on their faces to make a living. Pangolin, who usually did not like to joke, was teasing Xiao Huang. You guys, Xiao Huang was helpless. Being with these three bad friends, he had to accept their occasional craziness. Forget it. I don't want to lower myself to your level, Xiao Huang said deliberately. At this moment, Little Mouse remembered. By the way, Xiao Huang, you're the royal aunt of the God Realm. Quickly come up with a title. I've already thought about it. I'll be called Astro Emperor. Xiao Huang said with a smile. Everything I have today is given to me by Boss. Without Boss, there would be no me. Shouldn't the three of us also have titles? Little Mouse chuckled. Brother Mouse, you're the heaven-devouring divine rat. How about the heaven-devouring divine emperor? Xiao Huang said. Okay, from now on, I'm the heaven-devouring divine emperor. Immediately after, Little C and Pangolin were also given the title of divine emperor. Divine Emperor Pegasus. Divine Emperor Mountain Piercer. Let's go. The four of us will go see Boss first, and then travel the God Realm. Little Mouse said with a smile, Who dares to bully us? The Divine Emperors did not care about the waves in the West Sea at all. Their eyes were focused on the holy light religion in the easternmost land. For novels to read, please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. You can search for and find this site immediately. Chapter 2047. Genius 1. Second, remember love, go, /little. I will provide you with interesting novels to read. Heavenly Bone Palace. Dick, Calm Little Mouse, and the other 3 quickly returned. However, after searching the entire Heavenly Bone Palace, they couldn't find any trace of Boss. Boss is not here. Let's go. I found Tian Xian. Let's ask him. Little Mouse rushed to Tian Xian's residence. Tian Xian, who was in a daze, suddenly heard someone calling him. He quickly turned around and found that it was Little Mouse and the other 3. Tian Xian, boss. Before Little Mouse could finish his words, he found Tian Xian's abnormality. He quickly walked to Tian Xian's side and grabbed Tian Xian's wrist. Instantly, he was furious. Who did this? The other 3 guys were also furious. They were all shouting that they wanted to take revenge for Tian Xian. Tian Xian shook his head and was unwilling to say, I can endure this injury. I don't want anyone to get hurt because of me. Boom! The 4 of them released their God Emperor aura and said, The 4 of us are already God Emperors. If we join hands, we won't be in any danger in God world. You are Boss's disciple, but you met with such a calamity. No matter what, we have to take revenge for you. Tian Xian, where's Boss? Under the 4 guys' questioning, Tian Xian finally told them everything that happened in the past 10,000 years. After they heard it, their hearts were filled with unprecedented anger. Crippling Tian Xian's cultivation and imprisoning sister-in-law. There is no need for South Tomb, Sword Palace to exist. Little Mouse suppressed his anger and said, Boss and she must have gone to Yuan Desolation Land. Since they are not around, we have to take on the responsibility of saving sister-in-law. Xiao Huang said, How is it? Do you have confidence in encircling South Tomb Sword Palace? Little Hai asked. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go. Little Mouse was furious. He took the lead and left Heavenly Bone Palace. The experts of God World basically gathered at the border of the easternmost land to confront Holy Light religion. God Emperor Swordless also gathered with the strongest God Emperors. Wu Jian, the 10,000-year period, is about to come. Next, we'll have to rely on you, God Emperor Destruction said. Don't worry. With me around, nothing will happen to the divine world. God Emperor Swordless said indifferently. In any case, he had to destroy holy light religion first. However, just as Emperor God Swordless was chatting with the other Emperor Gods, there was a sudden tremor from the extreme south. What's going on? God Emperor Destruction was confused. Battle ripples. It seems like God Emperors are fighting. All the God Emperors of the divine world are here. Who is fighting the Black Emperor? God Emperor Swordless, pitch-black eyes stared in the direction of the South Tomb, Sword Palace. Right at this moment, a miserable shriek resounded throughout the entire God realm. Master, save me! The God Emperors were all shocked when they heard this. The voice belonged to the Black Tharch. Their hearts trembled. The Black Tharch was a second-tier, top-notch God Emperor. Who could force the Black Tharch into such a state? Courting death. Emperor God, Swordless bellowed. He tore open the void and returned to the South Tomb, Sword Palace. The Sword Palace of the South Tomb had already been reduced to ruins. Only the Sword Battle Villa remained unscathed due to the powerful barriers. Sister-in-law, wait till we destroy the South Tomb Sword Palace. Then we will save you. Little Mouse said to Star and Moon. Then he started a massacre on the people of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Miserable shrieks could be heard from the South Tomb Sword Palace. In the blink of an eye, the South Tomb Sword Palace was in a sorry state. Almost all the ordinary martial artists were dead. The combined attack of the 4 God Emperors was too powerful. Even the Black Emperor was prepared to run away. Unfortunately, the 4 of them came in anger. How could they let the Black Emperor escape? You were the one who destroyed Tion Xion's cultivation. The 4 of them surrounded the Black Sovereign in the middle. The little rat punched the Black Sovereign hard, and the latter's bones were instantly shattered. Then you can go and die. The 4 of them launched their strongest attacks. The Black Emperor could not resist at all. Stop! Right at this moment, the void tore open and a terrifying vortex appeared. Within the vortex, a furious roar could be heard. You can't stop it. Little Mouse used the heaven-devouring god rat's powerful ability and destroyed the Black Emperor's primordial spirit. When God Emperor Swordless arrived, the Black Emperor was already dead. Seeing the corpse on the ground, God Emperor Swordless was furious. It's you guys! God Emperor Swordless' gaze swept across the 4 of them. He said coldly, "Do you know the consequences of doing this?" "Old man, don't act tough here. The 4 of us are here to destroy the South Tomb Sword Palace," Little Mouse said. "Good, very good." God Emperor Swordless' anger had reached a certain level. He held the huge black sword in his hand and slashed it down, splitting the ground into 2. "All of you must die." Rumble. The battle between the 4 God Emperors and God Emperor Swordless shocked the entire God world. The many God Emperors at the edge of the easternmost land sent their projections down. It was a shocking scene. Below, the flames of war continued and people were dying. The South Tomb Sword Palace had turned into ruins, other than God Emperor Swordless. Everyone else had died, including the Black Emperor. Aren't the 4 of them God Emperor Swordless spiritual pets? Oh my God, God Emperor Swordless spiritual pets have all entered the God Emperor realm? Is the Golden Age really here? Many God Emperors exclaimed. They couldn't accept the sudden appearance of 4 God Emperors. What shocked them even more was that the 4 of them could fight God Emperor Swordless, even if they worked together. They really destroyed the South Tomb Sword Palace? At this moment, the sacred light religion master sneered in the sky above the easternmost land. The cultivators of the God world have always been like this. Infighting seemed to be a trait of the human race. You guys fight first. It won't be long before the entire God world is mine. The 4 God Emperors became famous in the God world. While they were fighting God Emperor Swordless, Feng Qin, who was comprehending the Tao in the Star Palace, suddenly opened his eyes. Every action of his could cause the origin of the universe to move. His entire body was wrapped by the laws and orders. It was as if his willpower could represent the willpower of the cosmos. This was the result of cultivating the laws and orders to the limit. Ancestor Star River is truly formidable. Fong Qin couldn't help but sigh. The other party had merely cultivated here and left behind some aura, yet it gave him such a huge harvest. I have 1 foot in the cosmos god realm. I just need to absorb some more of the origin of the cosmos before breaking through. Fong Qin thought. Voila! The door opened and Fong Qin walked out. Father. Fong, she excitedly called out. Did you really succeed? After sensing the aura on Fong Qin's body, the illusory figure knew that he had succeeded. He didn't dare to imagine that someone would succeed in this cosmos epic. Many thanks, Senior. After exchanging a few words with Fong Qin cupped his fists and thanked the illusory figure. The illusory figure waved his hand and laughed. Your Hotian potential is amazing. You are the most heaven-defying genius I have seen in the past dozen epochs. Stepping into the cosmos god realm is no longer an obstacle for you. It's just that the origin of this miniature cosmos is too thin. After you leave the miniature cosmos and head to the primal chaos void, you can become a cosmos god. Furthermore, with your current strength, even if you don't become a cosmos god, you can still fight against cosmos gods. The current Fong Qin was the strongest god emperor in reality. I knew that father is the best. Fong, she smiled brilliantly. Only his father could fight against cosmos gods as a god emperor. Senior, how long have I been comprehending the Tao? Fong Qin asked. About 10,000 years. What? Fong Qin's expression changed greatly when he heard that. He anxiously said, Damn it, 10,000 years have passed. I wonder how the war between the sacred light religion and the deity world is progressing. Thinking of this, he hurriedly cupped his fists. Senior, I have completed all the trials and obtained what I want. Can I leave this place now? Of course. The illusory figure laughed. The war between the deity world and the sacred light religion has yet to erupt. You don't have to be too worried. After you are done with the matters in the deity world and are prepared to head to the primal chaos void, you can make a trip here. Senior, how do I find this stone fragment space by then? Fong Qin let out a sigh of relief before asking. Your body contains the aura of the Star River ancestor. As long as you release it, the Star River space will naturally sense your existence and bring you here. Error-free novel reading. Please visit. Friends, please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. You can search for and find the site immediately. This is a mobile app launched by this site. It provides you with rich novel resources and supports reading without the internet. For the sake of saving mobile data. Sheng Wengel. Chapter 2048. Genius 1. Second, remember love divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. At the bottom of the North Sea, 2 figures suddenly appeared. Everyone, please search. Novels. Amen. Fong Qin and Fong Shi, who had just come out from the stone fragment space, suddenly felt the oppressive air. What's going on? Fong Qin immediately spread out his spiritual sense and discovered the many god emperors who were confronting the holy light religion. Voila! The father and daughter pair floated out of the water. Fong, she's face immediately turned gloomy. Mother has been imprisoned. Fong, she said in a low voice. What? Who dares to imprison you, heir? Fong Chen's chest was burning with anger. South Tomb Sword Palace. Saying that, Fong, she grabbed his father's arm and tore through the void, arriving above the South Tomb Sword Palace. To cosmos gods, they could travel across the entire deity world with a thought. Little Mouse and the other 3. Fong Qin saw Little Mouse and the other 3 at a glance. They were currently fighting with God Emperor Swordless. The South Tomb Sword Palace had already turned into ruins, and above the ruins, the intact sword battle manor was very conspicuous. When Fong Qin saw that beautiful figure in the sword battle manor, The anger in his heart reached its peak. Daring to deal with my mother, I want him to die. Fong, she was prepared to act, but he was stopped by Fong Qin. Go save your mother first. Xiao, God Emperor Swordless, set up a seal. But to Fang Shi, it was simply an insignificant skill. With a light wave of his hand, the powerful seal was shattered. Xingyu, who had been pacing back and forth in the sword-fighting villa, suddenly missed her husband and daughter. She was extremely excited. Brother Qin, Shi'er, Xing Yu's body trembled. She quickly ran over and hugged the two of them. Yu'er, I've let you suffer. Yu'er's pale face made Fang Qin feel pain in his heart. It was all his fault that Star and Moon became like this. Mother, no one will bully you in the future. Fang, she said. Brother Qin, hurry up and save Little Mouse and the others, Star and Moon suddenly said. Shi'er, take good care of your mother. Fang Qin took a step forward and entered the battlefield. At this moment, the four fellows who were surrounding Emperor God Swordless suffered a huge impact. Their bodies were like kites as they flew out. Voila! Just as they were flying backwards, they suddenly felt a heavy power forcefully blocking their bodies. When they steadied themselves, they realized that their boss had returned. Boss, you're back! The four of them surrounded Fang Chen excitedly. Boss, you're finally back. This guy imprisoned sister-in-law. The four of us can't beat him, Xiao Huang said. Boss, this guy is too despicable. We must kill him. Tian Xian's cultivation was crippled by them. Little C said. Hearing that, Fang Chen's face changed. Immediately, his pitch-black eyes stared at Emperor God Swordless. Ancient Sword Emperor. Emperor God Swordless didn't expect that he would meet Ancient Sword Emperor again in such a manner. Emperor God Swordless, you're not bad. You imprisoned my wife and crippled my disciples' cultivation, Fang Qin said calmly. The calmer he was, the more terrifying it was. At this moment, the many emperor gods who were watching the battle at the edge of the easternmost land were shocked. Ancient Sword Emperor is back. It was unknown who shouted, but instantly countless warriors were shouting Ancient Sword Emperor's name. Bone Progenitor was also very excited. I knew you would come back. 10,000 years ago, Ancient Sword Emperor's strength was already comparable to Emperor God Swordless. 10,000 years later, I wonder how strong he is now. Imprisoned Ancient Sword Emperor's wife and crippled his disciples' cultivation. Ancient Sword Emperor's heart was burning with anger. This battle will not end until one of us dies. Hurry up and ask Emperor God of Destruction to persuade them. We can't have internal strife in front of a great enemy. The other Emperor Gods were also trying to kill Emperor God of Destruction. Emperor God of Destruction's projection descended and cupped his hands at Fang Qin. Ancient Sword Emperor, it's a great fortune for God Realm that you can come back. However, can you put down your personal grudges for the sake of the enemy? The Holy Light Religion's master is extremely powerful. Only if you and Emperor God Swordless work together can you suppress him. I hope that both of you can restrain yourselves. After Holy Light Religion is destroyed, you can do whatever you want, Emperor God of Destruction said slowly. Fang Chen waved his hand and said, I came back this time to help God Realm get rid of Holy Light Religion. Emperor God of Destruction, you don't have to say much. Emperor God Swordless will die today. As for Holy Light Religion, you don't have to worry. They won't be able to do anything. Boom! Fang Chen's words were heard by all the experts in God Realm. Everyone cried out in surprise. How strong was Gu Jindi? How could he be so confident in himself? Was it blind confidence, or was he really powerful? In an instant, all the experts were discussing Ancient Sword Emperor and analyzing his growth in power over the past 10,000 years. This Emperor God of Destruction didn't know what to say. However, Shen's gaze was firm. In the end, he could only shake his head, helplessly, and stop trying to persuade him. Emperor God Swordless, who was floating in midair, stared at Fong Chen with his cold eyes. He was filled with murderous intent. Fong Chen, you are too arrogant. That's because I have the power, Fong Chen said. Hee, what a boastful tone. I'd like to see how you are going to kill me today. Emperor God, Swordless, sneered. However, I have to remind you that your forebrothers destroyed my foundation. I will not forget this grudge. After I kill you, I will kill everyone who has come in contact with you. Sword God Emperor's swordless body emitted a terrifying sword chi. He did not conceal his killing intent towards Fong Chen at all. At the moment when this fellow destroyed the South Tomb Sword Palace, his heart was filled with fury. As long as he was given more time, he would definitely be able to suppress these four fellows and kill them. But it's a pity that Fong Chen returned at this moment. Nevertheless, he returned at the right time. He did not sense any ripple of aura from Fong Chen. The latter should not have become a cosmos god yet. He had improved greatly over the past 10,000 years. He did not believe that Fong Chen could improve that much. Hence, this battle would be the battle for him to become the commander of the god realm. Boss, this old man is very strong. Let's work together, Little Mouse said in a low voice. That's right, boss. We must not be rash. Xiao Huang advised. They had personally experienced how powerful Emperor God Swordless was and were worried for their boss. No need. I can kill this kind of trash in a matter of minutes. Fong Chen's words were filled with confidence. The four of you should retreat to the sword battle manor and wait for me, Fong Chen said. Little Mouse and the other three understood their boss's personality. They gave him a deep look before returning to the sword battle manor. Sister-in-law, are you all right? Little Mouse asked. I'm fine. Moon God Emperor lightly shook her head. It's been 10,000 years since we last met. That little thing has already grown into a big girl. Little Mouse wanted to tease her. It's just that Fong, she was still feeling sad and angry about Tian Xian's cultivation being crippled and her mother being imprisoned for 10,000 years. She was not in the mood to joke with Little Mouse and the others. You don't have to be too sad. That old thief Emperor God Swordless will definitely be killed by boss today. Little Mouse consoled. Fong, she's beautiful eyes were filled with hatred as she glared at Emperor God Swordless. If not for father stopping me, I would have killed him long ago. At the same time in the easternmost land. What a good show. The Sacred Light Religion leader laughed sinisterly as he watched the internal strife. The god emperors of the god realm are nothing to be afraid of. Before the war even started, there was already an internal strife. Furthermore, it is a war between the two strongest god emperors of the god realm, the vice religion leader said. One of them will definitely fall in this war, and the other will be heavily injured, even if he doesn't die. Even the heavens are helping our Sacred Light religion. However, what they did not know was that the other party did not treat them as anything. With Fong Shi's strength, she could wipe out the Sacred Light religion with a thought. It's just that their attention was currently on Emperor God Swordless. At the same time, they were completely infuriated by the series of actions of Emperor God Swordless. They would deal with Emperor God Swordless first, and take revenge before dealing with their Sacred Light religion. But if Cosmos gods wanted to hide their aura, they would not be able to detect it no matter how strong they were. Occupy the god realm and then devour the origin of the cosmos. Ha ha ha. The Sacred Light religion leader seemed to have a beautiful life waiting for him as he laughed wildly. For novels to read, please visit. Friends, please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. You can search for and find the site immediately. This site is a godly tool for reading novels. All novels are updated at the speed of light, allowing fans to not have to wait in torment and not miss any exciting chapters. A must for bookworms. Follow the public on WeChat Seijing Xiaosha. Download this site's reader.